Hey everybody, I activated the chat roll after I'd started the stream. YouTube says it updated, but I don't know if it did. Try the chat roll, let me know if it's working before we get started because, it's all about you. It's all about you being heard. That's how it goes on my show. It's mostly about your comments and input. So if I can't see them, well, we'll just have to start the stream over again. So if you're one of those watching, go ahead and try the chat roll, see if it's working. And if not, I'm going to cut to 10. And if you don't use the chat roll, and we're just going to have to restart the stream. There you go. I'm seeing some chat roll activity. That's good. Okay, good. Well, let's see. We'll let a few more people jump in, because I keep thinking well, people are at work or whatever, but I still don't think people are at work, are they? People are still not at work. So we'll hang on a second. This is a chat message, it is. This is a good exercise just to do, by the way. It's just to simplify and get under your fingers and get in your head in all 12 keys those sorts of simplified tonalities. In this case, the way to think about it, there's a theoretical word for it, but just the way to think about it is whatever your bass note is, play the triad one whole step lower to start with. So if it's C is in your bass, play B flat major, one step down. If it's D in the bass, play C major. So just, if it's E in the bass, play D. Just going up. And then maybe try, instead of one step lower, try one step higher. Just to get used to this, go through all of them. Or try a fourth higher. So if it's C in the bass, play F. If it's G. Or if it's a fifth, try that one. These sorts of little things, taking them out of the world of theory and just keeping them that simple pays dividends in all kinds of ways that almost defy description. But when you're writing, it can make a big difference. If you're joining us, try the chat roll just so we know that you're here. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I'm doing for Draco. I'm just saying, okay, so play the chords that are, 2 whole steps down from your bass note. So wow, okay, that's a thing. Now go tritone. Just get used to that. That's a thing. That's a thing. So like I said, there are ways to spell those chords, and they can make it seem a lot more complicated than it is. But for him especially, we've sort of gone over the rules of when you say that a chord is something over something. When it's F over C, versus spelling this as a particular kind of C chord. And we do both, but when for him, the concept of B flat over C is a very simple concept. And so the tonality and working with that as a tool is really, really useful for him. He understands that. Oh, okay, so whatever my bass note is, and that's a sound that he can get used to. Or, like I said, or the other way. So it's a good way of teaching him what to him initially may sound like a complex harmony, a complex tonality, but in his mind, it's just a simple it's just triads over a different bass. And that seems really manageable to him, And so say, okay, so it's play the triad 2 steps down from the bass, and he goes, okay. And that just makes it seem to him like he's got a lot of power to do complex things, but they're really, really simple. And that builds confidence for a composer. It just does. So are there other ways, much more complex and academically more accurate ways of describing those chords? Yeah, sure. But they carry with them the liability of making the whole thing seem like it's a lot more complicated than it is. But actually, the reason we're on the air at all, Miss Love is decorating for Christmas. She's running around in the background doing Christmas stuff. But somebody had asked in the comment section on the last video, they said something that I thought was worth addressing, and they said, so I always say in my live stream, I say I don't ask people to like or subscribe, and I don't. And so the question was basically, if you never ask people to like or subscribe, if you never ask people to hit that notification button, it seems like you don't do any promotion for your music or your stuff. If you don't do any of that marketing, how do you market? How do you get yourself out there, and how do you get work? And it's a good question. It's actually a pretty deep question. So I wanted to talk about that for a second. The truth is, of course, you standing out on a street corner like a genius will get you absolutely nowhere. It doesn't matter how good you are. Everybody has to advertise. You have to market. You have to put yourself out there. There's not even an option about that. But how you market and who you market to are not incidental parts of the equation, and they're directly tied to what it is that you're selling. Honda advertises cars all the time, everywhere. Honda sales event, Honda. But when's the last time you saw an ad for a Bugatti? Probably never, or maybe. But they're very different products. And so it doesn't make any sense for Bugatti to be taking out ads everywhere, putting on TV. There's only a few people who can really afford those cars. And there's only a few people who would buy them anyway. Now they sell out all their cars. And it's like this whatever car. But obviously you're going to market that product completely differently than you will a Honda. So you have to sort of make a decision about what kind of product that you're going to sell. Now I can tell you, artists have a terrible time valuing themselves, but they also use this as a scapegoat a lot, the idea that everything is subjective. And the truth is that with art, or with any product or service, there's always going to be a measure of it that is objectively good or bad, and then there's subjectively good or bad. Subjective you can't really control. But let's say you're making furniture, and you say that you are like the world's best chair maker, okay? Well, there's a portion of that could be objectively true. The portion that relies on your skill, like just your woodworking skill, your ability to choose exactly the right woods and all of the techniques that go into making that chair, the cuts and the connections and all the stuff and the staining or whatever. There's a portion of that which is objectively true. And if you're one of the best people in the world at it, there's going to be a certain level that you'll go to that would objectively make that true. Certain techniques maybe that you can do that many people can't do, certain ways in which you handle the design or whatever it is. But there's objective measures of skill that create part of the value of that product. Then there's the subjective part, which is that you could be the best person in the world to make this kind of chair, but other people just don't like that kind of chair. So it doesn't matter that you're the best in the world at it. Nobody's going to buy it. But if you make a chair, you're this guy and you've used techniques that are thousands of years old, and it takes you 6 months to make a chair, and the wood you have to go source yourself from a rainforest and whatever your thing is. All of those things objectively raise the value and the price, even just materials, of what you do. It takes more time. It takes more effort. It requires more decades of experience. So the price goes up. Your chair isn't $30 anymore. It's minimum $3,000 just to get that level of product. And if that's the product that you have, it doesn't make any sense going to IKEA to try to sell it through IKEA. They can't afford to buy it, and nobody who's really shopping at IKEA is looking for a $3,000 handmade chair with wood from Jakarta. That's not where that client is. So if you've decided, I don't want to make a $30 chair I want to make 2 chairs a year, they take 6 months each, and they're going to cost $30,000 each. Well, in order to, first of all, to entice the kind of client that you want, the kind of client who would spend $30,000 on a chair, well, first of all, you're going to need all the objective stuff taken care of. You really are going to need to be a master craftsman, masterful at your skill. The objective parts, the actual quality of the product can't be on the table. That's got to be a given. And then, armed with that, then you go and you find who is my person who would buy this chair. Now, in that process, I mean, I owned a post-production and ad agency for almost 10 years, and when I did, this was we closed it out in early 2000s. It was the end of the era where we just carpet bombed the landscape for advertising. You just big a dragnet, you put it everywhere. That was the advertise. Just plaster it on every billboard, every bus stop. If you just had a big enough net, you'd catch enough fish. Now we do, surgical targeted advertising where you go right to the person. But that doesn't change it doesn't change the specificity of that person. So in other words, yeah, you know who you're going to market to, but it had better be exactly the right person, and you have to know how that person values work. The part that they'll like what you do or don't subjectively, you're not in control of. But being able to recognize, no, these are the people who have the money to spend $30,000 on my chair, and because they have that money and have a lot of stuff in their life that's $30,000 a pop, they can discern good quality from bad quality, so all the objective stuff I have to have together. And if you sell $30,000 a chair or whatever, and you're only going to make a couple a year, obviously you don't need to make that many chairs. You don't need to carpet bomb the landscape looking for those people. There aren't that many people to start with, and so you go right to them in the way that will entice them for your specific product. And in that situation, like a Bugatti or whatever, you don't have to make 30,000 chairs in order to break even. You need to make 2, and then if you make 3, it's a good year or whatever. We're just throwing out concepts, but no matter what you're talking about, this is the same thing. Whether you're making a chair or whether you're writing music or anything creative, ultimately, you have to figure out who your market is, who your consumer is, who your audience is. And one thing we've talked about a lot is that a lot of people, instead of prioritizing the work or themselves or their future or their money or their client, they prioritize an industry over everything. They'll say, I want to work in games. I want to work in films. And when that's their priority, everything else suffers. They're at the mercy of whatever market that is. They're at the mercy of whatever valuation is going on. Now they're just plumbers. Now they're in a situation where the clients will just say, well, why would I pay you $10,000 when this guy will do it for $5,000? To that client, you're both just selling widgets. The same widget. It doesn't even make a difference. There's nothing special about you. He's just looking for the composer unit that will be cheaper. So if you've decided to go into an industry, then that's what you're at the mercy of. But the alternative is to say, okay, I want to write this kind of music and I want to charge this amount of money. And in order to charge that amount of money, I need to be this good. My objective stuff needs to be this good. And I can tell you right now, the money that makes the most sense, you don't ever get to that money unless you're a master at what you do, which takes decades and you have to work at it. There's no shortcut for it. There's no lotto way into 50 years of that kind of money. That you never get around that. But those things are almost always at odds. Because you have all the objective stuff and then you've got the subjective stuff. And you want the subjective stuff creatively to be what you want it to be because that's your life and that's your only thing that makes your product unique. You're the only person who can write your kind of music or create your kind of art. So if that's not a critical part of the equation, then the primary place in which your valuation is tied in is not under your control. So you get the objective part done. You're great at what you do. You're one of the best composers. You're one of the best painters. You're one of the best software engineers, whatever it is in the world. Just objectively, your skill is up there. Now, what kind of software do you want to write? And who's interested in buying that sort of software? And how do you talk to those people? And you don't need many of them. So, so things like YouTube are mass market. It's, we're going to sell this product. We're going to make pennies at a time. So we need millions and millions of viewers. And you got to create content all the time and you have to do this. And it's a bullshit deal in the first place because you didn't negotiate your YouTube contract. They can change it any time that they want to. They give you exactly what they damn well please. And there's no transparency in the accounting. So it's a totally rat bastard bullshit situation. And the return on your investment is like almost nothing. So, so when people talk about, oh, a guy's making a lot of money on YouTube, great, fantastic. Also, not a lot of musicians, or there's not a lot of musicians who are the best in the world, and that's why they have 23 million views for every one of their videos. That's just not this isn't the place for that kind of market. And frankly, neither is the film industry or the video games industry. There are places where the people will objectively value your music, if you'll bring it. And then inside of that, there's people who will subjectively view your music or your art. So if you have two guys who are equally talented and skillful, equal craftsmen, but this guy writes polka music and this guy writes rock and roll, they have very, very different people who will pay top dollar for that work because that's the subjective part of it. That is a choice that you can make, but you can't make any of those choices if you don't objectively have your skills together. So you can maybe know exactly what your Bugatti Veyron client likes. You know exactly what kind of style, what kind of things they expect. But if you can't make the Bugatti, it's over before it starts. And if you make the Bugatti and then you try to sell it at the CarMax, you're not going to sell any. So both parts of the equation are really, really important and totally and completely 100% under your control. All of these aspects are. I will tell you this. People will talk about a life as a creative professional. Even I will say it's a tricky life. It's a tricky life and a difficult life for a lot of reasons. But I will tell you one of the reasons isn't because it's so competitive, because it's not. Most people are not good at what they do and do not work very hard. Sometimes they think they do, but they don't. I remember when I was 18 and I stepped off the plane in Los Angeles and immediately got to know people in Los Angeles. I had come from Chicago, the Midwest. Everybody out here that was going to be my competition looked like they were running in slow motion. They had nowhere near the drive, just the amount of stuff they would get done during a day. And their idea, I remember looking at this, their idea of a hard day's work or a hard effort's work still left time to have a life. So they had no chance against somebody, and lots of people like me, who didn't care about having a life. We cared about having a career the way we wanted to, about being great at what we did. So every second that our competition wanted to just, you know what, I just need to just do that. Yeah, you go to sleep. You take care. You just sit down. You sit down, have a glass of milk. We got this. And so it's actually, that part of it is not the tricky part. It's really not. Most people grossly overestimate the amount of work they've actually put into it. So if you're putting a lot of work into it, and this goes into the objective part, it's really not anywhere near as difficult as people talk about. And over the 7 years that I've been doing master classes, there have been a number of people that have gone from I want to be a composer to actually having like a remarkably advanced skill set early and working on big projects. I know because they send me the email that says, hey, I just got this big thing. I'm really proud of it. And I can tell you almost without exception, I could tell that was going to happen right from the beginning because they attack the classes a certain way. They attack the learning. They usually get all up in my ass about questions and stuff like this because they're working it all hours of the night, asking all kinds of questions, coming. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? They're hustling. That's the objective part, and it's a very small percentage of people. Most people you can just totally steamroller them. That's the truth. So, and all of that goes into the objective stuff. The competitive industry part is not really the problem if you are actually working your craft. Of course, there's no shortage of people who don't actually want to work the craft. Those are also off the table. And again, there's also a difference between getting a gig and having a career. You can get gigs. You can get gigs for almost no reason. You can fake your way into a gig, even a decent paying gig for a few years. But a few years in a gig is not ultimately, unless you're only going to be alive for the next 5 years, that's not going to cut it. If you want to be able to have, a life that doesn't look like the life of an artist, but it looks like the life of a successful person, you've got to go. There's no reason to go into a place in which people are fighting for table scraps. In film, which is where I wanted to go originally, no matter even at the very height of film score respect, the composer is making a fraction of what the lead actor was making. And if the composer didn't do his job, they might as well have left the lens cap on. But still, the valuation, the total depth of the well for money for a composer in any one of these established industries is pretty shallow. It's not great. That's why, it's the guy who's got 4 Gulfstream jets. It's not usually a composer. In fact, I don't even think Hans has more than 1 jet. And again, Hans is a lot more than a composer. Hans Zimmer is a perfect example. In fact, a composer is a small part of what he does. He's got a huge enterprise. He's got an enterprise as a business owner. Those are things that are related to, but Hans doesn't sit in front of a piano and he pushes the keys and millions and millions and millions of dollars come out of it. There's not a direct correlation between that and the revenue that he needs in order to have blocks of Santa Monica real estate paid for every month. It's not a one-to-one correlation from his talent or composing. It's a number of it's all the other places that you would go for money, which kind of goes to the point that that to make Hans Zimmer money entirely as a composer by himself, there's the money's not in there. That's why as a creative you diversify and you can do a lot of different things so that at least you can draw from as many wells as possible. And that again comes back to your objective talent. If you are one of the best in the world at composing, orchestrating, arranging, playing, or whatever it is, if you've got the more wells that you have, even if no one of those wells has anywhere near the riches in it as one real estate well, the 5 together might be a formidable draw. But if it's hard to objectively be a master of one skill, it's that much harder to be a master of 5. So you'd better get to it, and you'd better make a list of everything that you want to have in 25 years from now and start slowly getting it piece by piece as your skills and the objective quality of what you do increases. And then you use the tools that we have that connect all of us together in the world to go find your Bugatti Veyron customer. And I mean, I can give you some anecdotes from my life and from my other business stuff and just give you an example how this goes, but I don't want to blow past all the questions. Nice hair. Yeah, we have nice hair tonight. I like making music more than anything, but I'm so afraid to stop university now to make music full time. The fact that I live in a shitty country makes it even worse. So are you at university for music? Let me know about that, because if so, I would say just leave right now, immediately leave, because it's got nothing to do with anything. You're not learning anything. Everything you learn in university, you probably get in an hour of one of my classes, and musicians composers don't get hired because of degrees. Zero, none. Stop wasting money. But yeah, diversify your income. But again, to diversify your income in the creative fields ultimately means that you need to have something of value. First, you have to have a thing of value, and the higher it's valued, then the more money you can make per thing. And you don't have to work as hard. So, I end up working 18 hours a day, but that's for me. My clients would normally be okay with what I turned out in 8 to 10 hours. But I am not, my pride and my sense of self is not results based, because results you have no control over. The client can change it at the 11th hour, or the hard drive could get erased. But what you put into a project, that's what you look at with the man in the mirror. That's you. You know how hard you worked. You know how much you put into it. And then if things don't go right for you, you don't have any regrets, because you know you fucking brought it. You couldn't have brought it any harder. It's like one of the keys to life is always doing the absolute fucking best you possibly can at every single thing that you do as often as you can. That changes your whole life, everything, your valuation of yourself. So I always do my very best, and that means I'm going to put the time in whether the clients appreciate it or not. But certainly that also helps you hedge your bets, because when you work that hard, you tend to blow the competition out of the water, because they don't want to work 18 hours a day. They want to watch Netflix series. So then they take themselves out of the equation. So you watch both ends of, you have to watch and your equation in both directions. Am I the $100,000 an hour project? A product. Do I have that level of skill? You can go get that. You have to work your ass off, but you can go get it. But now, okay, now where's the client that'll pay that? I don't need 30 of them. I really kind of only need one for, this month or this quarter or this week or whatever you've decided your money is. That's up to you. You know what I mean? But you sure as hell aren't going to get Bugatti money if you don't have a Bugatti. So let's see what else. So somebody says, if you love the work you do, it's not work anymore. Well, that's true. That's a nice statement. But if you love the work that you do, then you are totally out of excuses for why you're not one of the best in the world at it. Because when you love something, you think about it, you do it, you work at it, and you would shed it all the time. I think for a lot of people, I'm not saying it's you or whatever, I think the concept of loving the work you do means it's not that hard, and you're okay doing it. I think love and passion are hopefully really, really closely tied together. And so I can't say that in my life I've ever met anybody who loved what they did who wasn't one of the best in the world at it. And then when they're one of the best of the world at it, now at least that part of the valuation they're completely in control of. And then the other part is now they go to find the people who subjectively agree with them as well. And with 8 billion people on the planet, there's a lifetime's worth of those people. And with us all being connected, you can find them. It's a different world, but it's the easiest it's ever been. You just do your part being the very, very best that you could possibly be, so objectively, so that you can say, hey, my material costs are $100,000. They are. We got the wood from Jakarta. I had to smuggle it in. I had to pay off customs. It just literally with it. And now on top of that, I'm an expert of 30 years experience who can do techniques that have been forgotten for 1,000 years. That's what you get when you buy my chair. Also, it happens to be the style of chair that you love the most. Now the sky's the limit. It's a market of one, and you set the price. And if that's not your guy, then you go to the next guy. And if it takes you 6 months to find that one guy or one woman, whoever, who's going to spend $30,000 on your chair, well, there are no shortage of furniture makers who will not make anywhere near that money in twice that period of time, making $5 chairs and trying to hork them off at IKEA up against, 6,000 Chinese slave laborers. So that's just a choice. That's a choice. But if you don't have the skills, then you don't have the choice. That's why all my classes are about skill, about craft. I don't care what you do with it. You do whatever you want with it. But if you don't have it, you don't have the choice. Then you're forced to do whatever your limited skill set affords you the opportunity to do, and that's usually very little. And so especially today, you can get a job in working as a composer for films or games with essentially zero skill. I mean, like literally zero skill, and have other people come in and fix it and do whatever. But the second that music stops, you're dead in the water because you don't have any actual skill. You'll never be able to do that for a career. Gigs, not a career. Mike, what do you think of people that attack you on a personal level for having different opinions that affect my career? I'll speak about that in a second. So learn DSP, an audio software program. DSP is needed everywhere. You can't go wrong with that. Again, there's anything that's peripheral to the business that you're in, you should learn. You know what I mean? Because the more aware you are of all of the other stuff, first of all, the more income sources that you have, and then those things inform each other. Any director, a good director, should have at least spent some time as an actor and some time as a cinematographer and some time, ideally, working in sound and having to, you all have to patch all the sound. And you should do all of those jobs in order to inform your job as a director. You're a better director for it. So if you're a composer today, there shouldn't be one aspect of modern composer's life that you're not at least somewhat familiar with and can do. But the better that you do them, the more you can command a bigger price on more elite projects, and find yourself, you'll know you're in the right position when the amount of work that you do, that is the number of projects that you do, goes way, 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 way down. But the amount of money that you make goes way, way up. That's how you know that you find yourself in a situation where you may not always be on the treadmill. In fact, you may not be on the you may not be working for a year, but you make enough money on the jobs that you could not work for 3. And then when you do get a job, maybe now you're in on it like this for 2 solid years and it's all you do or whatever. I mean, you can structure your life however you want, but unless you're one of the best in the world at what you do, you don't have the choice to do that. And that's objective, and that's inside of your control. And the subjective part, you really don't have to worry about because there's so many people. There's somebody out in this world who, when you are great at what you do, will pay you through the nose to have you do it. There's people who will say, and musicians, especially creatives, think this is some sort of fantasy world, and it's not even remotely a fantasy world. In fact, it's the one you should be targeting, where your client says, I don't care what it costs, I have to have you. That's your client. If you want to see a return on a creative life that looks like the return on other non-creative lives, that's where you do it. There's just no way around it. I know a lot of other disciplines in the world, you can make a lot of money and not be smart and not be a good person and not be particularly talented. There's a lot of ways to do that. That's not true in music generally. A lot of people who are pop stars or whatever, they're like their kids, they don't have a lot of talent. First of all, those things, they're managed and controlled, and all of the stuff is being handled by a lot of other people who also take their cuts, and no shortage of those people end up dead broke, out on their ass, kill themselves, drug addicts, all kinds of stuff goes south. So that's why I'm talking about the difference between a gig and a career. Michael Jackson dead from painkillers, Prince dead from painkillers. There's guys who had talent and then had all these other people in their shit doing stuff, changing and scoping out their value, stealing from them, being the ones who were actually in control of their valuation. So the more you're in control of that, the less you're subjected to those forces. And that comes right back to stuff that you have control over. So just to answer this question about, what do you think of people that attack me on a personal level for having different opinions? Does it affect my career? Okay, so no, of course not. Because one of the primary, what we're talking about here in terms of finding your client is somebody that you have a good relationship with. Subjectively, they like who you are as a person and an artist, and they like what you do, the one unique thing that you do. And if they're not that, then they're not really your client. And if you make them your client, then you've signed up for something that you already know doesn't have the proper valuation in it, that they don't actually value you, especially if they don't really like you. So if there are people out there that you think you want to work with, and to really work properly in a creative environment is a very intimate relationship. It really has to be. And if it's not, that to me would be, I wouldn't work with a client that didn't want to, because I don't work like that. I get personally involved. We're going to all be up in each other's shit for the next 2 years as we work on this. So we had better all be drinking buddies. And that's one of my primary things. If I don't like the guy, I don't care if he's a trillionaire, I will not take the gig, because then it'll just turn my thing into a nightmare job, and that's not what I got into this business for. I don't have to. There's other guys. So if you meet somebody and they obviously don't like you, then you've dodged a bullet if you walk away. If you go into that and you're like, yeah, you know what? I mean, like, and then all it took was one other composer that he meets at a party that he does get along with, and he's like, yeah, that he fired me halfway through the job, and I'd spent all this money on equipment, on libraries, and now I'm ass out. Right, but you knew he didn't like you, and you went into a relationship knowing that chick was looking to better deal you as soon as a guy with bigger abs came along, and you got exactly what you signed up for. That's on you. So if people don't like you or attack you personally, the only thing it really affects in your life is, in terms of client stuff, is, you know, whether they're your client or not. And if they attack you personally, they're not your client. You don't want to work with them anyway. You want to know that sooner rather than later. And if you're a total piece of shit and nobody ever wants to work with you, well, then you know what to work on then. You're a piece of shit and nobody ever wants to work with you. That's almost never the case. But, you know, because that's a sort of, because people aren't cartoonish 2D cutout versions of, you know, they're not caricatures generally. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to not be yourself, otherwise you aren't in the project. But again, a lot of people make that choice. It's not about me, it's not about what I want. I just do what the client tells me to do. Okay, well then you're just a cog in the wheel. Your composer unit, your cinematographer unit, your director unit. You don't play into this in any way. You're not a factor. You were just the cheapest bid or something. You know what I mean? So you're not in control of your money. You're not in control of the dynamic. You're just not in control. But artists give this control up all the time. There was a video that was out, you know, it's probably still, I mean, it's out there somewhere, and it was like a Harlan Ellison video. Harlan Ellison, I don't remember, guy, and it's called Pay the Writer, and it's a guy, he's a writer, famous sci-fi writer, and he's talking about, God damn it, I don't take a piss without getting paid for it. Okay, well, that's good, yeah, but how do you do that? And I remember hearing his video, and at one time, you know, he's like, all these goddamn amateurs undercut the professionals. And remember thinking, okay, then why are you in the room where the amateurs are? Why are you in the business where there's amateurs? If you're in a business in which amateurs are taking professionals' work, you're in the wrong business. Those are the wrong clients. You want to immediately go to the clients that can discern the difference and don't want some amateur. So you know what I mean? So that's what you do. You recognize that you have unlimited creative power, unlimited power to determine who your clients are. You are in control, not your clients. That's this thing about they're footing the bill, so they get to tell me what to do, only if that's the relationship you agreed to. Yeah, you tell me how to do my work, and since you don't know how to do my work, what you're going to tell me to do sucks. Now I hate it, and your product sucks. And when it's done and goes south, you're going to blame me for it. That's all on you, 100%. You don't work for the client who tells you what to do. You go to the client that says, you know what, whatever, you're the genius. I just, whatever you, and loves everything that you do. And you go, yeah, happy to do it, happy to honor you with my work, and it's this amount of money. Like, yeah, well, I don't care what it costs. That's your client. That's not a fantasy. Only people who don't have the balls to stand up for their own valuation and probably aren't very good at what they do think that's a fantasy. That should be your minimum buy-in, is to recognize that your contribution as an artist is almost immeasurable. And if you're objectively great at what you do, it's now quantifiably measurable. So your client is the person who recognizes objectively the mastery that you've attained, and subjectively likes you, the person, and what you do. And they'll find the money for it. And if they don't have the money for it, then maybe that's not your client. If you want to make whatever amount of money. If in the amount of money, which is, there's no wrong or right, it's your money. But if you say, I need to make this, I want a Bugatti. I want to be a composer who drives a Bugatti. And you just work it out. It's going to cost me this and this and this. And I say, I want it before 10 years. Then you know what you need to make per job. And if you want to go and you want to find somebody who's going to pay you for that job, well, first of all, you'd better be the best of the best of the best. So get to practicing. And then second of all, go find the clients who ever would be paying like that. Somebody would. How do you find them? Well, how do you market yourself to them? Without at least knowing that, you don't have a shot. Then you're at the mercy of everything else and everybody else. All artists do that. Clients. That's just you agreeing to put up with shit and let them turn this wonderful fantasy life into a nightmare. Can't shoot them. What the fuck? That's what you want to do, is just commiserate with other losers about what kind of rat bastard situations you all gave into? You don't get what you deserve in this life, ever. You get what you accept. If you accept that, you get that. You have no reason to complain. So it's a choice. Artists have infinitely more power, and they think they have none. But that goes back to that thing I said earlier, which is there's not a lot of competition out there. Because most people will roll right over. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're going to give you $5 for the music. Oh, thank you. Now, if you're not worth $5, I guess you should say thank you. But if you're worth $50,000, then you go, I'm $50,000. Like, wait, fucking crazy? This guy over here is $5,000. Yeah, but he's not me. He's no good. He sucks. I'm better than he is. And so if you want the bargain guy, yeah, you don't go, I'm not the bargain guy. I'm the Bugatti. I don't know who this guy fucking thinks he is. Not your client. That's who I think I am. And then you go back out. I didn't get that job. 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 One guy goes, I don't care what it costs. In fact, I'll double your money right now. That's your client. Make up for all those other things 10 times over because you stand your ground. Now, when you start out, just got to get the bills paid. You might have to do all kinds of stuff as you build your career, as you build your skills, but it will not be handed to you. People will not move you up at the rate you want to go up. You move yourself up at the rate that you go up, and you do it by saying, I'm not going at that rate anymore. I'm better now. Sorry, that's like your own terms and conditions. Just letting you know our prices have doubled. Thanks for being our customer. Well, we're not your customer anymore. Don't need you. Money's twice the cost. This is what Disney did, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but the prices at Disney World are going way, way up. And their money's only gone up. Because all kinds of people went, that's ridiculous, I'm not going to Disney World anymore. Exactly. And now they got rid of half the people, which were causing all the problems and the lines. But they've doubled the money, so at the very least, they're breaking even. Only the experience is now better for everybody at the park because there's not as many people and they're in a better mood, so they stay longer, spend more money, and do more stuff. That's exactly how it works. They'll just keep going. See, for a company like Disney, it doesn't matter. You could have 65,000 people a day or whatever at X number, or you could have 5 people a day who are all paying $10 million. I mean, there's a point there at which they're just running the numbers, and we all have that sort of choice. Hey, Mike, any experience with non-creative types of wealth creative? Property, stocks, heck, even development. Yeah, I mean, no, not for me. Ultimately, I looked into the stock market for a time. I have buddies who've been very successful in it, and at the level that that's not just the little it's all like the crane game. It's all like Crane until this one level, at which point it's all insider trading. That's the level you want to be. It's all insider trading. Everybody knows each other. Everybody's talking to each other. Everybody's giving each other the fucking, the whole thing. It's the biggest rigged game in the world, but that's where the money is. That's where your actual money is. So until until you get the inside, it's a lot of this. It's a lot of just like, I made $25,000. Right. I think Warren Buffett just wiped his ass with that. So it just depends on what your version of a lot of money is, blah blah blah. But as in the end, looking at it, I just keep my feelers out for my inside track. As soon as I'm as guilty of insider trading as virtually everybody in the stock market, I'll play and we'll make some real money. Any tips on getting from writing small pieces to writing for a 5-minute picture? Yeah, sure. And what do you do when there are many transitions and no opportunity for a coherent piece of music? So you get out of the business or out of that film because it's hard enough without working for a rat bastard picture. But Mike, what if there are no good pictures? Then you probably will leave the film industry like I did, because why would you want to write shitty music for shitty movies? And what, tell people about it? I wrote the music for this. Oh, yeah, cool. How much you make? I made almost $500. So, but the royalties pay 13 cents a quarter. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going to make it on the back end. However, from writing from one thing to a bigger thing, you just do it. You just start doing it. You go and you write your 5-minute piece and you find out what, for yourself. You do that even in part of your woodshedding and you find out where it falls apart. And then you begin your long form training and your symphonic studying and your concert writing studying and your other stuff in order to be able to learn structurally how to develop an idea over a long period of time, which almost unavoidably makes you realize that you don't have the skills to take an idea for 5 minutes, and especially because your idea didn't have that much meat in it to start with, and you just go right back to composing 101. That's ultimately what happens, is you start to learn that your material has to be this rich, dense stuff in order to be able to spread it out and keep its cohesion and its density and saturation over 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 90 minutes. Boy, that's got to be a really dense, like diamond-like, density of material. And you have to learn to know that, to cultivate that, and then you have to have the skill to be able to do that. And that takes decades. There's no shortcut for it. Even when you're working on it all day, that's decades. There's no way around it, so you better get started. But the way that you find out where you are in that process is by doing it. You jump right in and find out where you are. Your advice is gold. I'm applying it to the IT field. Yeah, well, there's not one field really, I think, where this isn't true. I think this is all ultimately a discussion about self-valuation and the degrees to which you have control over that and the degree to which you don't. The degree to which you're subject to market forces and the degree to which you are a market of one. And one of the fundamental things that fundamental problems that creative people make is when they try to turn a creative job into a square job. When it's an entirely different job, it's an entirely different life by design, and it's supposed to be. When people try to turn it into a stable 9-to-5 with benefits, just like they'd get at the soulless corporation with the name tag, they've missed the entire point. And the more they try to do that, the less it'll work out as a satisfying life. And then they'll just be like, why didn't I just go to the bank? I'm already miserable. I'm not getting anything for it. At least then I'd have weekends and some benefits. So part of the difference in being a creative and living a creative life is that, that constant shaping of your life and your value and having control over it. Drone number 50 at the bank can't just be like, you're making 10 times more. That's how pay me 10 times more. No. Why would we do that? All you do is this. Anybody can do it. In fact, you're fired to get the next drone in here to tick, tick, tick. You don't have the power to do that. Creative people have the power to do that. I used to only be able to do this, but now I can do shit nobody can possibly do. And I have a monopoly on the market. It's unique. And this is what it costs. You completely have that ability. So But we tend to not exercise it, and a lot of people don't exercise it because they don't want to face the fear of well, what if this doesn't work? That's the life. The gamble, the instability, the uncertainty, that's the life forever. You will never make enough money, ever, as a creative, purely creative, where you never have to face the uncertainty again. In fact, if you do, your art will probably die. It's part of the treadmill that you're always on. That's what you sign up for. And if you're afraid of that, get out now. Go take the safe job. You never have to face that. But you've joined the circus, and working at the circus will never, ever. That's something Laura Beth Love says, Miss Love says all the time. It's like you have to think of it like you're in the circus. What expectations do you have of life in the circus? Nowhere. It's a fucking crazy, weird, wild, carny, unstable, and you don't have to go to work every Monday morning at 8 o'clock and wear a name tag and all that. You don't have to do that. That's the trade-off. The trade-off for the crazy creative life in which you get to hold on to all the great stuff of childhood and play all of the time is the trade-off. And if it's even a question, get out, because you'll never make it. Because if for no other reason, you'll end up competing with people for whom that is the case. So somebody says, when Eddie Van Halen died, I realized my daily contributions to IT meant nothing. I'm keeping a daily musical diary each and every day to leave something behind and better myself. This is where the nobility of a creative life is supposed to Venn diagram with basic life skills that we're supposed to teach our children, which we almost never do. Specifically, that we are ultimately what we leave behind. And that can take a lot of forms. That can be great pieces of art. It can be healthy, productive children who are, forward-thinking and responsible members of society. But going into any project, going into any life with an awareness of what you're contributing is like how you complete yourself. Number one, you know what your mission is going to be, and no matter how mundane that mission might be, I sweep floors. You fulfill the other part of it by being the best fucking floor sweeper on the planet, or die trying. That's the actual secret. That's how you do it. Because at the end of the day, sweeping up that floor, that stupid job that I'm going to fucking sweep it up, and they want a better job, they don't even do this shitty job well. They want a better job. Your whole job is to sweep, and you don't even sweep for shit. But the person who sweeps the fuck out of that floor every day, they're not making the big money. Nobody's giving them the attaboy every day, but every night that they go home, they look in the mirror and they just go, I'm the best fucking guy at this job, probably within 50 miles. No, 5,000 miles. I'm the best at this. I work my ass off. If most of the world was like me, this would be a great world. I am one of the people that makes this fucking world. I'm the promise. When people talk about what makes a human being special, I'm one of them. That's a little conversation that happens in a nanosecond, in silence, between you and the man in the mirror, the woman in the mirror, when you've done your fucking best. I mean best, no matter what it is. And that goes to valuing your life and the one short time you have on the earth and the day that you don't get back, the hours that never come back. You value your life by saying, whatever it is I'm doing, I'm going to do the shit out of it. And that contribution alone, being one of the people that fulfills the great promise of human beings, that makes the most of the opportunity that is being alive every day, is one of the greatest contributions that you can make, and you know it. It's nobody can give that to you except you, and nobody can take that away. So all of that goes to this other thing about what am I contributing. For artists, we often have it easier because you can put out a piece of music and a stranger halfway around the world can send you an email saying, we sing this all the time, and you've changed something in their lives. Or you can make a painting and people by the millions go and look at it in the gallery, and every time they look at it, something in their lives changes, or they think about something, or they're affected. And so you can really see the feedback of your contribution. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are contribution-minded, And if you're fortunate enough to be contribution minded about art, well then shit, be really good at what you're doing, because art happens to be one of the most visible ways to contribute and one of the most visible ways in which your contribution changes people. It's hard to be a middle manager and see the way in which you contributed to the world. It's hard to do that. But if you're fucking great at what you do, and just being great inspires other people in other ways in their lives to be great, you might end up inspiring the person who cures cancer or inspiring the person who comes up with the alternative fuel source because of your excellence. You might never even know that, but that might be exactly how it goes. That's contribution minded. So you stay contribution minded and you fulfill your best opportunity to make that contribution no matter what you're doing by being the very fucking best that you can at it. That's the objective part. And you always have control over that. You can always do your best. Always. I had an uncle like you who was trying to teach us amazing things, but the family did not like it, so we would not go to see him. I wish I ran away from home and go to listen to him, but now you are here. Sure, you're welcome. Ahoy, Mike. Do you see any commonalities in the soundtrack composers who came from pop music, like Danny and Hans and Trent, when compared to ones who came from a more traditional background? Sure, yeah. I mean, yes. Obviously, the more that you spent time learning, it's just like authors, you know, the more the composers who'd learned to craft ideas of depth and profundity enough to be able to wax on them for an hour and a half, you know, are in a better position in an hour and a half lecture than a person who knows how to say a couple of cool lines, but they don't really have anywhere as much to say. It's not as deep, and they can't, like, they'd have to pad it out. So a lot of composers will pad things out because the idea itself wasn't that fucking great, and they don't really know how to talk extemporaneously, musically, for an hour and a half, which somehow always maintains connection to a theme, but constantly changes and evolves. Those are different skill sets. Frankly, the other one, the long form, the symphonic training, is much harder, but it pays way bigger dividends, which is why that the most memorable and cherished scores always come from the guys who have the most craft. It's more craft to be able to do that. Brilliant advice. Well, naturally. A solid work and life ethic. You must have the tenacity to achieve the skill levels you're speaking of, which requires passion and love of your subject, but also to value your life. That's what I'm saying. You know, no matter what it is that you're doing, I mean, that's what you did today. I mean, think about people who go to work every day and they hate what they do, and they hate it all day long, and they're waiting for the weekend. That means 5/7 of their life they don't like, and they don't get that time back. And so you just say, okay, well, you're going to be in that building. You're going to be doing that fucking job anyway. And if all you're doing is thinking about Friday or Friday night or Saturday, you're not really alive. You're not really present. You're just biding your time until you get the one little sliver back of your life. But since you're trapped here at this fucking job, do the shit out of it. Because two things will happen. Even this shitty job will carry a contribution and a self-valuation for you beyond your wildest dreams, way better than what that shitty paycheck could cover. And second of all, you do your fucking shit. Lord knows you might get promoted and it might be a different job because you'll stand out. That's real conspicuous when somebody's doing a job that people think, what the fuck, like, what do you like your job? No, I like my life. I hate my fucking job, but this is my life. So I'm going to do the fucking shit out of my job so I don't waste my life. And it turns out when I do the shit out of it and I go home, even after this stupid job, I look in the mirror and I go, yeah. And then I feel better and I work harder. And that's why I used to sweep up and now I own the company. That's how that goes. So you got to start that process. Otherwise, you don't really care about your life. Thanks to me, I did finally make something out of what I did. I learned from him. I became a fucking light designer who plays music. Wish it would be the reverse, but all's okay. It could be, look, you don't have to make choices like that. Do what you want to do. Go in for it. If you want it to be a certain way, don't wish for it. Just go do it. Go do it. And if you find yourself afraid of doing it, then remember that thing I'm afraid of doing it, that's the point at which you should now do it, because you don't grow a muscle without subjecting it to bigger, heavier stuff. You don't grow as a person or anything without pushing past your comfort zone and into the fear. Past the fear is where the next thing is. And like I told you, most people will not push past it, which is why it's really not that competitive a world. Most people get right up to the danger zone, right where they just go, on the other side is the whole next thing, and they just won't go through. So you go through. And it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and better and better and better and better. And all of that is, it's not a matter of genetics or luck. It's choice. Can I talk more about how to find the real clients? Do I go to events for networking? Thank you. I was going to talk about it. Let me do that. Hello, Mike and all. Sorry for the delay. Long story short, hope everyone is okay. Yes, we're all good. Ajik Warajis, as they say. Indeed. So, like, I'll give you an example. So for a certain type of client that, is going to spend $1 million on a project that you'll do over 6 months, maybe 8 months, to get that client, you might have to do something like, we're going to throw a party. We're going to throw a party. It's going to be the fucking tits of all parties. We're just going to have it. It's a holiday party. We're going to do a Halloween party. And we're going to invite these people, and it's all top drawer. The word will get around because it's a small thing. We put the invite out, personal invites. We'll do a very cool way to do invites to these 10 people or whatever that we think are our kinds of clients. And we'll do up this super crazy, expensive, we'll spend $100,000 on it. And we'll rent out this fucking thing. We'll have the band of bands. We'll get all the famous photographers. We'll fly in actors. We'll do whatever we have. It'll be the place to be, the scene, the whole thing exclusive, blah, blah, blah. Drop $100,000 on it, $200,000, whatever you want on it. And we'll do this event. And at that event, we'll be the only people that we want as clients. And in that social situation, hey, man, what do you guys do? We do this thing or whatever it is, or you already know what it is. That's the place that you get that client. Now you've spent $100,000 or $200,000 on it, and you've returned $1 million, so, or whatever it is, just fill in your numbers. But at some point, you start realizing that the client who's going to spend $1 million on a 6-month project or 10 million or whatever it is, that kind of person leads a certain kind of life. They have certain kinds of privileges. They have certain kinds of expectations. And we all sort of, like fish, we sort of stay in schools that are at the same depth. We all sort of stay in a strata. And so usually the way that you get to another strata is you simply go to the other strata. And you're there now. This is the kind of work we do. You're the kind of client, the exclusive kind of client that we cater to, and we're the exclusive kind of business that you want to work with, as evidenced by everything that we do in how our office looks, or how, you have to make a thing like that. But it doesn't matter how you scale those numbers. Ultimately, you're looking at the client that you want to work with, the person that you want to work with. You want to have this relationship, and you think, what do they value? And you establish a social relationship, not a business relationship, but a social relationship with those people, which is how I got my first record deal. And that's how you do it. I'll give you an example. Like, we knew a person that, had a particular hobby, an avid hobby. So if you want that person, you go and you invest, you make a scary investment into being a part of that hobby at those events or whatever. Plug yourself into the social circle, not the business circle, but a social circle, because that's where all your work comes from. And then in a matter of time, if you are good at being personable and knowing when you've spent too much or too little time in that field, then you can cultivate that, you can convert that into a business relationship. But all relationships in business that are good and have the most return are personal relationships. We do not have any of our top clients that are not friends. I mean, friends, like friends, because of course they are. That's one of the biggest ways to, and it's based on mutual respect and mutual valuation. We appreciate the size of your budgets, and you appreciate that we're the best in the world at what we do, and nobody can have this product except you. And that's a two-way street. And it doesn't matter how you scale that. Just don't believe that it's who you know. It's how you know who you know. You can know somebody, and that doesn't make you friends. Friends hire friends. The best way to think about it is that all of your clients should be friends. And maybe they have to be friends first. And maybe you have to go and be their friend. Maybe you have to go and make those relationships and not be trying to always be closing with them. But maybe in the course of when you select somebody that you think you want to work for, want to work with, want to work however you want to say it, maybe, you realize this is going to be a really intimate thing. I could be with this person for years. I need to find out what they're like. And then maybe in the course of chasing after that client, you realize, you know what? Guy's a fucking scumbag. He's always bragging about how he's fucking other people for money. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. So I mean, there's no way that you can separate the social aspect from the selling aspect. And if that's a skill that you need to have in your wheelhouse, then that's a skill you need to have in your wheelhouse. But you can't be an awkward weirdo and ultimately be in a really healthy and successful relationship. You might luck into one in which people find that charming, and it could also totally backfire on it when they've had it with your shit. And this is what happens a lot of times with those difficult actors. There's like a point where sort of like people sort of enjoy how difficult they are. And then there gets a point where you're like, you know what, fuck that. I don't need this. It's bullshit. It's not worth it. And then they're done. And then they usually have to rediscover themselves or do whatever. So that's a big gamble that you can avoid by in your objective, wheelhouse, knowing how to talk to the people that you want to have relationships with and how to present yourself and sell yourself and know what the value of your product is. I'm a fucking great light designer and I'm proud of it every day. Good. Yeah, because why wouldn't you be? Go be a great one. Well, I'm not very good at it. Well, go do the thing that you're great at, or go work on the thing that get great at it and then do that. That's your life. That's your fucking life. Hello, Mike. Let's see here. I went and got a client that I deserve. Just a dude from Quebec, Canada, doing an amazing job in Beverly Hills, San Francisco. So I'm good. Yeah. And you don't need that. Like I said, there's not. It's just a thing. You want one client who pays you 10 times, or do you want 10 times the clients who pay you the $1? It's like work all the time and you don't have anything to show for it. Now, if you're not any good, you don't have that choice. But if you're great, you have that choice. You have the choice. You have almost infinite choices. I have lived this exact experience. The first gig in TV wasn't on my merit, which is hard to admit, but also I got paid. No, the first gig I got in motion graphics, I had been just doing it in my robe between albums. I was sort of disillusioned with music after my second album and doing touring, and I didn't sit at a piano or play any music or do any music of any kind for 15 months. I was wandering around my house in my robe I didn't know what I was going to do. I was totally lost. I was just naive. I was young. I was, and I was like, this industry isn't what I thought it was going to be. That's when I was learning it wasn't a meritocracy. I was such a romantic. And it was like I was wandering around the house, and then my wife at the time was just like, you can't just be wandering around the house in your robe. You're going crazy. And I'd always sort of been into visual effects as a thing, and I was like, well, let's do some 3D stuff. And I was doing that, and it was like a couple of months in doing that a friend of mine got in over his head doing on-air graphics for Fox Network. It was at the time, it was like the first time there was 3D graphics on TV, and he was doing it, but he was like, I need help, and you could totally come and help me with this. And I was like, dude, I don't do this. I've been doing this. He's like, no, actually, you could totally do this. And if you have any problems, I can help you. We can get you through it. He got me up to speed like real quick. And so then suddenly I had Fox on my resume, like 2 months into doing the gig. Then we did this whole series of stuff for Disney. And then suddenly I was getting all these gigs because it was like, well, you do all this stuff for Fox and Disney, you must be great. Those people weren't even looking at what I did. Most of the work, they don't look at what you do. They just look at what you've done. That's part of, it's not a meritocracy. But then ultimately that doesn't change you. I used to say that I'm good for me. I'm good. They don't even know. Clients don't know. They can't tell the good from bad. They're always putting me up against other people that are like ridiculously bad, and they don't see the difference. So my talent's got nothing to do with this. If I'm going to be good, I'm going to be good. Good isn't how you get a job. Good is why they'll remember you or not. That goes back to your contribution, and that's got to be for you. That's got to be for you, because this is what I'm doing. This is what I do. I'm not a shitty composer 365 days a year. I'm a fucking great one. And I can be because I work on it all day long. You know what I mean? So, all right. Speaking of the Fox Network, Mike, I understand that it is reviving the legendary game show called Name That Tune. I guess what are they going to, well, what tunes are they going to play? Name that tune. There you are. Yeah. So we're getting, we're in that world. That's the world we're in now. That world.
I like that.
You like that?
It's real good.
You like that? You like the being interrogated
Would you like to
for a crime I didn't commit? Lighting? Do you like that? Yeah. I just thought you'd like that. Ed Catmull? I have not met Ed.
Make it more like dramatic.
You know what? I'm not. That's not real time. I can't. Yeah. That's like, yeah.
It's real time for them.
It is for them. Yeah.
Is that better? Did we like that?
I don't know if that's any. I think that seems remarkably similar to what it was a minute ago.
That's exactly the same. I'm at the effect.
Well, that's darker. So is this just going to be a David Fincher film in a minute? What are we doing?
Yeah. Do you want to make the thing bright?
I can make it brighter, but I don't know that that's going to help.
I'll turn on some lights.
Yeah, you turn on lights, then I'll see how much I have to raise this. So there's the wife. I would just like to add that no one will hire you to do that something you haven't done already. Well, yes and no, because again,
Unless they like you.
yeah, your real clients
case,
are like you're a genius.
They're like, oh.
In fact, yeah.
Or some people don't actually care. I mean, as much as anything in the arts, people care more about their like experience or connection. Like this is fun hanging out, so I'm gonna hire you because we're friends. We can drink afterwards.
Right. Friends, yeah, we were talking about that. But also, literally, some of our clients it's like a thing where they just go, well, I know you guys can totally do something cool with this, so come do this. They have no plan for it. They just want us to do something cool. That's like a real significant part of what I do with my partner at Lehman Verda. We just get hired to just do cool shit. And that's pretty much as much direction as we get. I don't know, something cool, something science, I don't know, something just like, you guys are crazy. Just make it like, I just want people to come in and they all have to stop and they have to take their picture in front of it. Do that. That was literally one of the directions we have for a project. And the rest of it, we just send them, here's what it costs, and then they pay it. Now, you don't get that kind of client unless you're actually great at what you do, but then also friends with the people that you're talking to. So there's like I said, this is, it's not like a catch-22. You start somewhere and you have to do something, but ultimately, most of it you have control over. Most of it. Most of the things I do, I've never done before. I mean, there's sort of an adage that just says it should always be like that. It's certainly like that in visual effects. Anybody who's worked in visual effects as a visual effects supervisor or artist knows that the answer is like, yeah, can you do? It's like actors. Can you do sword fighting? Yes, and then they'll just quickly go learn how to sword fight. That's how you do it. It's can you do this? Yeah, and then you're just like, how the fuck are we gonna do that? I don't know. And then you figure it out. And the ones who don't figure it out, you never hear from them again. And the ones who do get awards. So yeah. Are you happy with that? Is that better? I'm guessing not. Yeah, thanks, baby.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. That's all he needed was a bounce, a tree bounce.
Yeah. It's.
Thanks, baby.
I get paid to do this stuff.
Yeah.
I can back that off a lot.
I love the fact that you look anything but having fun on your YouTube preview picture. I know, yeah. That's probably because anytime a picture is being taken about me, I'm upset. I don't like having my picture taken. Everybody in my life knows that.
Well, is it the preview that's just been, is it the randomly generated?
I don't know. So am I supposed to gain this up? Is that what I'm doing here? Because I don't really.
Well, exposure. You can call it gain.
How about that? Is that better?
That looks better.
All right.
It's a little dramatic, though.
What do you want?
Sorry, baby. Sorry.
I've gotten all my gigs for LinkedIn. Intense sarcasm. Will I'm not good enough yet. I should stop and wait until good thoughts ever stop. No. No. In fact, even if you're still getting gigs, ideally, and I think just unavoidably, I listen to music all the time that makes me feel like I've only ever fooled people into thinking I had talent. That's what I think you're supposed to do that. But no, you do it anyway. You just go in, you just do it anyway. Because the worst thing that happens is it's like you got to pick up that. What if you end up picking up the weight? You thought I could never pick that up; it's too heavy. But then you do, and you're like, shit, man, I could have had way more mass. I should have been picking up this weight all the time. Always go in strong, through the front door, always. You're being taken 60 pictures of yourself every second. No, I know. It's funny. I have a thing about, I had to learn to get over. I hate having my picture taken, but I had to get over it for the master classes. I had to get over it. Always, always, always been a behind the camera guy. And so like for the last 7 years, I've been mostly in front of the camera guy. And I think all you have to do is look at me for 5 minutes and you see why. But it's fine. Improvise something cool and cinematic, sure. All right. Anything else? Mike, have you ever thought about getting into production music? You get to write what you want, how you want, whatever you want. It's really changed my career. I don't like that kind of stuff. So no, but I've also, like I said, if you love doing it and it's like, go into it, like that sounds like a great gig. I mean, you're supposed to, for God's sake. For everything else that's hard as a musician or as a creative, you're supposed to at least love what you're doing and create whatever environment it has to be in order for that to be the case. So if you're doing production music and you love it, that's great. Like, do that. That to me, that'd open a vein within a half hour. But that's just a different thing. A fun chord progression for you people, G minor 7th, to A flat diminished 7th to A, yeah. Okay, I'm not even going to play that. Everybody should play that and then just know what that becomes. But yeah, so I mean, like I said, the overarching theme about this is that you really do have the control. How much control you have is largely also something you have control of. But your first step has to be objectively being one of the best in the world at what you do. And that should be true no matter what you do, because that's how you ultimately feel the sense of value, personal value, and contribution in the world. So that's what gets you that's what makes the shitty job rewarding. The money's not going to be rewarding. You're not getting any fame or whatever at your shitty job. But every time you do that shitty job better than anybody else does that shitty job, you go home and you know it. You know it, and it changes who you are. It changes how you feel about yourself. It changes your expectation of yourself. It usually also follows that it changes your life. But when you are aware of nothing else, that you embody the things that make human beings God's special creature, that's a contribution and a contributory value beyond measure. And you get it, you buy it by working hard. That's it. That's what you work as hard as you possibly can. It takes care of like 99% of the journey between where you are and where you want to be. You just work your fucking ass off and you be great at it. And you seek opportunities. You seek discomfort in all ways and keep pushing yourself. That's what it is. I mean, there's not one thing I have drilled into my little boy's head more than I don't care what you're doing. I care that you do it like it's the last thing you're ever going to do. Because 9 times out of 10, that leads to excellence. And then he's always beaming and proud because everybody's like telling him how great he is in this. And I'm like, yeah, because you worked your fucking ass off at it. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel great? Don't you feel great about yourself? And he does, of course, because everybody does. So now go do this the best that you can do. It's like there's one thing that's the biggest thing. All right. A delay? Yeah. Well, it's because YouTube has to just process what I'm saying. Every day seems like a choice between bored or scared. Go for scared. Always. That's where all the good stories are, all your life experience, all your scars. That's all the good stuff. What are some career type things I can do as a composer while still in music school? I'm still complaining about time. Get the fuck out of music school. If any of those sentences are screaming, I should not be in music school. You're waiting to do stuff. First of all, you're not going to learn anything in music school that you need. I literally am not even just saying that. Get the fuck out of music. They should close all music schools. You take 5 of my classes and you could have saved all your schools and time and money, and then mostly start working. Start right now. What are you waiting for? Get the fuck out of school. I'm in musical school. Like what? And then you're qualified to come out and do music? Fuck. You got YouTube. You got YouTube in my classes. Get the fuck out of school. What are you doing? What is nice is that I get the chance to compose some great 80s, 90s Hollywood adventure-style music for huge films. Excellent. A style that most smaller films don't have the size or budget for. You know, there is no wrong way to love your life. There's no wrong way to love your projects. There's no wrong way to be happy with the money that you're making. Good. Excellent. Good. That's a fantastic thing to see. And if you play... Oh, yeah, so I understand you do not want to do production music, but where do you monetize and what do you gravitate to? So I don't monetize. Monetize is I want to sell 800 billion of a thing at 4 cents. I don't. I sell one thing at $8 billion. That's just it's a totally different way of doing it. We talked about this. Go back and watch the beginning of the stream, and I go into the whole thing. It's just a different approach. I don't want to have 100 clients. I want one client who pays 100 times the money. So in order to get that, you have to have a very particular kind of client, and you have to be the best in the world at what you do, or at least among them. And that takes decades of working 24 hours a day and sacrificing all kinds of things that other people will not sacrifice, but that's fine because they won't, and then it's that much easier. But go back and check it out at the beginning, and you'll hear all this. Yes, baby. No, it's not like you can. You don't have to, you're welcome.
It's like there's like a 100 million second delay.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
I'm looking at.
If it doesn't derail your train of thought, do you have any opinions or thoughts on Type A versus Type B personalities? I mean, I think Type A and Type B. I think these are sort of like these are really coarse distinctions. That probably don't ultimately, like, what are you going to do with that information? People are more gradients than that. I can certainly tell you that in terms of that, the thing that changes a person from winning, or makes them win instead of lose, makes them conquer instead of being conquered, is that they will not accept defeat. They won't accept this. They won't accept it for their lives. It's really that simple. And and if you're a person at the like I'm training to do competitive shooting, and if I go and I shoot competitively and I get a thing and I go, I mean, I did fine, it's good, but I'm happy with it. Well, then that's the limit at which the limit at which I'll make it. But if every time I go, God damn it, I want to win. I want to be faster. I want to be better. That guy beat me. That guy beat me. That guy. It's going to take years and years and years and years and years and years and years to develop the skill to maybe ever be looking at the championship. But I don't think that just makes me a Type A personality or a person who can never lose or any of that. It's just that if I'm going to do something, I want to be the best I can possibly be at it. And that's a metric I can use to measure it, because that guy's a human being. He can hit the target. He can shoot it that fast and hit the target. I'm a human being. So I could hit the target that fast. So if I'm not, it's just me. It's just me and me and me. Let's get back to work and let's keep going and let's keep working on it until we get there. And if I never get there, I will know that I did everything a human being could possibly do in this world to get there, and you have no regrets. But ultimately, that's a state of mind about valuing myself and my time and always trying to challenge my level, because I think that's what life is. You just, okay, now push harder. Now try to get better. Now try to get smarter. Now try to work harder. Now that's what you do. You're going to be dead. Then it's over. But until then, what are you, it's like, I'm done. If you're done, die or wait for death. But until then, you're supposed to keep pushing. So is that a Type A personality? Well, that's just a person who really values their life. And if valuing your life and your time and trying to be the best that you can and make the most of the opportunity that is life, if that's Type A, I sort of think should all be Type A. And if Type B is passive and doesn't actually ever stand up and value themselves enough to excel or to conquer or challenge themselves, that's really not about Type A or B. That's just about, man, whatever you believe in, God, the universe, God gave you this opportunity every day to do something. And what'd you do? Well, I watch Netflix and just try not to work too hard. Okay. You know what I mean? That's just a different way of valuing your life. You're actually very entertaining. Who would have thought? It's interesting. They say you are always the behind the camera guy. Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I was on stage. I was like a little actor guy, theater guy. And I was always a performer. I've always been a performer. I've always been very comfortable on stage. There's just something about a camera. There's something about the camera. People, I'm really comfortable in front of people. Big, huge groups of people. You couldn't fill enough stadiums. I'm absolutely comfortable in front of real people. I can see their eyes. I can read the body language. I can adjust. You couldn't make a crowd big enough that I'd be nervous. A camera, I can't tell what's going on. I can't feel it. I can't react to it. I've learned to distrust it or not give a fuck, but that's what makes me nervous, is I can't actually see you. I can't tell if, like, is everybody just going douchebag or are they going like I can't tell. And that's everything when you work a room. So that's what makes me nervous. Do I think John Williams used Thus Spoke Zarathustra as a template for the Planet Krypton theme in the movie? No. He used Respighi's stuff from Pines of Rome. Go check that out. I haven't gone to music school, but I can consider myself a composer at this point. Yes, you can. My son can consider himself a composer at this point. He's 10. Which classes should I start with? My background is shitty guitar. Composition 1. Everybody says this, so I'm just going to go with it. Go with Composition 1 because Composition 1 is an elementary composition. It's actually my fundamental approach to how to write music, which seems to me a very obvious one, but isn't one that people generally teach. But it's understanding music in the way it actually connects with people, which goes way past theory or rules or any of that stuff. So I would take Composition 1 just to get the vibe. Here, I sort of feel like if you take Composition 1 and you're like totally not with it, first of all, watch it again, wait a little bit and watch it again. If you're still totally not with it, then good, because you would have wasted your money. I don't think that happens very often. But I think because the essence of it is in there. That one, Composition 1 and 2, there's a philosophy. It's practical techniques that I teach. It's like you're supposed to literally walk away and now you can compose better. But just the way I do it, it's the one I use. It's the one I discovered over the course of working for almost 30 years and use every day, and nobody ever told me, and nobody ever says, so that's why I did it. I do not think that they are shit jobs. Who thinks they're shit jobs? Wait. But I'm sure that there are a lot of shitty ways to spend your time doing it. Well, there's a lot. You can always waste your time. Hello to your wife from Sweden. Hello, wife from Sweden. Hello, Sweden. She says hello, Sweden. Mike, did you ever talk to John Williams in person? No, I didn't. I told the story. Go look at the last live stream. Mike Talks Music, and I think that was the one we talked about. John. Yeah, I did. I talked a little bit about him. He's taught me everything he needed to teach me through his music. I mean, that's how I exist. He exists to me through music. Personally, I don't think we'd ever get along. I don't think we'd ever have anything to say to each other. He doesn't seem to say to. I know people who are close to him, and they're like, he doesn't. It's really kind of all in the music. I'm not like that. All my friends were all fucking. I don't think so. I don't really want to. If I did meet him, there would be no music discussion of any kind whatsoever. The exchange that John Williams and I had over email after he heard some of my music, I've said was the best it could possibly be. It's the exchange you want to have with your hero, and that's the end of it. It was great. So, but that's it. My wife is great. So great. You mean any wife? It's good to be married, isn't it? This one is fantastic. This one's the one. Thanks, baby. Geez, Mike, I even drank less when you were on sabbatical. Oh, sorry. Or good. Yes. No. What? Is that bad? I don't know. It's easier to be the focus when you can react. A camera feels like it's taking something from you and from the other. Well, it's just what it is. I mean, there's a thing to it. I mean, it's just a thing. You learn to anthropomorphize it, sort of. It becomes a little. It's like a little person. It's a little character, and you look at it differently after. I mean, when people want to do, my son wants to do some podcasting camera stuff, and and he's on camera always and has been, and I've just noticed you get this point where you learn to interact with it you're looking directly at it through it in a way that's a technical skill. It's not a thing in front of you. Your focus goes the right place, your intention goes the right place. And you have to practice it. So anybody doing podcasts, I'm like, okay, immediately start putting yourself on camera, just all the time, just on camera, and just watch yourself over 3 weeks, 3 months, and you'll get better at really like it's like a person. It's just a thing. It practice. But it's not. Some people are naturals at it. I find most people are not. I was not at all. And if you go back, and I can tell looking at my eyes, if I go back and look at my early videos, there's some extra wall between me and the camera face that disappeared somewhere 2-3 years into it or something, I think. But that's practice, More Mike, Mrs. Bourbon. Wait. It's like George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, yeah. Start with comp 4, mild sarcasm, right? Yes. I'm also a guitarist, but I'm interested in learning piano. Where should I start besides learning tunes? I mean, so, with Draco, I was taught classically, very dogmatically. It's the opposite of the way that I've taught Draco. I started young because, first of all, his fingers are changing and his hands are changing. His biology is changing so much that all I'm doing, it's the same thing with his baseball or anything else. It's mostly about just watching that he doesn't develop bad habits, but his finger strength and his reach and all this stuff is changing so much that I don't get super dogmatic about his technique yet. I keep his fingers rounded. I do this stuff. He's got a few things, and I'm just mostly just like, okay, let's nip that in the bud. But otherwise, I teach his hands something like this. In 3 months, they're different hands. All that is saying that dogmatic technique to me is not as important because you can get it as learning to see the piano with a lot less intimidation because it's really just 12 notes repeated over and over and over again. And the way that I'm teaching him, there's a couple of his piano lessons on YouTube on my channel that you can see, is again about reducing the experience to the music of it and not and learning to speak the language. When you play somebody else's music and you read, he's learned minuet and G, he's learning that one. That's something somebody else said, and you can learn it, you can repeat it verbatim. That doesn't mean you understand what they're talking about. You can learn to speak Chinese phonetically, but you might not understand one word that you're saying. You just know how to make the sounds. Music, for him, has been taught what music is, what's going on, what is this, so that you can speak the language. What does it actually mean? Once you realize that, that's why you realize that there's no wrong C chord. They're all C chords, and they're all saying the same thing, but they have different inflections and different contexts and grammars and syntaxes, but they're all fine. There's no right or wrong, but now you have a choice of realizing you can express the concept of C major however you want or however you determine to inside of a context versus believing that, it's got to be this in this context or it means something. And so it gets back to music. This just meaning that in the end, when you approach piano, you can play tunes, and I'm really for that. I'm for doing transcriptions and start with simple stuff that doesn't require a ton of dexterity, but but always make it your job to stay inside the music of it. Why are the fingers in this place, in this shape? Why aren't they spread out more? Why are they closed up in here? Why are they closed here and not down here? When it's all the same notes over and over again. And that doesn't require theory. That actually requires just you looking at your hands and experiencing the instrument, the actual, biofeedback of being with the instrument. I did this at the very beginning of the show today, where I was just saying there's a real benefit to just doing this because in your mind, it's a simple formula. You play a bass note and then play the major triad that's 2 whole steps down on top of it, and then move it. Just do this for all 12 keys if you want. And you get your mind out of the theory of it and start to just see those shapes under your fingers and hear that tonality in your ears and make those kinds of connections. That'll ultimately lead you to being a good piano player and not somebody who just plays notes. Draco's been playing Allentown, Billy Joel's Allentown, and it started, and today he could play it. He understands where the lope is in it. And that's the thing that comes, from first he got it under his fingers, and now we can talk about the music of it and get it into the actual performance of it. So when you actually talk about putting your hands on the instrument, there's not a day from day one learning that, that how you hit this is different. It changes what's coming out of the piano, and learning that, learning the tonalities that come out at different pressures and with different fingerings. That's not different. That's not like a separate part. So it's not enough to just be playing, etudes or whatever and have it legato. You should play rock, and you should play other styles, things that are very, very simple that you don't need a ton of dexterity for in the beginning. But always look at what you're actually doing. It's one thing to play jump. It's another thing to consciously go, that's a G chord over a C, and that's a C, an F. It's the same chord. That's the same chord. It's just an inversion. There's really it's G, C, F. G, C, F, 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 C, and then there's this one different. It's really only like two chords. It's like three maybe. And just the idea of that, just being able to see, that the whole thing is really two chords. They're just inverting it. It seems like a very simple thing, except it increases your connection and understanding of what's actually going on the piano. All right. Hi, Mike. What is your... Whoa. Hi, Mike. What is your favorite way to choose a tempo for a movie, and how do you change it for different parts of the movie? I talk about this in, I think, Film Scoring 101, or maybe in How to Score a Film in 7 Days. When I say talk about it, it means probably 5 hours of talking about it. But the favorite way is by realizing that the rhythm for a scene is in the scene. Editing is a rhythmic process, and most of the time they're actually cutting to some sort of track, so there's probably literally a rhythm in there. But I used to do a thing in high school, or grade school actually, where I would make a cassette recording of my favorite movies, like Star Trek or whatever, 2 or whatever, or Ghostbusters, and I would just record the audio onto a cassette. And I would go to bed every night listening to just the sounds of the movie. There was no picture. And I developed a sort of sense for, at least in that era, in the 80s, there's a rhythm, there's a pace to the edit. You can feel the cut. You can feel it coming. Here comes the line. Here's the pause. Here's the thing. Here's the swell. Here's the break. You could just feel that there's an internal rhythm in all edits. And it's a combination of you can get it from a lot of places, the speed through the frame, the speed of the edit, the pace at which a person talks, the pitch at what a person talks. Usually I find that the music of the scene is literally in the scene. And so that usually will translate to a sequence. And if you're paying attention, there's usually an internal metronome in there. And when you lock into it, all of the elements seem to all dance together. That literally the speed of people's through the frame, the pace of their dialogue, where the cuts happen, where the actions happen. When you hit it, you'll find that more often than not, wow, it's in there, and you just have to keep playing until you find it, unless you learn to really hear it, and then you can get to it faster. But my favorite way is to pay attention to the scene and draw it out of there. It's in there. If it's not, it's probably not a very good edit. If it's not a very good edit, it's probably going to be a very difficult film to work on, and maybe you shouldn't work on it. I started by just smashing the keyboard and enjoying every moment of it. That's a perfectly good way. Mike, have you ever seen Keith Jarrett perform? Yes. I'm fascinated by his solo concerts. I'm annoyed by, I always say it's Keith Jarrett. It's always Keith and Fly duet. He's just fuck you. Sit down, play the piano. I'm not with any of that stuff. When he cancels, somebody coughed and I'm canceling the concert, you prick. What is that? Who the fuck do you think you are? He's a good player. He's not that good. That's just where I come down. Like I can't listen to his stuff without thinking about that. It's all unnecessary. Although he's a pretty interesting drummer. If you've ever heard him play drums, a buddy of mine turned that. He's going, you listen to Keith Jarrett play drums. I'm like, what does that guy sound like? But then I thought, you know what? They're so fucking loud. I bet you can't hear him. And fucking great, interesting drummer. So tons of talent. I just get annoyed by all that pretentious shit. I just feel like somebody just needed to stop it. Get out of here. I hate that. That's just me. But yeah, walking out, canceling concerts, you prima donna. Anyway, most important lesson I've ever learned. Oh, this is the truth. Try to understand what music is, why it's a language. Yeah, for sure. Most important I've ever learned, though I came to it just by doing and playing and finding out. Yeah, no, it's the law of independent discovery. Given enough things, we all converge on the same solutions, just usually in different directions. What was the exercise you did earlier that you said you're going with Draco? So with Draco, I'll just do this very quickly. I always teach him the simple essence of a thing. So like rather than teach him how to a C major scale, I told him hit a note, now do a whole step, half step, whole step, half step, and that's a major scale. Because with that little formula, which he can memorize, because he's memorized like 9,000 Rubik's Cube algorithms, he could memorize that. Now, right now, he could play all 12 major key scales. And in fact, we did that. The day we learned that, I said, okay, what's a whole step? Well, that's when there's a key between. Okay. And so so whole step, right. Now do it in D flat. And he would just immediately, because he had success, instant success, because he understood the formula behind it. And that's how we came up with what a major chord is. It's this, and it's here's, and the formula's for it. It's a fraction of the things to learn, and now he has instant control over them and instant success, which gives him a big rush and makes him want to do more stuff. So I'm always simplifying stuff. So what I was saying earlier was, it can sound like a complex tonality to play a B flat major chord over C. And the way I would say that to Draco is, okay, so whatever note you play in the bass, play the triad, a major triad that's one whole step below. So if he plays a C, he plays a B flat. Now, to him, this is a fairly complex tonality. This sounds like a kind of a big deal that he can make this sound. But now he can do it. He's got all this power, and it's so simple. So simple. Or two steps below. Right? Or how about play the chord, whatever their bass note is, play the chord that's one whole step up. Or how about whatever the bass note is, play the chord that's a fourth up. Right? Or a fifth up. That seems like way more sophisticated than what it is. And we've talked about the spelling of chords, and I'm like, there's a way to spell all those chords as a C chord. There's a way to spell this as a C chord. But you can also think B flat over C. And so know that underneath all the words are the symbols and the triangle, and it's really just whatever the major triad is, one step below the thing. And suddenly it's not scary. And it has all this power and complexity. And he could do it right away and have total mastery and control of it. That makes fun. And now it encourages him to do experimentation with it, which we do when we start doing composing. How much of a detriment do I think space and size is? Like, people have to limit themselves to a 25 key or maybe 49 if they're lucky. I think nothing beats a piano. I think it's very difficult because it's not just 29 or 49 key. It's not really a piano. I mean, it doesn't have the feedback. I mean, when I was dead ass broke, eating ketchup broke, I still had a rental upright. I would not eat, but I would have a rental upright piano because there's a thing there with a real instrument. First of all, when the power got turned off because I couldn't pay the bill, the piano still worked. And I might not have something to eat, but the piano still worked. And so I was never losing ground on working on my music. There was times I literally was in the dark playing piano because there was no power. But the piano, and so you're getting real feedback, and it's an organic physical connection. So most places are so hurting for it right now. I bet you could get a rental piano almost anywhere for money that you can allocate from someplace else. That's probably a guess, but I bet you could. I would do that personally. I find myself playing around with melodies and patterns on piano more than I'm actually trying to write something to release. So that's fine. I mean, that's fine, I guess, because at some point, if you find yourself forever, you spent 30 years writing things and never put them out, then you didn't really want to, right? And then nothing was lost. You just came up with melodies and stuff and had fun doing it. There's nothing wrong with that. Bach wrote all of his great music on 61 notes of a clavichord or organ console. Bach wrote all of his kind of music on a 61 note or clavichord or organ console. However, which represents a particular kind of music, and one that lends itself. I mean, we're not the tonalities in Bach's music are very simple. Even when they're complex, they're very simple. So they lend themselves to being able to be represented in a very narrow. In fact, you'll notice that when you play stuff, you can represent it in a very narrow range, and you can orchestrationally blow that up and make it bigger. But those tonalities aren't super complex. They are not masterful exercises in voicing. So it would be very difficult to do a lot of Shostakovich or Gurrelieder on an organ. It would be very difficult. Just depends on the tonalities. I just worked on a short film for which the editor is an amateur musician. I bet that helped, and his film editing abilities are really impressive. Not surprised. And the tempos jump out at me. I would expect so. It's a joy to do that. When I lost my power because I didn't pay my bills, I went to our local library that has sound isolated music rooms and played with instruments like uprights. Yeah, great. That's also great. I have an 88-key digital Grand, but I use a 61-key controller for virtual instruments. Sure, virtual, yeah. Because I can't find an 88 media controller that has all the additional features I want. Yeah. For virtual stuff, sure. But, those are really separate instruments, and I'm treating that way for Draco, too. They're different instruments. And so, he learned jump on piano, and I'm like, okay, yeah. But you really need to play that on the semi-weighted because that's how it's done. That's what it was weighted for. And you'll find it's all different. It's totally different technique. And there's no great, there's no great semi-weighted controllers out there. I just buy shitty ones because I can play through it. It's like I'm past the point where it's handicapping my technique. Whatever, just get it done. Babe, did you finish with your stuff? Oh, what are you doing? I just want to make sure you're not like hiding. Well, no, I mean, because you might be like, he's doing a thing. I don't want to, whatever.
How's it going?
Good. I mean, we're at the point where I've answered the question. So if they don't come up with more questions, then we're just burning up bandwidth.
I guess it's unfortunate that we don't have more Christmas decorations in the actual frame.
Well, you just got started. It's not even Thanksgiving yet. What kind of controller would I recommend for film scoring? One with keys on it, white keys and black keys. I mean, a semi-weighted. It depends. If you're performance-based, I mean, I use mod wheel. I live and die in the mod wheel, and I don't use MIDI editors or piano roll. I just play. I'm a player. You play, and you use libraries that have performance libraries, and I can do that on anything with a mod wheel. Breath controller is a whole other level that you can do, but it's you could, if it's got keys, I can do it, and that should be the case. Like I said, with a mod wheel, I use all. It's me. That's like one of the first videos I did was mod wheel technique. Thanks a lot, Mike, for getting back to my comments so fast. You never try actively to convince people to like something you've created, or even you as a person in a social context. No, no. Life is not a. Like I said, I think I talked about this the other night too. I spent in my childhood about equal times in the super unpopular crowd and the popular crowd. The popular crowd was better, but I also learned that at the end that people's judgments and stuff was fickle and random, and often people are cowards, and so I just became much more discerning about whose opinions I really valued, and I think we all should do that. And so at this point, if the filter works such that, do I like this person? Do I admire this person? Do I truly respect them? Do I wish I was more like them? Do they have my best interest at heart? If not, the opinion doesn't carry a lot of weight. Sometimes you're out there and you're just putting stuff out in the world and you're just sort of watching general trends. Most people like it, most people don't. But taking it personally from people you don't know personally is not healthy and weird. So I don't take it personally, and if those, it's also going to be a very small number of people in your life that you truly are ride or die for, and would ride or die for you. It's going to be a very small number of people that you truly admire and respect. It's going to be a small number, and it's supposed to be a small number. If one of those people, if all those people are up you about something you've done, you should listen. Fucking enormous, it's voiceless masses on the internet, like that, you don't know. It's like basically if a person died and it wouldn't change your life, like you wouldn't go to therapy, nobody would offer condolences, you wouldn't take time off work, in fact you might not even notice, then ultimately if their life has that much actual value to you, well, how could their opinion matter? You know what I mean? It's sort of, you have a choice there. Breath controllers, I do use them from time to time. I use them mostly for vibrato. Yes, you're being requested to go back to the Halloween decorations. We're past that, man. We passed it. A simple rudimentary for all. Start on the D minor chord, and then find the chord that's the perfect fifth higher, then that's A, and then play the inversion that moves your hand the least. Oh, yes. Yes, Draco does this too. Find the shortest point between these, the distance between these points. It's a good, yeah, read that suggestion. That's a good little exercise to do. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's no, just like with your clients, as we talked about, you know, where you should have clients that like you as a person, like your work. I think that's supposed to be, you know, true about all the relationships in your life. And if they're not probably going to last, and they're probably not making your life better. I like less is more. I like that in my orchestration. How do I get the biggest sound out of the fewest number of players? That's the best chance for good intonation. And the same thing with life. How do I have the fewest number of friends and people around, but we could conquer the world? And just like in music, then you've got to be the very best person you can be, the most interesting portion of the part of the team that you can be. Have your skill set worked out. It all comes back to what you do. Have I tried just tuning with string libraries? I wonder how much the harmonic intent is comprised using equal temperament for strings and wind sample libraries. I mean, no. I mean, the harmonic intent comprised. I don't know. I haven't found the harmonic intent. I mean, the harmonic intent, there's not been anything technically I've ever run up that somehow made it where my music would have really worked if not for the temperament. That's just not happened. It's like there's bigger fish to fry, like, because a good tune would be a good tune even on a shitty out-of-tune piano. In fact, it's kind of interesting. I guess I'm the only guy who's not here. No, you're not. For film music writing. No, the fact is I'm seeking knowledge related to composition in order to write progressive metal. Okay, but there's a misconception there that somehow any kind of music is accepted from those rules, and it's not. You're either connecting people with people or you're not. You either have something profound or interesting to say or you don't. You either have the skill, the vocabulary, the depth and breadth of knowledge and philosophy in order to be able to take people on a journey longer and greater than the sum of its parts, or you don't. You know, you either have skill and craft in working the instruments or the structure or the tonalities, or you don't. You either know how to play an instrument with facility or you don't. Doesn't matter what music you're performing. The rules are the same. And this is true not for just music, but any creative discipline. Many virtual piano libraries are stretch tuned by default. I've been wondering the same thing. Yeah, so far it's been all right. I came here for Star Wars. Now I can't leave. See, that's how we get you. What's that? No. No? What do you mean? What did you miss? No. It's okay. So yeah, I mean, like I said, stuff like that, you know, fighting the technology with samples and all that. I mean, that's It's one place to put your energy. But certainly when I listen to music, the issues with craft I hear are not related to the technology. What is the strangest genre of music you found yourself getting into? I don't know that I'm into any strange genres of music. Strange? I don't. If I'm into it, so far nothing I'm into I've thought was strange. But I don't, getting into. I mean, it's. I could tell you that I can always smell skill and craft. I can hear it too sometimes, and so if I hear it, I will usually listen to it and dig it. It kind of doesn't matter what the context is. You can tell when someone's good at what they do, especially musicians. Like, okay, they're in control of that. It could be fucking spoons. You can tell. Speaking of Star Wars, Mike, I saw a new Mandalorian this afternoon. Don't worry, I always avoid spoilers. I'm glad you saw a new episode of I don't watch TV, so I won't see it. But I'm glad that you people are enjoying it. Because what do you want people to not enjoy things? The revival of Animaniacs is streaming now on Hulu. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yes, someday you should do an orchestral mock-up recreation of the Animaniacs theme tune. There was some good work in that show, I think. Hey, Mike, one day you had some behind-the-scenes knowledge of the scoring sessions from The Rise of Skywalker. Oh. Can I tell about what happened to the music of this one? Not really, no. No, not really. Only beyond what I know I already said, which is I think if you listen to it objectively, there's stuff going on there. So I'm not missing much with Mandalorian. Well, some people like it. Actually, so far all I've ever heard is women saying Baby Yoda. That's actually all I've actually ever heard about Mandalorian is Baby Yoda. Women just like Baby Yoda, like it's a dog or something.
Weird. It's so weird. That doesn't make any sense. Where is it in time?
I don't think it's actually Yoda. It doesn't make any sense, but whatever, because he's like 900 years old and it's the guy. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't care. But that's not enough. Oh, that's that costume from Empire Strikes Back. I'm sure it's a great show, or actually I'm not sure it's a great show, but I only root for people to enjoy art. I don't ever root for people to hate a fucking movie. I came for the Star Wars too because Symphony X's The Odyssey is mainly inspired by John Williams. Oh yeah, and prog metal. Oh, that's cool. Well, like I said, there's no musical snobbery in here in this house, because. Right. Yeah. But I mean, just because as a musician, if you see people enjoying your work, that's a beautiful thing. Their lives are better. It's become, it's an important contribution. I mean, there's every culture on Earth practically had music before it had written language. Every living thing on Earth responds to music. It's like, you can imagine a world without middle managers. You cannot imagine a world without music because there's never been one. You can imagine a world without lawyers. You can imagine a world without doctors. We did that for tens of thousands of years. But you can't imagine a world with music. If there wasn't one, we'd create it. Every single person cherishes and loves music. So it's a really huge honor to be a musician. That's also part of why you should be good at it. But whenever music, for whatever reason, good music, bad music, I just talk to musicians about, in terms of having a life and making that contribution, the more skill you have, the more control you have over the contribution that you make, the money that you make. So be great at it. And that's not easy. Has my Star Wars remastering, it's technically not remastering, that's true, just getting the data from multiple places. Project gone anywhere? It's going somewhere. It's going. It's just we can't tell how fast it's going. It looks like it's going very slow. But it's going. It's not just sitting. As an engineer, I found the idea of yours regarding how to do the remastering brilliant. Well, why nobody thought of this before? Because it's so obvious. Well, I would say it was sort of, I know what you're talking about, but some of it I think was that you don't have to do it. Like most places, you just go to the best source, garbage in, garbage out. And, so the idea of, well, what if you didn't have that? Could you recreate it from multiple, further generational lost sources? And the answer turned out to be yes, and better than we could have expected. But I just don't think it came up. I don't think it's ever come up, really, where you had this unusual combination of, We don't have the best source. We have these compromised sources, but we have material that we're really, really, really motivated to bring back. I just think it's just an unusual, it's just an unusual combination of stuff. Are there any more master classes in the pipeline? Any topics you haven't covered or want to?
Saying hi.
Oh, hi. No, there aren't any master classes in the pipeline. But, because I feel like I've taught everything already. How many tequilas have you had?
It's my first one.
Okay. Except that I've been talking about, doing eventually a live piece with the LSO, and that would be, I'd probably do the whole thing as a class, and then that would be like the last one officially. But I honestly, I've talked a little bit about maybe, because Draco's been learning music a certain way, and he's starting to get into composing, and I might do a series on that. But other than that, I kind of feel like no more training do you require. Already know you that which you need. No, what? No. To people, I mean, my master classes have covered like pretty much everything. They've covered it. Like it's kind of all in there. The rest is just up to you to do it. There's some argument to be said. Sometimes you just got to say things 10 times. Yeah, but I think I kind of said them 10 times too. Because, because they're fucking long. I just talk and talk and talk. Yeah, she's hitting the bottle. She's hitting the tequila. That's the Asombroso, right?
I finally opened a new bottle.
You had another bottle?
Yes, because it's crazy. Last year I went to go buy the favorite tequila, and it was buy one, get one.
Oh, that's right.
Plus, I think it was like another one. I don't know if they threw in two.
Just give this chick some tequila.
There was
You're
weird.
VIP.
I don't know.
Have I done a piano master class? Not specifically. I don't know. I've done. There's a number of stuff on the channel that's piano based, and I think maybe even piano lesson based. But some of what in my master classes, what I teach and the way I teach them, I just literally didn't see anybody doing it like that. It was like it just looked like a giant gaping huge hole, and especially considering that all those things are how I've done it, how I've paid bills for 30 years. And I'm like, how come nobody teaches it like this? So it seemed like a really obvious thing to do. Whereas piano, I just don't, right now, I don't feel like I have any super unique, like I don't have any super unique thing to say about it, Where's my drink? Yeah, I don't have a drink, baby. I don't have a drink. That's true. Yeah, sure, you can remedy that. Thank you. What's that? I drink bourbon. That's what I drink. You ask me. You know what surprised me? I remember there were thoughts about meeting with Hans Zimmer for a masterclass. Yeah, like I said, Hans, it was like our exchange about it was, his response was, that sounds great. Contact her person. I contacted her, a couple things went back and forth, but then busy, done, whatever, and I don't think we've talked about it in more than a year now. I hope that happens because that's also nothing that's happened. They've done like a masterclass.com thing on Hans Zimmer, frankly, and nobody, but I think the class about Hans Zimmer, an exploration of his music and the stuff that he actually draws from, is like this giant, huge thing that's not being talked about or done, and I'm totally the guy to do it. It'd be so much fun. Think of it as home COVID testing. If she can smell or taste it, she's not got it. Right. Don't get me started on COVID. No, I said all this stuff about COVID. I already said it. Favorite bourbon, right? That's an unfair question. That's not even a real question. Favorite. What day? What hour? 3 drinks into it, it's like you drink it, swill. But if somebody said, "Oh, I only get one the rest of your life,"
Favorite one?
It's got to be that Highland, that Parker's 25, probably. That one was magic. I drank that so fast over at Ben Moody's place. I was just walking around the bottle. I didn't realize how rare it was. I almost killed the whole bottle that night. Blanton's is great. We have that here, and I really like Macallan 15. And the rare cask.
Do you want it straight or do you want a little?
Straight's fine, baby. Thank you. A little water. That's a little water in there. Thank you. Appreciate that. 3 fingers. That's my girl.
Heyo.
I could do like short chromatics, but the moment I try to get through the whole scale, it's just nope. Well, just take time. Yeah, Blanton's is back there. Is it Blanton's back there? Yeah, Blanton's right back there. Oh, that was Blanton's. Thank you. It's good stuff. It was. Oh man, that's good. You can tell from here. That's good stuff. Mm-hmm.
Look, baby, it's a Christmas bouquet. Wow.
What's that for?
These individual things I put in the shelves. In your little display case.
Oh, okay.
So I can get glitter and all your stuff.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Cool. Our house, she does the whole thing, man. The whole, it's all, it's like something out of a store. It's like a store. It's like a store from 1960, really.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's like a store from, it's Higbee's, really, is what it is. Break your wallet, though, man. What's the money for? You know, there are no Brinks trucks in funeral processions.
I mean, we don't just buy it. I mean, I make it a lot of it. You still could buy it and make it. So.
Yeah, you do make a lot of it. Okay, well, you talked me into one. Good. We like that. I think they always do 3. A short, entertaining blues session, like 12 bars with a great improvisation. I do this in my jazz class, and I mean, rather than just do dance monkey dance, I will actually teach you something because I can't not teach. And I talked about this in one of the, I think this is in the jazz class, the master class. By the way, it's still going until through December 4th. All the classes are 40% off right now. All of them. Any one. There's a coupon code. It's Level Up 2020. All lowercase all together. Level Up 2020. So classes are normally only $30, so that's $18. And it's like they're like 5 hours each. That's a good. I guarantee there's $18 worth of info in those classes. But you can get as many as you want or whatever. Level Up 2020. You just go to MikeVerda.com and then there's master classes. You can see it. If George Lucas gave you King's Row as a reference track in order to compose the opening of Star Wars, how would you approach it? Yeah, I think this happened. I think we see exactly how that went out. Mike, you are working out specifically your piano technique. This is true. Yes, this is true. Would you be more comfortable to do another live composing nowadays? Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, live composing. Yeah. I mean, although today I would probably do the other thing, which is, you know, how to do live composing right at the edge of. In other words, at a certain point, you can compose, and I can just extemporaneously write music right now that will all work. It won't be adventurous, but it could all be pretty sounding. It can resolve itself, move around, A section, B section, and then the song is done. I could do that. But that doesn't do much for me as a composer. So if I'm doing live composing, or if I'm composing now, one of the things I definitely try to do is try to break myself. I force myself to not see, to not go all the places that I would go, and force myself to just get into that. I want to get back as often as possible to that place when I was a kid, and it was mostly just guesswork, you know, and it's just like. As I was learning, because in there was discovery and understanding, but also the happy accidents and the other things that you won't do once you have intention. Really complex tonalities now are so familiar. I can't push myself into a place. I can't push myself into a place that I haven't heard and done. And I know what it's going to be. It just doesn't matter. So everything is now sort of, I've done all that. So it's the challenge to be like, okay, So how can I break myself so that it's like it's mostly clams again? It's mostly like, yeah, how can I go for it in some other way that's so out of the comfort zone that I'm back into not knowing what I'm doing? Because if I go back into not know what I'm doing, I might now learn a new thing. But it's actually kind of difficult. And so when I'm actually by myself and nobody's in the house because I don't want to subject them to that, I very deliberately get reckless at the piano. Reckless, and I don't look, and I go for shapes that I don't do, trying to hit a thing that I in no way was in control of to force myself to get a control of it. It's what I personally do. So my just when nobody's around, because it would drive people crazy, I'm always trying to break myself. I'm trying to break all my habits, trying to get past what I know into some realm I don't know. And it's more than just dissonances, because I know all the dissonances, and that doesn't in itself that doesn't constitute a knowledge. There's another kind of out of control. There's another level of just past your grasp, and you have to stop and go back and fix it, a new thing. It doesn't sound like music when I'm in that zone, but for me, it's where I go in the dark when nobody's looking at me, and I don't have to worry in any way about entertaining people. When people are in the house, I have a very difficult time not entertaining. I have a very, very difficult time. There's just a part. I know people are, even if they're not listening, they're affected by what's going on in the background. So I can't just woodshed a little piano, a little something if I'm working on a fingering. I just can't do that for too long because I know it's just getting in everybody's head, and at some point they're just like, stop! I can't. And so a lot of times when my family's in the house, I play a lot of just groove stuff. Just groove stuff. I just play stuff like this because everybody starts dancing and moving around. Because how you're not to, this fucking piano goes through the whole house, big ceilings, all this shit. And so I just can't not hear them. But that also makes it very difficult for me to then like be in my weird zone where I want to be. So I usually have to wait until I'm by myself, and then I do that. I would gladly pay without a coupon code for the Basel Polydorus Masterclass. Yeah, that's right. We have to do that one. How about live composing when you feel like it? You mean like when I don't feel like it? Because I did when you feel like it. Well, that's the thing. Composing when you feel like it is the easy one. That's the one we don't need a class on, because you know when it happens. You know when those days, those times you sit down and just like for whatever reason you're just like you're brilliant. They happen. They just happen, and everything works. And you're like, yeah. And then the next day it's all gone. That never goes away, by the way. It's just that when you're in that place, as you've been doing it decade after decade, when you start getting into that place where you're going to crash into it, you have like 5 places you can get that you can just retreat to. Like, oh, we're heading for the train wreck, but we'll get out. You can get out. But that's probably where the new stuff was going to happen. That's why the downtime between jobs is so important, because that's the time when you're not on the clock and you don't have to produce and nobody's paying attention. That's where you're going to learn your new stuff. Mike, how much of the process outside of writing the actual notes are you usually involved with? Orchestration? Well, I do. You know, for me, like I've never actually used an orchestrator. My orchestrators are sort of proofreaders. I've never had. I mean, they come. I've never seen the process of composing and orchestrating. I think they're inexorably linked. I talk about that in I think one of my orchestration classes, maybe Orchestration 1, that an idea expressed with a different orchestration is a different idea. You can't take, if you say to somebody, I love you, and you say, I love you! Those are the same words, but the orchestration's different and the meanings are entirely different. You can't just consider those different servings of the same concept. No, those are different concepts. So I never compose that's not already orchestrated. And so, but also, I mean, I've been an audio engineer and done sound design and theatrical 5.1 mixing for a long, long time. That's sort of like atonal composing, in my view. Technically, and I grew up in the '80s with all the synthesizers and I had the first sequencer, and the first drum machines and all that shit. So all those other skills I've had and done, and have just been an audio sound engineer. I mean, I've told stories about that. I mean, one of my last gigs, because was that I wasn't composing. Although usually on shows that I did, I would usually do multiple roles. But I remember I was doing one show and I was just doing sound design for it, which meant I was also the guy doing it was for softcore porn for Skinamax. And it was for this series called The Click, which was, I think, a Roger Corman thing. I don't know, look it up, called The Click, I think. But, it was I was just broke and young, and so I actually wrote music for it. It was one of my, gigs. I was writing softcore porn music, totally did that. That was hard because you're they're still going. Anyway, and I remember I was singing this at the console, and these poor actress had to come in, and she's sitting in the booth, and she's having to ADR all her moaning and shit. We just met, and and she's standing there, and I just was so embarrassed for everybody involved. That was the last time I was ever an audio engineer on a project that wasn't mine at my company or whatever. That was really dark. I just remember that she's just like, this is a low point for both of us, and I'm just not going to make eye contact in order to help make that. Yeah. Broken young, that's how it begins. Man, all the good scars, my whole arrest record is from young and broke. How old is your kiddo? He's 10. He's getting into composing. Yes, he is. Yeah, he is. His piano playing has really come along. He's a little performer. He always wants to play. Next time he's here this weekend. Maybe we'll do a little show because he just wants to play for people because he's very proud of his playing, and he should be. He's doing well. But we've been doing composing, and it's fun to set up for him how to compose. And it's been a thing where I go, okay, here's some rules. I'm going to play these chords, and now every time I play these chords, when I'm playing the chord, you can only play a note that's in the chord I'm playing. And and now make a pattern. And if you go up, then the next one has to be down. Go up and then go down. And if you do something, do it twice. I give him these little games to play, and and he finds little melodies and little things. And then I go, okay, now you've done that. Change it up. And it's just. At first he's embarrassed, and then he gets a little more confidence with it, and then he starts to say something that's uniquely him. It doesn't matter if it's original or good. It's that it's uniquely him, and then he experiments with it. And it's the essence of composing. It's the essence of it. I give him some rules, which maybe later he'll break, but we just start with some rules. Here, chord tones. And now, patterns. Always have to do 2 of something. And if you go up, then the next one go down. Those are hard, fast rules. You don't need to stick to those. But when you start with something like that and give them a way to turn the entire compose a melody into, okay, do this, but it has to have these 3 things, then those parameters help to simplify the process and give him a bounding volume within which to perform, and that you can find success in that. Think about it. If somebody told you to write music and they're saying, okay, only have to do, I'll give you the note. The note is C, and I just want you to do a rhythmic pattern and do it 2 times in a row. And you just went. And they said, perfect. You can do that. And simple as that is now a successful little bit of composition that you've done. Now you just say, now use any 2 notes, but they have to be in the C. They have to either be a C, an E, or a G. And you can. Great. That came from him. You know what I'm saying? So it gets very, very, you make it very simple, but then it he's like a performer like anybody else, so he doesn't want to look like an asshole. So he likes to, it's like, yeah, you just did it. Oh, you played a G when I was playing an F chord. Let's go back and do it again. You know what I mean? My hip to Joe Hisaishi. I've seen this name before. Hisaishi. I've heard of him. I heard some of his work. Pretty cool stuff. You start somewhere, anywhere. Try something random, which leads to something else, and suddenly you have an idea where it's going to go. Yeah, it's always easier to fix something than to create something. So put it down. Now you have something to fix. Hey, Mike, in your course on chord voicing, you said the rule of parallel fifths is one that you should mostly break, but you didn't explain it further. Can I clarify what I mean by this? Yeah, sure. So in, this is just one of those things I remember. It's one of the very first things that somebody said in a tonal harmony class at USC after I had been at USC for about 5 minutes, at which point, y'all full of shit. And it's probably when I started leaving USC, and it just took my body about another year. But so here you got a voicing. Nice. You got B flat and F. There's your fifth. And here's a third. technically speaking, having your next chord also have, say, E flat and a B flat, another fifth, so you have two parallel fifths, is generally considered clumsy voice leading. Whereas I will say, fuck you. Love parallel fifths. I use them all the time. Super fun. Our 7-year-old loved to just make up songs singing. Yeah, that's so great. Just let him sing. Fascinating to see how they just attach to stuff so quickly. She writes better pop melodies than most of my friends. That's so true. When they listen and they build, I mean, Draco does that all the time. He sings little songs, and lots of times they've got all the components that you need. It's a crime that music education isn't like put at the top of the list, because it fundamentally changes the way a brain works. It changes the way your brain connects concepts, and it's like huge. It's so huge because of the abstract domain in which it tangibly works. It's so great. Anyway, I did a song today by just singing. Then I ran to my keyboard to record it. It's a wonderful skill to have. It's fantastic. And, singability is a great quality for a piece of music to have. Then people can carry it around with it. And even when they don't have their iPhone or their, Spotify, they can just sing it. And it's with them. That's beautiful. And then it's with them in the car, in the shower, and it's with them. And then you're with them, and then you're always with them. And that's not even creepy. So I practice it by playing random melodies on the piano and humming them at the same time as I play it. Oh, yeah, I do that all the time. I do that. I actually do that because I saw a guy do that in high school, and a guy was soloing. He was going... And I was like, what the fuck? How does he know what he's going to play? I thought it was magic. I thought it was fucking magic. And I never practiced it, except one day I was doing it without realizing it, and I'm like, how could you not do that? You know what is it like? You're like, I didn't know that was coming. It's your fingers. I don't know when that happened, but now I have Draco do that all the time. Sings and counts out loud, always out loud while he plays. It doesn't matter if his pitch isn't right. I'm making that connection all the time. Makes a huge difference. But you can't you can't churn out tons of miserable public school teachers that way. That's true. What are you going to do? Those people need to do something. The two mandatory instruments in my school were the recorder and the auto harp. Yeah, they wanted us to hate music. We played a recorder. I didn't mind recorder so much, but you couldn't play hardly anything on it. But yeah. And I thought it was magic as well. Then I finally chose to do it for a few hours, and bam, there it was. Yeah, no, it's actually a thing. I have Draco do it all the time. And it's because it creates this extra, first of all, his internal metronome is straightened out so much when you're forced to count. And it's a skill to be able to go 1 and 2 and 3. It's hard to do at first. Not like the effortless way in which I just clammed through it. But still, I make him do that, and it straightens out the rhythm in so many ways. And it also gets his just general sense of independence going. Recorder's a great instrument if you know how to use it. Yes, well, okay, we don't know how to use it. No, it's actually fine. I never minded it. That's a recorder song from the Doctor Who episode Castrovalva. Thanks for clarifying that. Another question. I'm just now diving into chromatic medians. Any interesting ways to practice them or apply them? In service of what? A chromatic mediant in itself is a word, and it's a meaningless word at that, because that is a word label. It's a label for a particular type of dissonance, and that dissonance must exist in a context that merits it, and it must resolve to a consonance that satisfies it. So in the end, when you say you're practicing a thing, it's almost like I'm working on verbs that start with L. Which verbs and why, and what's the context? That's a very dangerous way to be looking at music composition. Nobody writes music from the theory outward. I never have once in my life thought of theory. All of my music, when you look at it from a theoretical standpoint, makes total sense. It looks like I was thinking about it because that's how good music works. The theory is not a tool for writing music. It is a tool for describing music only, and analyzing, describing it. So I would say sooner, what is the dissonance to consonance context that you're learning to shape? What's the context that you're working in such that you've gone for that tonality? That's what actually matters. The most interesting way to practice it is in the one in which you are in control of the precise level of dissonance and the precise level of consonance required to resolve that dissonance, and the precise context, which is non-fatiguing, in order to set up that dissonance to get to that consonance. Do I own an acoustic piano? Yeah, I'm playing acoustic piano. This is a C7 Disclavier 4 Pro or whatever, Yamaha. It's like the Disclavier 4 Pro, I think is what it's called. Fair point. I guess I'm trying to familiarize myself with the different flavors of them for adding to my storytelling vocabulary. But honestly, you'd be better off in the transcription exercise finding that tonality in a context that you liked and wanted to steal, rather than thinking, because otherwise you become the guy who learns the big words and never uses them properly, don't really understand what they mean, and pulls them out in the wrong context. The words they're always inexorably tied to the context, the style, the flavor, the grammar, the whole thing. It is not enough to learn the vocabulary without learning where and how and why. The what is not the thing. The why is the thing. Because the big word dropped in the middle of the otherwise colloquial sentence can be totally out of place, or it can be perfectly out of place. A huge, very formal presentation given that then suddenly gets super crass can either be a mistake, or it can be absolutely the thing that re-energizes an overly academic performance. The context can never, ever, ever be extricated. You have to. So if there's a tonality that you've heard in a context, understanding why that tonality in that context, because that's the why, and that's what matters, not the what. You can know all the devices. This is what these John Williams imitator douchebags do all day long. They try to do the devices, and it's like somebody just spewing random words that they heard. It means it's meaningless. It's gibberish, because they don't know what John Williams was talking about. They certainly don't understand what he was talking about. But they just like the words. So they just use the words. That's the douchiest non-control. You don't want any part of that. Do I still do jazz gigs? I mean, yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I have like some buddies, that I play with, and when we play, like at this point, we just, hey, you want to do this gig? Yeah, there's no money in it. I don't want there to be any money in it. we drank the whole thing anyway. That's how you know you've made it, when you lose money on the gigs. I wish I had space for acoustic, but my neighbors don't wish it. Man, just get an upright. You have room for that. Your bed, if you have room for your bed, you have room for an acoustic. somebody's asking about jazz. I've done this thing before. I remember when I started learning jazz improvisation, I was 11 or something, and and they teach you the blues scale. Everybody in the whole band. And then, and you start with your F and your... It's like, the fuck? That never helped anybody. And so then you go to your jazz teacher, and your jazz teacher's like, well, you need to learn licks. We're going to start learning a bunch of licks. And so then he teaches you. What's it? And then you learn that lick, and then sure enough, here comes your solo. And I remember at the time being like, all this is fucking useless, because a good improvisation is a melody. It's a melody. And nobody's talking about the melody. And the fucking scale didn't work either. I remember being in the jazz. I used to go to the jazz building. We had a jazz building, music building at my high school. And I remember everybody was going. And I'm like, first of all, like, you're setting me up to fail. Like, I can't. And I just remember just realizing, man, I just need to just get myself into some safe territory. And I'm like, this is music my mom won't be upset with. Just get off that and save that F, save that A flat. Now this is working better on the B flat. But when And so I remember at the time just being like, your scale only works on a couple of these chords. The rest of the time you're making me sound like a fucking asshole. So I would just work on little melodies. I'm trying to figure out how to make little melodies. And it didn't matter what it could just be, like... Those are my first solos, sounded like that. And they were not super impressive, but they had a little melody to them. And they sounded nothing like all the other. And so if I was going to teach jazz improvisation, it would not be via the two traditional methods that I was taught, which was learn the blues scale and then learn 5 Charlie Parker licks. Instead, it would be stick to chord tones and write little melodies. And listen to good solos that are melodically based and not reduce it to this idea that it's just a collection of fucking licks. Again, that's music and writing melodies versus play the blues scale and these Charlie Parker licks. I had to learn improvisation by transcribing. That is a fantastic way to do it. I'm starting to think that film composition is much the same way. So it doesn't matter if you're familiar. The genres of music also do not mean anything, because in the end, no matter what style of music you're talking about, no matter what type of story you're talking about, music is a language. And ultimately, consonance to dissonance is the same as tension and release. It's the same as, it's dramatic tension and dramatic release. Jazz, we may use instead of a 5 chord, or even a 5/7 chord, we may use a flat 9. But whether you're going from the flat 9 to a major 7th, or a 5 to a 1, you're still doing a 5/1 cadence. You're still doing X amount of tension to X amount of release. The rules are no different. And in the end, you're either weaving a story or you're not. And you're either going from dissonance to consonance, or you're not. You're either trading in on familiar patterns that people are aware of and thus make them familiar and comfortable, and then giving them something new, or you're not. Something familiar, something new, something familiar, something new. I talk about this a billion times in my composition classes. It's the key to everything. You walk in and start talking to people and nobody understands any words you're saying, you have no one in the room. If you start talking in a language that people understand to the audience that you're talking to, and you have their confidence and they like you, and then you throw in a new word and they can, oh, I've never heard that word, but I understand by the context. That was a cool word. I like that. And that's composition. That's connection. I think LB needs some Nat Cole Christmas vibes. I told him the other day, by the way, that you like the Christmas that falls apart music.
What?
You know, the Christmas carols with crappy Christmas where all falls apart?
Yeah, that's gotta be, we've been talking about you putting out that album.
Mm-hmm.
What was it called?
I don't remember. It was like Tortured Christmas or Crappy Christmas I did this the other night. I was playing Christmas carols and she just likes it when they get all fucked up and they fall apart. But nobody would listen to that. It'd be a gag thing. The songs could only be 5 seconds each, though.
No,
You have to play long enough and slowly, gradually get to it.
You
Yeah.
would have to earn that so that it could be awkward. It needs to be uncomfortable for people.
Yeah.
It'll be a long build up.
Yeah. It's just the last few bars. It just starts to. Yeah, you're right.
For the album, the first couple tunes would just have a few unresolved, uncomfortable, awkward endings, and then you'd get weirder and weirder until you're in like Sleigh Ride, and it's just what the fuck, turn this off.
Yeah. Well, no, because you know what? Because to actually do that right, like, to actually sneak into it, you actually have to make very specific choices. You can't just make everything a half step out of line. Yeah, no. You know what I mean? So, like, it would be kind of an interesting exercise how to slowly fuck up a Christmas song, as the bourbon hits a Christmas compilation. That's not bad. That's not bad. You hear some of her compositions. Oh, who are you talking about right now? Yuki Kajiura. Oh. I love that. That sounds way more complicated than it is. She basically stays inside minor and major and doesn't even do a modal mixture of moduli. Yeah, it doesn't have to be complex in order to be engaging, at all. And it's just always nice when it changes up. One of my the deceptive cadence. This was when I was 11 or 12. I discovered, because it was the 80s. And the day I figured this one out, I felt like, and I'm going to finish the song like that. We'll finish it like that. I remember thinking, like, that was like a magic trick. You just have to play. You're already halfway to Jingle Bells. Or you have to, you earn it. It's like it's just by the third verse.
No.
Yeah, and it's just like one little thing, like it's one little tune, like somewhere, one clam note somewhere, but then it just keeps going, but then it's two, and then it just gets, and then finally by the end, it's just a complete train wreck. That's actually hard to do really right, but that would be the challenge. If you could do it right, it would be funny. I just don't, it would take a lot of time. I don't know if I have the energy. Yeah, I thought it was more disconcerting than I thought it would be. Yeah. Just bam. Do you think it's stupid that we speak Italian when describing music? No, I mean, it seems to be like you're just adding another love berry between what you're saying. Well, if everybody knows. I mean, I don't have a thing about that. Like, sometimes I use that. Sometimes it just depends. My scores will be a combination. If the, I mean, there's not that many terms. And it's a little tradition. It doesn't matter, though. It's like my scores are always... My scores are transposed scores. Not a lot of people do that anymore. And I mark all accidentals. It's just a thing. What's more important is that the players play it right because you're on the clock. I found this idea a few weeks where you don't end your sentence on the tonic. It's just a stop in between, and you keep going, but it's all walking toward a cadence eventually. Yeah, but you know what? There comes a point at which you can. Some people do this, and you just got to be careful because if you go too long, it's two T's for too long. You just gotta. It gets to a point where you just gotta give it to them, give the tonic to them, even if it's short. What makes music funny? Could you talk about comedy? Well, straight. I mean, like this is the oldest thing in the book, but do it straight. Do Elmer Bernstein, who had all the fucking chops in the universe. Do it straight. It's because that's real on the nose. It's all the funniest stuff is always played straight, I think. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you're going to do that kind of thing, where you're going to do like the reason it would have to be tasteful is because every one of your distances or mistakes would have to be almost plausibly not mistakes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, right. Like not vibra slaps and slide whistles. Not like like it can't. Like you can't. That's obvious. You just have to make people almost wonder. Then it would be funny. Just create the discomfort without being 100% sure that it was wrong. It would be harder to do. They would have to be very carefully chosen. There's a master class in comedy? I think so. There might be, yeah. I can see us having talked about comedy. Subtle wingman sale there. I'll take my royalty. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for that. I don't have a, what do you call those? What's it? Like referral thing? What do they call it? Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting challenge. Nobody did it better than Peter Schickele. That stuff is fucking hysterical. It's so legit. His chops are untouchable. That's why that shit's so funny. I listened to that, I had a record, it was, I don't remember, it was a couple of Peter Schickele ones. I used to listen to that shit as a kid, and I would just fucking laugh. It's like some guy doing Beethoven's Fifth, conducted by Haile Gedankazong, and is on this one record from. And I just would laugh, but not even appreciating just how fucking good he was. Was? I don't remember. He's dead? I don't know. And of course, Victor Borger. Become a Vert affiliate. That's it, affiliate. For your first free set of steak knives. Third price is you're fired. God, I haven't heard that name since college. Yeah. Peter Schickele's 1712 overture with the balloons. Oh Christ, that's so I can't make it through that. Oh, or the Bach portrait. God, if you haven't heard that, listen to PDQ Bach's. I think it's Bach portrait. It's like a Lincoln portrait, but it's Bach. But it's all these. It's all these letters from Bach complaining about money. Jesus, it's so great. It's fantastic. Just go find that Bach portrait. Oh, taught by Joe Piscopo. Oh, wow. Wow, did you just go there? Was that a Star Trek like season 2? Teaching Data? Was that a fucking Star Trek season 2? Data? God, most of us tried to forget those seasons even existed. We just tuned out after. It was like Encounter at Farpoint and then season 3. God, those first couple of seasons are just terrible. Pretty sure. I think that's what you were just doing there. I had forgotten that. I mean, you dug that out of... I think I didn't see that show but once when it first aired. God, that shit was so painful. I'm among the Trekkies here, and also among these Star Wars fans. Well, yeah, you're allowed to be both, No. Do I like Joel McNeely? Well, so to say, such a shame that guys like him and Broughton don't get bigger stuff. Skill-wise, Joel and Bruce are on completely different levels. Bruce is fucking great. Apparently he's an asshole. I've never met him. But Tombstone is one of my all-time... The fucking chops in Tombstone are crazy. Jesus. Joel's a good composer, but come on, that's not... come on, let's... So it looks like Mike Verde and I both have chosen the same notification sound on the cell phone. Well, no, that's a Ring Central was what that was. That's Ring Central. Our business runs on Ring Central.
Yeah, it's the same notification.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's a phone notification. I think it's a Ring Central notification, isn't it? I thought that came with that software. No, is that a stock version? All right, anyway. Hello, Mike. So I'm going to sleep at 5 a.m. again. You're welcome. Hey, man. It's not like you have a girlfriend. Just kidding. Oh, the human adventure is just beginning. Oh, yeah. Yes. I've been watching TNG for the first time, almost to season 7. Wow, if you made it through the first couple of seasons, you were rewarded. It was like season 3, but when they pulled the plug, like 6 and 7, that was solid writing. Everybody was on their fucking game. They really had it. I mean, maybe that's good that they pulled it out. It didn't go the way they wanted it to, but they really came. They figured that shit out over time. Have I ever played a theremin? I've never played a theremin. Although when you say, speaking of Star Trek, have you ever played a theremin? I'm like, sort of speaking of Doctor Who, haven't you ever played a theremin, even though it wasn't done in a theremin? Have you heard about being an asshole? Oh, I just heard, yeah, I've heard he's an insufferable asshole. That's what I've heard. I mean, like I said, I don't pass that shit on because I haven't met him. But I heard that's why he doesn't work more, is because people think he's an asshole. That's what I've heard. That's what I heard. He's just difficult. Super talented. That's just what I've heard. That's what all the players I've ever talked to, it's like they're all like, asshole. Oh, okay. I don't know any specific. Someday I plan to give a few other Star Trek theme tunes, including Sandy, Courage is Beyond the Rim of the Starlight, and Chris Westlake's theme from Lower Decks, an orchestral mock-up treatment. Well, those are different ends of the quality spectrum. Which Broughton thing did you say had good chops? Tombstone. Fucking Tombstone is on my... Tombstone is crazy. That's so great. Tombstone is insanely good. My introduction to Bruce Broughton, Tiny Toon Adventures, right? Okay. Let's say goodnight, Data. God Christ. Is there anything worse? The only thing worse than the fucking Star Trek TNG season 1 and 2 is like any holodeck episode. God, they made me want to put my eyes out with a fucking ice pick. I hated those. That's just like, we're so bored of making Star Trek movies, like or TV shows. What else can we do? Let's all dress up like Robin Hood people. That'll be fun. I'm tired of wearing this fucking jumper every day. That's just for them. I don't think anybody likes those fucking episodes. With maybe the episode, there's one kind of where it was bullshit, but some program, like it was like Professor Moriarty and one of these Sherlock Holmes things became real kind of or something. That one was kind of good just because they got him in the end. The rest of God, I hated those fucking things. Oh, we're all going to be... Oh, God, that's right. That's right. Patrick Stewart would have to dress up as a fucking private eye. Oh, God, those are so bad. The holodeck, yeah, safeties have failed. Yeah, the holodeck, fuck, that's the worst. Except for maybe the one, it wasn't a holodeck episode, but it was one where they're all being abducted and they had to go into holodeck and they were all like, they had a collective memory, and they're like, it's a table, it's long, it has a sticker, and then they click, 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 and they eventually recreate the room where the aliens were chopping them up. That was kind of all right. Yeah, Tombstone, great score. Great movie in general. I really like that one. Lost in Space, yeah. It was okay. He didn't get to do much. It was all right. Q Who? Yeah, right. Well, Q stuff was good. John Delancey was great. Bruce Broughton conducted a 1994 recording of the Alfred Newman composed 20th century. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, Bruce Broughton has fucking serious chops. Has. Recreating the Table, that was a nice episode. Yeah, probably close to Halloween episodes they had. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this show in forever. My dad like watches them on a loop or something. I got him like a box set or whatever those things were, the remastered ones, which you know, I think right. Oh no, it's the original series ones where they fucked with all the things that are terrible. Anyway, he watches them all the time. I'm one of those weird kids born in the 80s who never got into Star Trek. Yeah, I mean. Most of the episodes, the original Star Treks, most of them are not good. I've watched the original 3 seasons like a few times to be like, wait, are these really mostly not good? They're mostly not good. Val Kilmer should have been the guy after Tombstone. Well, Val Kilmer was difficult. Very, very difficult. It was one of those, we talked about that earlier. Real difficult to the point where people were like, you know what, fuck him. Super talented, but... Hard for me to think about Broughton without thinking The Boy Who Could Fly. Yeah. But that's it. That's, you know. You're dipping. You're a generation. Speaking of Mike, how are your ears? Am I deaf yet? I have the fucking ears. This is a true story. To this day, I have ears. I don't know. I can't go near vermin stuff. I'm probably not the only one, but the stuff that humans aren't supposed to hear, I can't go near it. I can hear most of it. And if you've ever, I found this out. I didn't know these things. Maybe these were new things, but there was this grocery store that used to be across the street up the street from my apartment back in the 1990s. And they just built it. And I went into the parking garage, and I pulled in, I got out of my car, and it was like somebody had taken a nail and just driven it into my skull. Bam! What the fuck? I didn't know what it was. I couldn't touch it. I couldn't feel it. It went away. Bam! And it hit again. Fuck! And I was like one of these. I was like, it must have been like a crazy person. I didn't know what it was. And then I was walking, and bam, bam. And I was like, God damn. And I put my fingers like this. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on in my brain. And I looked up, and they had these. It was a vermin thing. It was an infrasonic vermin thing, and it had 4 horns in it that was pointing all directions. And it would just go from one horn together, peep, 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 and it would be like this. And I've never had kind of skull pain, in my head, skull pain. Holy shit, I could never go to this grocery store. And I was telling people about it, and they're like, that's crazy. And then a few months later, Sharper Image was putting out these vermin things. They would put out the same things to keep like insects or whatever, and they would put them in their showrooms in the mall. And I'm walking past a Sharper Image. Bam! It just hit me. Holy Christ! Nobody knows what I'm talking about. And so then I knew to look out for them. And so wherever those fucking things are, supposed to not hear them, those vermin things work on me. And I know why they work on vermin, because if it feels like that, holy shit, it's like a spike goes through your brain. And there was a guy up the street where I live, Draco and I taking a walk one morning, coffee walk, didn't realize that the guy had put one in his bushes where he'd just done his thing. And Draco and I are watching, and we're walking, I'm holding my coffee, bam! Like the coffee, Draco's like, Dad, what's wrong? I'm like, Christ! I look over, he's got the little fucking thing. I don't know what that is. So my ears are working at least enough to hear vermin repellent. And nobody else hears them. God, that's the worst. They hurt. I mean, it hurts like you can't even, and you can't touch it. You know, you go to reach for it, but there's nothing to reach for. It's the worst. And it hurts. It's not a joke how much it hurts. So I have those ears. Yeah. He conducted the Synergy logo? Cool. Someone in Hollywood being insufferable. I'll get the board down and add another name to the list. It's mostly on the list. Check Frederick Talgorn. Great old school John Williams style writing. Wished he worked on more film nowadays. Okay, I will. How do we get rid of this era of overly bombastic but forgettable Zimmerism? I don't think it exists because people think they understand Zimmer, copy his sound, but they don't really understand composing. Well, it exists for a lot of reasons, but you're not going to get rid of it because nobody's complaining about it. Nobody wants, in other words, and there's many pieces to the puzzle. It's really not about the music. First of all, even if you wanted to bring it back, people aren't trained to do it anymore. The masters have died off, and it's not taught anymore, except in my master classes. But the directors don't make films anymore where music is relied on to be one of the primary storytelling elements. The screenwriters don't write a story and go, you know what, why are we working on the dialogue for this scene? We don't need any dialogue. This is the composer. Just stand on the porch and let the composer do the whole thing. He's leaving home. He has regrets about it, but he has to leave. Just let him do it. Just let him do it. That's not a thing that happens anymore because the composers wouldn't know what to do with it anyway and didn't know the chops. So it's not coming back, it's not coming back. The skills are gone. They're perishable skills. They're not being passed on, and nobody's complaining about it. Nobody's upset. Nobody feels cheated by the movies that they go to, even though their movies are shit. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, we enjoy shit movies. I talked the other day. Draco and I have watched the fucking John Wick movies, like now 15 times each. We've seen the fucking John Wick movies. They're shit movies. You could make them great movies if you knew, just put Film School 101, and those could be great movies. They're shit movies. We still watch them all the time. But nobody's been like, you know what? These should be great movies. These don't have any music. This music is ridiculous. There's not even any drama in this movie. Like, they don't have. Nobody cares. So what are you going to be like? I told you, and I don't root for people to, you shouldn't like this. Fuck you. You like it. I like it. Who gives a fuck? But that's why it's not going to change. I was just watching a new Midway movie. The music was so bland. Yeah, it is. What's the coupon again? It is Level Up 2020. All lowercase, all pushed together. Level Up 2020. 2020. Level Up 2020. Are there any modern day composers that I enjoy? Modern day, like new guy? No. I mean, not what do you mean enjoy? No. No, not that I listen to or I'm like, holy shit. Which is the only thing I like in music. You know, when I listen to it, I'm just like, oh my God, this is amazing. Who am I kidding? That's what I look for in music. You know, I mean, there's groove stuff, like mindless groove stuff that you can listen to and be like, man, that's cool. It's a cool groove. I mean, you know, like I don't have, like, it's not like they don't work on me. They work on me. It's just, they just not, I don't listen to them. You know what I mean? We only kind of listen to masters, all genres, all kinds of stuff, but everybody knows what the fuck they're doing. So, you know, so no, there's no composers that are working today that I'm afraid of. And that to me that's not how it was. I was always afraid. I kind of only ever want to be afraid. I didn't want to listen to a composer and be like, that's nothing. That's not interesting to me. And that's not because I'm like so great. It's because I have skills of any kind, and most guys do not. I mean, it's not talent. That's just like they literally don't have the skills. They haven't learned. They haven't trained. They haven't worked for 20 years. They just don't have them. I mean, I didn't have them when I was 20 either. While technology is great, it also causes issues like this. It's great that so many people can now make music, but it's just another echo chamber that gets created. Yeah, it's not. This is all forgettable, disposable stuff, but it doesn't have to be for you. You know, I always say this. What kind of music do you do? What kind of music do I do? What kind of, you know, we have our own people, our own stuff. The people who like my music, they feel the same way about the music that I do. That's why they like my music and pay me to do my music. So it's just, you just do what you do, you, man. You do you. Was I ever a fan of the band Kansas? Sure. I mean, fan. I mean, I like some of their tunes. I like some of Mr. Mister tunes. I like some Aha tunes. I like some Boston tunes. I like some Eagles tunes. Like some, like, you know, sure. Genesis, sure. You know, in terms of a band where I could just be like, I like this band's music. I've always been a Tool fan because everybody in fucking Tool is a monster player, a fucking monster player. And every musician I know respects the shit out of him. Some of the best concerts I ever went to was Tool at, I don't know what it was, a Great Western Forum in LA. There's no shit. There's no like lights. It's just the guys on stage fucking playing the album. And it sounded like the album. We were just watching, me and a buddy of mine are all session players, just watching and be like, that's it. Just fucking playing. Monstrous player. Of course, Danny Carey. Danny Carey is probably one of the only drummers that I'd be like, if I had a drum call, it'd be my excuse to call Danny Carey. Super musical. So, generally speaking, big Tool fan. Maynard and the guys. Have you heard the score for the game Jedi Fallen Order? Gordy, somebody brought up Gordy the other day. I know Gordy. Gordy's got good chops. He's a good little writer, man, and I like his work. And he's a nice guy too. And you know, I've got nothing but good things to say about Gordy's writing, man. You know, and you know, yeah, Gordy. I like Gordy. Chops. He's got some chops there. Dream Theater monster players. Half the reason I got in a composition role. Yeah, man. Hey, players, you can either play or you can't. And that was, you know, growing up, when I was coming up, that there was no, like, you couldn't just fake it. You could either play or you couldn't. There was no, like, you couldn't fake it. There was no auto-tune. You couldn't punch a million times. You could either fucking play or you couldn't. And that was really good for things. I can't think of any name that has the same impact. We need Draco to save film music. Joking aside, is this something he would like to pursue? Ever gave a hint? I never pushed him into it. He picked up music on his own. Now he's got a thing where he likes the power of it. He just sits down at the piano and plays. That'll go where it'll go. My job is just to give him all the skills in the world, and he'll do with it what and teach him everything that I can teach him. He's a little natural performer. He likes when people clap, and he likes when people say his name. That's an important part of it because that inspires you to be. That's a kind of inspiration as a performer, as a creative. It's good for you. But also, you know, he grows up. He's, you know, like, I don't let him get away with shit. If he's going to do it, he's got to do it right, and we got to work on it till we get it right. And you got to push through your frustration and your fatigue and your self-doubt, and we're going to get it right. And you know, and he thrives under that because he was raised that way. So he learns to just fucking pack it in and channel it and get to it. And then I can tell when that smile comes over his face and he knows he climbed Everest. So all of that has a very powerful impact on our motivation. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see him. I mean, I know he'll be an accomplished musician. I know that because it's already got its own freewheel. It's already got its own inertia. I just don't know if he'll do anything with it. I don't know. That I could never speak to that. If he wants to, he'll be equipped to. But if not, he'll just get chicks. So it's a win-win. My good friend made a good point. That's why he's your good friend. If filmmakers today grew up on the 80s movies, you think they might emulate that musical aspect of the movies? Well, for sure, but not just 80s movies, but also on drama, and and reading classics and all the way back to the Greek dramas and Aristotle, which is where all that comes from. It was unchanged. And to learn dramatic structure and dramatic storytelling, and then also learning with the power that music has to be an independent storytelling mechanism, such that it's one of the primary places you can serve the drama, even the plot, in a given scene. And that's the difference. What the difference between film music today and film music that was great is not the sounds, it's the structure, which we talk about in Film Music 101 and Scoring 1 and all those other ones, which you can get for 40% off by using the blah, 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 blah. A recommendation with which course of use I should start if I'm not a total beginner. I still think you should get Composition 1 because Composition 1 is not elementary composition. It's the philosophy of composition, which ripples into every single thing else that I teach. At least try that one because, like I said, there's a philosophy in there that transcends the specific devices. Otherwise, try, I don't know. You're not gonna. I guarantee they're worth $18. Guarantee that. You're not gonna blow your money. But I people keep recommending to everybody they start with Composition 1. So now I'm just echoing that because I see why people always recommend that. The philosophy that sets the stage for all the rest of the teaching is in there. Is he a fan of Williams, Goldsmith, Horner? So he doesn't always remember who's composed it, but he's a fan of the ones that he is all the time singing without meaning to. And he sings the internal cues of music of movies, not the hero cues. But lots of times I hear him singing the little internal forgotten cues, and like he's paying attention to deep and stuff. And if it's not exactly right, he knows it. Or if I sing an internal cue from a film, he'll go, and that's the part where they cut to the guy and he's holding the lightsaber. Yes, that's exactly the moment. That's what it's amazing how he's tied into that. But he's not like, I think he knows the names. He knows John Williams' name, but he's connected to the music and he sings them all the time and he listens to them. But he's interested in the music and the effect of it on him far more so than the person or people. I saw him playing the piano. He's some serious chops already. I wish you were my dad too. Well, I should have him I should have him on here tomorrow or something, and you should play his little Allentown because he started. And he's got a real musical way of playing. It sounds like he's been playing a while, and he's picking it up. And he's also doing stuff that, like you know how it is when you're doing a repetitive. You might do this on a couple of them. You might cheat it a little to give your wrist a break. I've noticed him finding efficiency strokes in his playing to help balance his fatigue on stuff like that. Totally him. And he's sort of changed a couple. He's changed a couple of things. Nobody said anything about it, And I'm like, that's the essence of musicality as a performer, and also realizing, yeah, it's not necessarily a note for note thing. It's a intent for intent thing. That's my favorite thing to see him do, because that transcends the teaching. That's not me. That's him working it out. Like, well, who says it can't be? Who says it can't be that? Nobody says it can't be that. You know what I mean? There's a freedom in there and and a musical expression on there. I understand what the intent is. Can't I change a couple of the words or the way I say it? Of course you can, because you know what's actually being said. I like seeing that. Anyway. Wait. Listen, Mike, we're on to you pulling the wool over eyes. This price gouging is crazy. That's true. I very deliberately priced my shit so that broke-ass musicians like me could... Oh, Draco's dissecting a jellyfish. Sorry, buddy. Got nothing for you on that one. I always sing the Jeep ride along at the end of Journey to the Island. Q, yeah. Yes, that was a Jeep... Da-da-da, da-dun, dun, dun, da-da-da, dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I know that one. Have you heard the score for Shazam by Benjamin Wallfish? No, I haven't heard it. Shazam was pretty good. Finally, a good score without Zimmer Tyler vibe. I don't know. I haven't heard it, but I don't. I did. There's, it's a real like. It's really weird that I've seen John Wick. I don't know how I ended up seeing that, because I would never. I don't watch movies like that. There's no new ones, and it wasn't good. But Draco and I watched it, and it was like, hey, there's a lot of guns. I mean, there's so much guns in our life now that we just like. I was like, oh, there's that gun, and now I have like half the guns in the movie. But yeah, what are you doing? Is that our tree skirt?
Yes.
You're just wearing a tree skirt?
I thought I'd try it on for size.
How's it fit?
I think it's a little big.
Any new guns under the Christmas tree this year? I'm building an AR, ideally, and Taryn Butler, who does the guns for all the John Wick movies, has told me that they're doing the John Wick 4 guns. And, like, he's like, if you want, I can probably get you one of the John Wick 4 guns. I don't even know what it is yet. So that might be there. That might be one of the ones. But otherwise, I still have some to break in. I have a Browning high power still needs breaking in, and a CZ 75 SPO1 tactical that needs breaking in, a new Glock 17 that Taryn's going to upgrade that needs breaking in. I've just been ordering ammo. I just got to put rounds through them, break them in. So, but the SIG MPX that I have, that needs breaking in. But I really want to build like a mother AR. And I'm going to build it on an American Defense Manufacturing lower and a NATO 5.56 upper, probably 14 inch, because with a compensator on the end or whatever, I can get it to 16 and not have to fill out a bunch more paperwork. That and a Trigicon ACOG sight. I mean, that'll get you a good sight. The American Defense Manufacturing lowers already have their complete ones already are fucking titsed out with great triggers, and there's a stock on it. The what is it? SB4, SAB4, ASB4, SB4. It's a good stock. And if they're not strictly 5.56, they're 223 wild, so they can take 5.56 NATOs. They can take the pressure, and they're forged billets. They're billet. They're 70-75. They're really, really well made. So I'm putting that AR together. I wonder why you need so many guns. So, most people in Finland have none, and we're fine. So you don't need them. You don't need them. They're fucking so fun. They're just really, really fun. And I'm really interested in doing competition. And they're also completely different than you think. If you've never shot firearms, I mean, I just think every single person should shoot firearms just to go through the monkey brain experience of having something ballistic in your face like that. Because it's nothing like it's nothing like the movies. Or it's not, guns are totally different and you don't know that until you've shot them. Like I said, when I first shot them, they're so fucking loud. And that's the first thing you realize. You're like, okay, everybody in every movie is deaf, completely deaf. You can't just be in a car shooting a fucking gun. You'll be deaf within 2 shots. Everybody's deaf. It's all deaf. All the horses and all the westerns, everybody completely deaf. All movies should just be 2 shots and then just a 10 hertz tone for the rest of the movie, because that's what it's really like. You never, ever, it's like, I can't even now, even the John Wick movies just, okay, that's impossible. In a fucking cave, everybody's deaf. Crippled deaf. But the whole interesting thing that your brain goes through with the ballistic shock at first is so interesting. It's just so fun. And like I said, it's like golf to me. It's like golf, only for men. I can just keep pulling that one out.
Every time, baby, it's like the first time. Always will be. It makes it so special.
Yeah, the thing about pulling guns, certainly like at our place in Florida, ain't nobody pulling no guns. That would go south for everybody because everybody's got guns. They're always just in there. And it doesn't come out. I mean, it's all a caricature, this whole thing about everybody with guns. People with guns are about the safest people. That's why there's no rioting or looting in any of our place in Florida. There's no COVID really where we're from in Florida. It's just, that would never happen. They'd come to one business and it would just be bodies. It would never happen. It's very safe. It's a very nice thing. But like I said, it's just nothing like you think. They're so fun. And now everybody in our whole family all got sucked in. My mom, my 70-year-old mom's all shooting now. And Draco's shooting. He's a good little shooter. And now his mom and her husband, and she's got 3 guns. Everybody's got guns now. It's all guns. It's a whole fucking guns family. It's really fun. They're fun. There's no other way. Like, I don't ever see myself concealed carrying. We're going to get our concealed licenses. But I've never been in a situation which I wish I'd had a gun. If I thought I was going to need a fucking gun, I wouldn't be there. I like the competition aspect of it. I like the idea of the personal challenge and working on it. But for God's sake, they're great. Everybody should shoot. They're so great. They're expensive. I mean, it's relative. I mean, we spend a lot more than a fucking gun on sample libraries and shit. Before, now they're way expensive, but a good gun, $400 to $600. Come on, we spend that on fucking, come on. Yeah, they're so loud. Someone made a video on that in The Walking Dead, how the characters should all be deaf. Yeah, no, I mean, it's like we have boatloads and boatloads of illegal guns in Toronto with gang members shooting each other all the time. Well, the illegal guns are everywhere. That's like in the United States, traditionally, you can always tell where the most gun violence is because that's going to be where your strictest gun laws are. That's why Chicago is a war zone. My hometown, Chicago, is a fucking gun war zone. Strictest gun laws in the country. Crazy gun laws. Biggest gun crime. The bad guys get the guns. That happens. It always happens. It's like liquor. They couldn't remember there was prohibition in the United States for 20 years. Everybody had the liquor. All the bad guys had all the liquor. In fact, making the liquor illegal is what made the fucking Al Capones and all the organized crime. That didn't do anything. It's exactly the same. No, the bad guy's going to get the guns. You just want to make sure that you have the guns, too, for when the bad guy... But then you also live in a nice neighborhood. You don't worry about it. Where we live, like I said, everybody got guns, all veterans. You are safe. You walk down the street, the kids ride bicycles. You don't worry about that. If you're in Chicago, and you're on the south side of Chicago, you're probably going to get shot by a gun. An illegal gun in the city. It's like that thing. It's that thing. It's cultural or whatever it is, but I got the guns, man. Super fun. I think all cops should have suppressors. Why? I mean, compensators maybe, but why a suppressor? Actually, there's a phenomenon called auditory exclusion in combat that saves your hearing. Oh, that's interesting. Like it just eventually it just closes out. It just goes, that's enough of that. I'm going to do videos on guns. Actually, I am doing a whole series of videos on guns, because even 2 years into it, there's a whole bunch of shit I wish people had told me in the beginning. It took me longer to learn a few things than was ever necessary. And a lot of it is because gun people are kind of gun people. They're kind of annoying. Actually, they can be wicked annoying. But also a lot of gun people are gun people from a long time. And just like anything else, when you've been doing a long time, you forget what it's like to not know what you're doing at all. You forget. And so even when you're trying to teach it, you take a billion things for granted. And so I was just making notes. As soon as I would get a piece of knowledge, I'm like, why didn't you say that the first time? This took me a long time to get to this. This didn't make it. So I've already been so I have at least a couple gun videos coming, which would be like, since we have all these new gun people, it'll be like, hey, here's 10 things that took me 2 years to learn that they should have said right off the bat. I'm going to do those videos. But yeah, man, super fun. Golf is expensive too. And like I said, the gun cult, like, you can't, you're talking out of school or you're not. I did not have a strong opinion on guns because I had shot rifles when I was a kid, but I didn't pick up a handgun until about 2 years ago. First time I ever had a handgun in my hand. And right away you plug in, right as soon as I realized how fun it was and started doing that, I plugged into the culture of guns, and that's people. And I learned right away, like, okay, so this is what these people are like, and like it's like woo wee, like that's the people who have guns are fucking careful, and they watch each other all the time. There's no like fucking around. I mean, I'm sure there's some good old boy somewhere just out doing whatever, but that's just shit to be seized on by people looking to make a caricature out of people. But at least one of the people that I know that use guns know anything about fucking guns. Most people think an AR is some sort of assault rifle machine gun. Like they think it's like they don't even know what the fuck it is. Like they think it's something like it's an automatic gun they don't know anything about what an automatic, they don't know. There's mostly people don't know. So I was just like, okay, so just even if you fucking hate guns, in fact, those are the people who should shoot guns. People who fucking hate them, hate guns, hate them with everything are the first people who should take guns, because they will shoot a handgun and one of two things will happen. They'll either go, oh my God, okay, or they'll start laughing and want to shoot it again, which is what 90% of people do. They shoot and they just get silly. And in fact, usually then they'll wave the guns around, which is why you should only put one bullet in there when it's a first timer, because they just go, oh my God. And that's crazy. That's fun. That's mostly how people are. I have never seen like, okay, that's wrong. I've never once seen that. And I've seen people who were not okay with guns shoot guns. Anyway. But super fun. I mean, fun, just fun. Mike, am I into watches? I'm into my watch. I have two watches that I wear. They're both Hamiltons. They're the Hamiltons. You've seen it. It's the Men in Black watch is the one. Although I have one that's actually the original 50s, like first electric watch. Although I do have a Men in Black one, and then later the Men in Black chronograph. It's the same style. It's a Hamilton. I can't remember which one it is, but those watches I love. Otherwise, other than that, if I was going to get a watch, it would be a very simple. It would just be a Patek Philippe, very simple, like not the big hunk of gold, much bigger than the watches of the guys who beat me up in high school, Rolex. I wouldn't get that. I think that's douche time. That's just me. I would get one Patek Philippe, very simple, very classic, and nobody except the only people that would know. That's what I would get, but I've never done that. What's that, like 25 grand or something? 30 on a watch? I don't wear one often enough yet. Substantially more lives saved every year in the U.S. taken by. Oh yeah, like Patek Philippe. Yeah, I'd get one of those. But yeah, I mean, I like my Hamiltons. Just I never see them. Nobody ever wears them. They weren't especially expensive, but I just like them. They have this Art Deco kind of look. You've seen it, the Men in Black watch. Anyway, yeah, we're on guns now. So we've gone to guns and watches. I think that means I think we've now, I think we've crossed over. Substantial, oh yeah. Well, it is always going to be in the interest of people with the power to get rid of any ways in which the people can take their power away. That doesn't matter whether it's guns or the internet. They're going to want to control whatever people use to assert their rightful authority. You can doubt these all you want. Doesn't matter to me. Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, people like to argue about guns, like I said, and that's, I've never been like I said, I've noticed that the arguments are mostly cartoonish, and that 99.9% of the arguments happen where at least one of the parties never fired a gun. And that to me that's a filter. Like, so have you ever shot guns? No. Okay. So you don't know what you're talking about. Because at the very least, you have to, if you're really going to make an argument against something, you have to be able to make that argument from as many angles as possible. And if I was going to attack guns and thus the people who use them, and I was going to go to the psychological welfare or the psychological state of people who liked guns, which could be a perfectly good way to attack it. These are all gun nuts and crazy people and people who are attracted to the feeling of power. If you're going to go, if among your arguments that you were going to take against guns, if you're going to go on the attacking the character and the psychological health of the people, you'd be most effective at doing that attack if you could relate your own personal experiences to it, so that you could say, look, I have fired guns, and it leads to an enormous endorphin rush. You feel very powerful. I've shot these firearms, and just like anybody else, I was drawn into the ballistic power of it. It's satisfying and powerful, and we don't really get to feel powerful. And so this is a dangerous drug, a dangerous endorphin, dopamine drug. That would be an angle. You could make that angle. It wouldn't last just because it's bullshit, but it's still a perfectly good attack angle. But you can't make that angle if you can't make that attack if you yourself don't have the experience. You just really can't. You can't be taken seriously anyway. And in point of fact, like I said, I think at some point when you realize that almost your entire view of something was given to you by somebody else, that it was part of a narrative, for better or for worse, shaped by somebody else, that you don't actually have any wisdom or experience or understanding of it. You simply parrot the agenda-based conclusions of somebody else. I don't care whether you're talking about guns or anything else. You're talking out your ass, and ultimately you'll get handed that ass in a debate. So I think anybody who's against guns, the very first thing that you should do is fire guns, because that immediately strengthens your argument, immediately strengthens your position. I've been there, I've done it, I know of what I speak. I'm not just parroting things I heard on the glowing rectangle. I'm not just parroting ideas or ideologies which sound good to me for any number of biased reasons, but I've actually done this. I'm speaking from authority. I'm speaking from experience. It's just, otherwise your argument is so abstract. So, if you're growing up in cultures and you're saying, well, we don't have guns and so you don't need guns, you're also extricating your culture. And almost anybody who says that is usually saying that from some tiny little nation that's not as big as any one of our states. And that's one of the other big intellectual dishonesties we have about philosophies and social policies, is they don't scale. So a lot of times people will look at Scandinavian countries and they'll say, well, look what they're doing in Sweden. And Sweden's like this big. It's like, that's Sweden, right? And the idea being there, well, it works for 15 people, so why can't it work for 300 million? Well, for the same reason that you could work out how to feed 50 people Subway sandwiches, but not 500,000. You couldn't just order more. Everything would change. It doesn't scale. your distribution, the time it would take to make it, what would happen to the food and the way to get it. The whole thing changes. So a lot of ideas, a lot of these social policies, when people talk about, they're usually being talked about in these tiny little, usually homogenized populations where people tend to have very, very similar belief systems and upbringings. And then they say, well, it works here, so how come it doesn't work in here? What, in the big, huge, diverse melting pot that's like 6,000 billion times your size and prides itself on its Second Amendment? Yeah, that doesn't scale. That's a totally different thing. But regardless, you really have to have experience. You have to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you're just unit number 3 billion on the internet that's talking out their ass. That's covered. People talking out their ass covered. We got that covered. In Finland, right? Again, Finland, police shoots a gun less than 10 times a year, and most of those shots never hit anyone. And if they hit, well, that's great. I mean, no, police in the United States do not shoot their weapons like there's no tomorrow. That's not even statistically remotely true. That's just factually not true. I mean, I guess if you watch the news and you believe the propaganda, I guess you believe that's not true. We have 2 cops. There's 2 Verda cops. They don't shoot their guns like there's no tomorrow. Most officers go their entire careers never once discharging their weapon. Overwhelmingly. We're not actually living in a Michael Mann movie. It seems like it's time to get the safe rack for them John Wick style. Oh, yeah, I'm doing a thing. I have my gun. Yeah, I'm doing a thing. Am I basing? Oh, yeah. No, cops don't shoot their guns like there's no. That's ridiculous. That's so not factually true. You don't debate a point like that. That's a flat Earth debate. Like we don't have to have that one. But again, regardless, even if cops were shooting all the time and killing everybody, which is not true, but even if that were true, and you would still have to speak from some sort of experience in order to have an argument that was really, really worth considering. Otherwise, it's an abstract argument, and nowhere near as strong as somebody who has experience. I mean, that's just how it is. There are some arguments where that's not true, I suppose, but certainly for whatever. I mean, but if you've shot guns and you're not afraid of them, and you're also not a fucking lunatic who's looking for excuses to shoot people. I mean, frankly, and you're part of that community. You know 2 things. Ain't nobody getting the guns, and number 1, ain't nobody getting the guns, and number 2. It's only better if fewer people have them. So if you don't want guns, don't have them. Like, great. Ammo is already hard to get. It's already hard to get. I've never, gun people can pass all the laws they want because they already have. That's why. So when people are like, they're coming for the guns. Yeah, they came for the guns in Chicago. They come for the guns everywhere. Their guns aren't going anywhere. Let them come for the guns. They're not actually getting the guns. At least this way, let them who cares? Who cares? They're not getting the guns. If you know people, they're not getting the guns. So that's fine. Should pass a law. Sure. And then that's fewer people have guns. And they're literally really hard to get right now because everybody has guns now. They bought the run. It's been 7 months in the United States that gun stores are cleaned out. I mean, cleaned out. They get in a shipment like on Monday. They're gone by Wednesday. Everything out of stock. Everything, Glocks, everything all gone. Ammo is 7 times the price it used to be. There's never been the number of first-time gun owners in the United States right now. It's off the charts. And there's no end in sight. And manufacturers just keep pushing it back. They're like, maybe summer 2021 we can catch up. Maybe fall 2021 catch up. Literally just cleaned out everywhere. We go to the range and we see it, all first-time people, all families. So people are buying them. According to FBI statistics, the USA has 1,000 times more death by police shooting than Finland. But it isn't 1,000 times bigger than population-wise. Right. It also has many other social dynamics at play. We don't have anywhere near as homogenized. In fact, we very deliberately don't have as homogenized a culture. And we very deliberately have a very different set of cultural values. In other words, let me give you another statistic. There's probably 10,000 times more arranged marriages in Muslim countries than in Finland because it's a different culture. there are different cultures, and that's why America is what America is, and Finland is what is. And I frankly think that's fantastic because we don't all want everybody to be America. And if everything was Finland, we'd have never gone to the moon, and there'd be no Star Wars. So we need everybody. I mean, if not for the Finnish, we wouldn't have. Well, you tell me. What is it? What do you guys did? What did you do? You did something. I drive a Volvo, so that's Swedish, and plus hot chicks from Sweden. But I'm sure Finland's done something. I'm sure you've done something. But the point is, we need each other, and we're all different. So you don't have guns. All right, you don't have guns. We do. You know what I mean? It takes all kinds to make a world. What was the reason or situation that came to start thinking outside the box? Me? Like outside the box? I mean, outside the box. I mean, I've never, I've just, well, like I said, I learned some lessons about people very, very, very young, such that I immediately was skeptical, rightfully so, of things adults said and believed and the world that they presented. And so it's just like, well, what else, plus a lot of reading of history. I don't know if that's thinking outside the box. I mean, is that what you're talking about? But also, I don't feel the social pressure. I'm not a group person. You know, some people are group people. I'm not a group person. I don't join groups because I can't vouch for everybody in the group. So I'm not a team player. I'll play on the team, and I'll do my I try to be this. If I'm on your team, hopefully we'll probably have a better chance of winning if I'm on your team, but I'm not a team player, if you know what I mean. I'll you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. I'll play for the team and not think about myself and all that stuff, but I'm just not a... So when people all go one way, I tend to go, so that's probably not the right way. And I just explore over here. And if I explore over here, it's like, nah, actually they're right, then I'll go. But 9 times out of 10, you're like, no. If that's thinking outside the box, but I just think an important skill is to just call bullshit on pretty much the whole world, and everything in it, and everybody in it, and every idea in it, and everything that's come before. I think you're never hurt by calling bullshit on everything, and then doing your own exploration of it as though it were bullshit. Because if it's not bullshit, you'll find your way back and you'll be like, well, look, I tested it. It's not bullshit. But you'll find way more often than not, almost the whole world and everybody in it and everything they believe and everything they do is bullshit. It's just wrong. They don't live their lives right. They're not happy. They have all kinds of, you know what I mean? Like you find out if you just call, let's just start over. What if we did it all different? Way more often you'll find a better way to do life. It's what it is. Anyway. George Carlin fan. I was a huge George Carlin fan. Near the end, it was weird watching him when he was really old and he wasn't funny anymore. It just had all collapsed in on him. He was just angry. His last special, just was bitter. And it was always bitter. It's just that he was fast enough and funny enough to sort of, most people in the audience didn't realize that he was mostly insulting everybody, including them. He was really good at it. And he's got older, he lost his ability to mask it. And I remember reading a thing, and I have all his books. I have Brain Droppings, and I have all these other things. And I remember at one point him talking about that he's just sort of an observer. And I used to think that was kind of cynical, like, well, he's given up on it. But he was asked in an interview if he wanted to go into politics, and he sort of, in a defeatist way, said, "What are you going to do? You're going to fix everything?" The older I get, the more I understand where he was coming from. In that, at some point, you really got to take care of yourself and try to lead by example, and that's your best chance at really doing anything. Because there's such overwhelming forces, against excellence and being your best self and all those sorts of stuff. But that's really not your problem. Your problem is you, being the best person you can be, the best person I can be. That's hard enough. We try to be our best people. We're going to fail all the time. We're going to fail all the time. And then we're going to disappoint people, and we're going to let them down, and then we got to regroup and try to learn and grow up. If we didn't have Finland, more people would use Finale. This is an excellent point. Carlin was big. I like Carlin, and and earlier Stanhope. Recent Stanhope has gotten sober and doing yoga and shit, and it's something. It's not. I didn't want him to die. Everybody figured he'd just medicate himself into death early. I'm glad he's gotten like kind of soberish or whatever he's doing. He's like I say, he's riding a bicycle with a little helmet on, and he's doing yoga, and it's so I like early Stanhope. I've seen him live. I saw him live. I saw Classic. A couple of buddies and I saw him at the Comedy Store. And I've never seen a performer work a room like that. The whole room was laughing so hard. Multiple people were falling out of their chairs on the floor. I've never seen that before. I mean, just falling out. They couldn't sit in the chair anymore. They were laughing so hard. And my buddies and I went outside, and we were standing in front of the Comedy Store, and I was just like, do you realize, like, this was one of those things we're just going to remember? Like, this is one of the greats. We saw him at the top. Like, this was a thing. And same group had seen Carlin practicing for his I Like It When a Whole Lot of People Die tour or whatever that was. And we were literally right up against the stage, table A1 or whatever in Vegas as he was working it out. His feet were right there, just right there, spitting on us. And it was like one of those moments. We're just like, this is like, we're seeing like a thing. But Stanhope the Mess was also super amazing. So, whatever. So, love Doug Stanhope. Much darker Carlin, but you know, same kind of laser precision with which it just dissects the human condition. Yeah, man. Anyway, anything else before we send you off into the good night on your Friday night? Because it's only here on the West Coast. It's only 7 o'clock. East Coast, it's only 10 o'clock, which means you've got all kinds of stuff to do yet. Mike, how are you dealing with the piracy of your stuff? Is there piracy of my stuff? I mean, I'm sure there is. I don't care. Whatever. I mean, obviously don't do it for the money. I would promote it if I was doing something for the money, and I would probably charge something, for it beyond whatever. I don't care. What am I going to do? That's way energy I'm not going to spend on it. I don't care. Sure, pirate it. I can stuff off. I mean, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, and so you've already got coming. It's already worse than anything I think I could ever do to you. You got to wake up that person every day. That's what more do I have to do? I think that's covered. Kind of person takes the goodwill of another person and preys on it, takes a fucking cheap class and that's made specifically with goodwill to be affordable for people who need it to be affordable, and then you just take advantage of it. That's a total piece of shit. That's the kind of human being the human race needs like literally zero of. It would be better if those people died. That would be better for all of us. The actual quality of Homo sapiens would improve if those people didn't exist, if they died. And, having died in a horrible way, that's just pleasurable. But they don't, just gone. But like I said, really at the end, like, they never get caught. Nothing ever happens to them. They still are those people. That's who they are in this life. The fuck? What more could I possibly do about that? That's sentence enough. That's horrifying. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That's like a person. The only way it's worse is if they're so bereft of value that they don't even have the sense of right and wrong to see it as wrong. I'm not talking about rationalizing, because human beings can rationalize anything. You hope it's a person who knows it's wrong and has rationalized why they're going to do it, because then they're merely a worthless piece of shit. But if they actually are a sociopath that can't even, that's like not even human. And either way, that's a way worse existence. Just to inhabit that body every miserable day of your miserable life. Then what? Then what? Then what other fate would befall them? The worst thing that could happen has already happened. You get one shot at this life. You get one go around, and it's already over. It's already over. They're just playing out this out-of-tune string until they vaporize into nothingness. That's a pretty fucking dark fate. I can't get angry about that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can't steal it. Sure, go steal it. I mean, I've done zero to try to protect my stuff, and I wouldn't. I guess the second thing is then the people who get it, like say you get a person and they're like, yeah, I pirated one of those Mike Verda classes, and then they got something out of it, and really got something out of it, and then pirated more. Whoa. That's a piece of shit. I know there's millions of them, but I just don't. How's that my like? I just it's like just get that stink away from me. I don't want to have anything to do with it. You should blah, 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 fuck that. I don't need the money. I really like Bill Burr. Not afraid to say what he means. Yeah, Bill Burr's nice. Almost as bad as being Finnish. I mean, I wasn't putting on anything against. I did to see if I was coming down on Finland. I just couldn't immediately remember what we owe to the Finns. I'm sure something. The classes are like 15. Well, they're 18 with the 40% discount right now. Level Up 2020. But more to the point, I'm like, I mean, I used to have a rule when I was, I was when I was first trying to get into some visual effects stuff and I wanted skills. There were no demo versions of programs like Maya. So I remember I pirated Maya. Before I bought Maya. Well, so here's what I was to say. I pirated Maya because I wanted to learn it and I wanted to know it, and there was no way to get any kind of copy of it. And I learned it, and the very first job that I got using Maya, I took all the money and bought Maya. And I always figured that's how you get square with the house. Since then, they've come up with demo versions, and then there was, you can register it online. Back then, it was super expensive. It was like Maya 1.0. It was like $15,000, and it was like you either spend it or you don't. And I didn't have it. I was fucking broke, and I got a pirated version of it, and I learned it, and then I used it and made like about its cost on it, and I bought it. I remember I was very, very proud. Remember where I bought it from too, and I think that like there's that, but if I was completely broke, I might pirate and put that money on the list of when I finally have money, buy this. I really have a list like that. Currently, it's empty. I mean, like I said, but there's another app. But there's this whole other thing too, which is that nobody who's pirated my stuff even tried the part where they said, "I really want your class. I really can't afford it. Is there anything we could do?" Nobody's even asked. Because the truth is, if some young student had come to me, I mean, I wouldn't do this all the time, but if some guy came to me and he's like, "I really, really like to learn your class," I'd be like, "Okay, well, here's what you have to do. Write me this piece or do whatever." I'd make him do something so it wouldn't be free, but it wouldn't be money. Right? Isn't that the way you'd handle that? I don't know. At least because then the person would try. I don't want to pirate this. I want to try to do the right thing. Then wouldn't you reward that? I don't know. Is this complicated? I never thought this stuff was complicated. But again, maybe that goes back to that thing we talked about at the beginning. And how often are you really looking at the man in the mirror or the woman in the mirror and really doing an assessment of who you are and what you're putting in this world? Because because you know what you did, and if you've learned, the only thing that's more tragic than not being a good person is developing the mechanism to be able to face the man in the mirror without shame when you've done shameful shit. That's even worse. That's even a darker life. Again, I think all this stuff takes care of itself, karma or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, man, we're just talking about basic human stuff now, but people are not really great at basic human stuff. But they also don't think we don't talk about it all the time. People aren't, like I said earlier, our first thing in the morning and the last thing at night, it's like a thing that's always in our sphere is always do your best. I don't think that's true for every household. I don't think I don't think always do your best is something that people say in the morning, like, don't forget to brush your teeth. And I think, you know, if especially it could be empty words, always do your best, if it isn't driven home that because this is your life and this is how you value your opportunity to be alive. You know, I mean, I think if more people did that every day, I mean, I think maybe people would be happier because you get happy when you do your best. I don't know. That goes to that. Is that thinking outside the box? That's not how I was raised. My parents told me to do my best, but it was never driven home to me that the reason was for me. It was always because for them, because I get in trouble if I didn't. But I think in a lot of times we don't give people we don't make them realize or help them realize, like, this is your life. Like, this is how you know, like the value of you. When we are at Man in the Mirror, how do you feel about Michael Jackson? I mean, it's like you can't look at Michael Jackson without looking at the environment he grew up in, the fucked up family, the dynamics, the total impossibility for him to relate to the average person whose life he never had, and the number of people around him who preyed on him and took advantage of him and were sycophants, and what it would have taken for him in an abstract philosophical way to reject the entirety of the messages and influences in his life in seeking a more normal, more balanced, more connected to the everyman existence and philosophy. Most people never have that kind of self-examination or discipline, let alone somebody who's given every conceivable way to be detached from the average person, from the average experience. And it's like, of course, a person like that ends up psychologically damaged or malformed, certainly abnormal in all kinds of ways. That's how you would engineer a person to be psychologically, I mean, not just, you know, non-normative, but damaged. So when a damaged guy does damaged stuff and he's all fucking damaged and he dies for damaged reasons, it's like, well, what the fuck chance did he have? I mean, that's not like a kid who grew up and he was all stable and he was all, you know, and that's, you know, my ex-wife grew up on television. She was a television star, and she is lauded because she's a television star who didn't become a television star. She like grew up normal and balanced, and she's like none of the things that happen to child stars. And it's because she had people just grounding her and clipping her and kneecapping her and making her realize, as she realized for herself, she had to get her worth from other places, stuff that most people never hear. So, you know, yeah, I mean, even if you grow up in those situations, if there's people around you going, listen, you don't realize this, but you are way left of center. We got to do shit to keep you back on the rails with the human race. If you do all that, you can end up balanced and normal and great and all that, but most people don't have that, you know? So, yeah. Well, Mike, I must go now, but thank you for another great live stream. Have a great weekend. You too. How's it going up there, baby?
It's going.
It's looking good. Like the wreath and the banister looks all good.
Baby steps.
Baby steps looking good. Yeah, this is all kind of, you know, this is all like, I mean, I think we would all, literally all, be way better if we forced healthier shit into our real healthy stuff into our daily interactions and narratives, and stopped with the meaningless memes, you know, the cutesy little sayings. All you need is love. No, not all you need is love. And first of all, love is only visible by actions. It's not even an emotion. What are you talking about? Like, instead of all that just shit that stops you from thinking, but actually starting to value ourselves, I think the world will be a very, very different place. But what are you going to do? All you can do is you, and you be the best you can be, because you got your hands full. Oh, the decorations are upstairs. You can't see them. You just have to take my word for it. It's up in the balcony there. There's a woman on the balcony, and she's hanging garland with lights and bows. There's a woman, yeah. Well, you're a woman. Is it? I mean, you know, it's not like you're not the hired help, but I'm just saying, there's a woman upstairs, and she happens to be my wife, but she's hanging. most people are what they consume, and it's shit. Yeah, well, we are, and we get with like the people that we're with, and I mean, don't worry, we're not going to go on a COVID rant, but I mean, a lot of people took this opportunity. Their locked at home stuff for a lot of people was like a lotto. Hey, what if I didn't have to go to work? And they made even more money than when they went to work. It's like, wow, it's like there's a dream. I don't have to go to work on Monday. Yeah, you don't have to go to work for like the next most of the year, and you're literally making more money than when you were at work. All right, so here's the moment you've been waiting for. What are you going to do with it? And like mostly people did nothing with it. They got fat, they got depressed. They like, they watched Netflix until their fucking eyeballs rolled in the back of their heads. Like they did nothing with the opportunity. That's it's not like people are merging like from a cocoon like butterflies. I picked up 4 new languages and I think I'm halfway to the cancer cure. No, not at all. But again, if you're really not first and foremost actually thinking about your life and the quality and value of your life, I don't know how you'd get to that. Because what you're really looking for is a break from your life. That's what the whole thing, that's what the lotto mentality is like. If I won all this money, I wouldn't have to have my life anymore. I could have a new life. Okay. That's something you don't need money to fix. But if you're not fixing it, then you're just waiting for whatever. Yeah, it's almost like it was a not-so-secret trial run for universal basic income. Well, I don't know that it failed. You said it failed miserably. It didn't fail miserably.
Half of our country's down.
Yeah. What?
Half of our country is down for it.
Half of our country is down for it. I mean, they like that because they don't want to go ever back to work. They didn't like work in the first place because for all the reasons we already talked about. All the business owners and people who had independent spirit and spent 30 years building their stuff, they're all out in the street. And they're gone, and their businesses and their dreams and their livelihoods and their kids' Christmases, and those are all sacrificed with it. So, I mean, whatever. But, more to come on that. That story's in the middle. We're in the middle of that story. I've heard plans of a second lockdown, business shutdown. Well, there's lots of plans about it. I mean, like I said, it also depends. Yeah, LA's got a curfew. What time's the curfew?
10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
10 p.m. tonight. I'll be out in defiance of curfew. But that's also cultural and also geographic. We have a very, very, very fortunate circumstance in that we basically spend half of our time, we go back and forth between Los Angeles and Orlando, outside of Orlando, not far. But, and those are culturally entirely opposite places. So in Orlando, life essentially did not stop. There was no stopping. Our business never stopped. None of our clients ever wear masks. We had all the birthdays, all that. There was none of that. And then in Los Angeles, it's like, it's just paranoia and fear and people reporting on their neighbors 24 hours a day, and it's extra, it's just cultural. I mean, there's like anything else. There's some people who are okay with having all their stuff taken away from them, and other people who are not. And the people who are not, eventually, at some point, get pushed far enough, and they activate the Second Amendment, and we'll reset stuff. We'll see. But we had a big COVID rant the other night, a big angry COVID rant on this channel, and ultimately, I can't. You can protect 1% of the people, but it's at the expense of 99% of the people. And just me, man in the mirror. When I drive past all the buildings that are all the businesses that are out of business. I don't watch the news, so it's just me. I drive past all these businesses, restaurants I used to go to that I'll never be there, and I know what it takes to make a business because I had one. And I see all those people's livelihoods destroyed and they're gone. And I know my son, not allowed to play baseball, the kids, the socialization, they haven't seen their friends. They're carrying around the mental burden of things children should never have to worry about. And I think about all the suicide and the depression because of the lockdowns and all the rest of that. And I think about the unfairness of some people being told they're allowed to work and other people are not allowed to work. And some people are important and other people are not important. And when I look at all of that insane injustice, the 99% of people that have had their lives destroyed on every conceivable front, and now they come for your personal stuff and Thanksgiving, just to protect 1% of the people, I can't be a part of that. Just me. I don't really tell anybody else what to do. I just can't do that. I can't help that happen to people. I don't know, you know what I mean? I can't, and especially because, as I said the other night, it was never necessary. I think we could have put all our resources together to helping those small percentage of people that are vulnerable without killing the other 99% in every conceivable way, economically, psychologically, sociologically, emotionally. It's like we never had to make that choice in the first place. It didn't have to be like shutdowns or we protect the 1% that are vulnerable. But that's how it went. And so people will do what they do. But I know that for me, every time somebody says, I'm protecting other people, I know they're protecting this many people by sacrificing all of these other people. And I'm not okay with that. So I have to resist the lockdowns and the masks and everything, every way possible, as often as I possibly can. That's just me. Because that's how I want to be a good person. And I know that the people who are at risk should be protected, and we can protect them. But I cannot sacrifice 99% of the people for 1% of the people, or even 4% of the people. And if the rest of us had all our stuff taken away from us, we'd be even in a better position to take care of them. So again, that's just what it is. So we all have to follow ultimately. I mean, I hope we all are trying to be good people. And people can say, oh, you'll kill people if you don't wear a mask. Well, you've already killed all kinds of people with suicide and depression, and you've killed childhood memories, and you've killed businesses, which are dreams, things that take people 30 years to work out, and they have to fill all the paperwork. You don't know what it's like to carry a business. You've destroyed all those people, and all the restaurant owners, and then you've destroyed way more than the people who are sick. So if you really care about people, how about caring about more people than fewer people? And then when we haven't destroyed all these people, we can all work together to help the people who need us most. Give them respiratory stuff and give them this way. Why aren't we helping them? But now nobody's in a position to help them because everybody's kneecapped and fucked up and locked in their homes. And like I said, it's really, I don't walk around with signs. I don't do any of that shit. I just work on me. But for me, I can't pretend that I'd be a good person while I happily drive past with a mask on, all these lives, just this detritus of people's lives. Well, good for them. I guess that's just the way it had to be. I can't do that. I can't do it. That's just me. I can't do it. So, I mean, like I said, we had a real strong thing on this the other night because I actually feel about as passionately about that as you can feel. But also, people are going to do what they're going to do, and they'll rationalize their behavior, and people are mostly just shouting at each other. But when people ask me, why don't you wear a mask, or why don't you support this? It's, I can make the argument for why, because I care about people. I don't care just about this many people. I care about as many people as I possibly can. I'm a musician and an artist. My life is about trying to put good stuff in the world. And I cannot in good conscience look at all of the destruction and the deaths, way beyond the COVID deaths, and feel like it's a worthy sacrifice that I can get behind. I can't. And if somebody feels like, well, I need to do this to protect my grandmother, like, I get it. And I would like to protect your grandmother too. So, I mean, you know what I mean? Like So I don't participate in the lockdowns, and I don't participate in the masks except where I absolutely don't have a choice. So like if we go on an airplane all the time. I cannot get on that airplane without a mask. So I get on the airplane with the mask, and then I start eating. And nobody is upset about you eating because there is no COVID when you eat. That's just what it happens. So I just eat the whole time. I'm eating. I'm eating Cheez-Its. I also have super claustrophobia, so if I put the mask on, I panic. If I kept the mask on the whole time and took off the plane, they'd have to land the plane in 10 minutes because I'd have a complete fucking panic attack. I don't even go into that. I don't even worry about that. I just eat, and nobody has a problem with it. Whatever. So, I mean, well, people do what they do. I only speak for me. Here in my country, food is more natural and healthy. Well, we all eat natural here, so we don't have that. Death rate is higher than 1%. Have friends die. Well, I mean, people die of all sorts of reasons. Healthy people die at a really, really low rate. And like I said, it comes a matter of perspective. Even when you say, well, 250,000 people die, like that's a lot of people. No, it's like 0.06% of the fucking population. That's not a lot of people, not a percentage. Well, if it was your family, even if it was my family, I still wouldn't want every other family to suffer. It's bad enough that we're suffering. You know what I mean? That's just a philosophy. But in the end, this will play out the way it plays out, and we'll all take our stands, and history will judge it. This will either have been this. We'll find out. Find out. In the meantime, I think, certainly we owe it to ourselves, like anything else, to really examine what we're doing and why we're doing it. And if you think it's wrong, if you think something is wrong, you can't be a party to it. That's just a basic rule of life, And to me, like I said, people dying too. So you had a friend that died, and I had a grandmother that died alone because people couldn't be around her, and her mother died without the rest of her family around her. Her mother died just a couple months ago, and people weren't allowed in to say goodbye to her. So, whose suffering and pain is worse? You know what I mean? Like, maybe, what if none of them weren't necessary? You didn't have to lock down the thing, and you could have taken the people who were at risk and protected them. So this is why it's, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. But it comes down to that thing. We're all going to die. We're not all going to live. And today doesn't ever come again. So we protect every day real carefully in this household. We protect every day, every single day. We don't take any of them for granted. And, we're not going to spend it cowering in fear. We're just not going to do that. So, 230,000 is two 9/11s. Well, yeah. Well, not a lot of people died in 9/11. It was just very shocking. It was like 3,000 people. It was just very shocking because the buildings went down, and America had never had an attack on soil like that. But when you look at the impact of 9/11, other than the fact that we still take our shoes off, it was just caught us off guard. It's a very big deal because it caught us off guard. But it was not very long after this country was really, I don't know if you remember, but it was the Janet Jackson fucking wardrobe malfunction took center stage about as quickly as was possibly capable after 9/11, because people were just couldn't deal with it anymore. So again, numbers. I taught Draco not to make, because we do logic and debate. Numbers don't matter. Percentages matter. Numbers don't mean anything. Is 250,000 a lot? What are you talking about? Number of times I hit you in the dick with a hammer, or grains of sand on the beach? There's a different 250,000. In a country of 330 million, even 250,000 is a tiny little percentage. And if that small of a percentage represented an action item, we would never leave the house, any of us, ever, for any reason. Because a lot more people than 0.06% of the population or whatever is going to die from car crashes, from accidents, from malpractice. So if that's the threshold by which we all stay inside forever, then we're all going to stay inside forever. It's not the numbers, it's the percentage. But whatever, that's a thing. My grandfather died from COVID a month ago the same way. Yeah, maybe he died right from COVID. We don't know. But some people die from COVID. Some people are old, and the old people are vulnerable. We should be protecting the old people and the vulnerable people and the fat, morbidly obese people or people with multiple comorbidities. We should be protecting them. Just don't destroy all the other 99% of the healthy people for it, which is what we've done. Locked them all in their homes. That's my opinion. And that's how I live. I won't cower in fear, and I won't give up my life for 1% of the people. I just won't. Will do everything I can to help them, but won't sacrifice my family for them. I believe that with every fiber of my being, so no matter what anybody says to me, it's obviously not like I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing. Just run the numbers. But whatever. We all got our thing, man. It takes all kinds to make a world. It's like I said, it's I don't watch the news. We don't watch the news. We don't get any of the messages. Most people get the messages from the glowing rectangle all day, and those messages are incessantly repeated and and pathologically one-sided in propaganda. And when you're not a part of the narrative at all, or even the conversation, I think your objective view on it is probably pretty damning. But like I said, I think in the end, it's like there's what you believe, and then there's really questioning what you believe. Why do I really believe this? And we do that with COVID, or we do that with any other aspect of our lives. That's just how it goes. The only thing I like about lockdowns is not many cars on the road and the air is cleaner. Yeah. That's one part you're going to miss. Is that, this is nice. Well, the vaccine is ready, so maybe we can move the hell on to something else or another. Well, we don't take vaccines here. We don't never do that, ever. I mean, my son's had a couple. I had some when I was a kid, but back then you got 4 or 5 or something, like your whole life. You weren't a fucking chemical pincushion. Like when I was getting vaccines and they brought the schedule of vaccines to my mother, nobody went, and then there's these, and then well, you're going to need these, and then, no, that wasn't what it was like when I was a kid. It was like a couple of them. My little boy got, I don't know, a couple, 2 or something like that. And the rest of it, just like, and you have genetics and a system, and good luck to you. And, kind of like you'd expect. He eats organic food. We all eat healthy. We're healthy. We rarely ever get sick, and if we do, it doesn't last very long. We don't take flu vaccines or shots or any of that shit. We don't take vaccines. I'm not taking any vaccine. I don't need to. I don't need to take a vaccine for something that you got a 99% survival. Like, what the fuck? Why would I take that?
But for people who are scared,
For-
the vaccine will be the placebo they need.
Oh yeah. For Laura Beth's point is for people who are scared and the vaccine makes them feel safe to go out with their lives. Like, yeah, I'm for that. Take the vaccine. Take 10 of them. If it gets you, feeling like you don't have to lock yourself in your house anymore, I'm totally for that. I'm not taking one, but I would never say you shouldn't. Sure, take 5. Take 5 vaccines. You know what I mean? Like, I'm for freedom. I'm for choices. Not taking your choices away. So protecting others doesn't include wearing a mask. Well, like I said, when you wear a mask, you do protect others at the expense of 99% of the others. You kill the others, literally in many cases, because of suicide and depression, and plus you kill the children. These poor kids are all getting socially maladjusted. My little boy's baseball team got together for practice the other day, and the kids had gone back at least a year or more in their coordination and in their skills. Baseball team, a good little baseball team. 7 months of being locked in the house, no play dates, no daily recess, no really doing any sports. They literally looked at least a year underdeveloped again. I mean, it was alarming. And the kids are having psychological problems because they're living in a world where they're forced to carry stuff around that they, yeah.
Wonder, is Santa Claus going to be spreading COVID?
Yeah, and is Santa Claus going to be spreading COVID? And I mean, and all the destroyed businesses and all the people who are out of work and their jobs aren't going to return. That's not. You sacrifice all of that for 1% of the people. No. And like I said, we never had to make that. We never had to make that choice. We could have always protected the 1% without destroying the 99%. It was a false choice. So that's why I can't get behind it. Where I don't get a vaccines unless forced. Yeah, you couldn't force me to take a vaccine. That's what the guns are for. Wearing a mask seems like an okay ask to protect others. Well, right, because then the idea is that all you're being done is asked to wear a mask. But lots of people were also told not to go to work anymore, and they lost everything they had. And a lot of people were told not to leave their homes anymore, and they have depression and isolation and paranoia and fear. So it wasn't just wearing a mask. It's not just wearing a mask. That's a straw man argument. The idea that the problem is that it's inconvenient. Masks aren't inconvenient. I mean, for people like me, they're inconvenient. It's all the actual real destruction and mayhem and depression and suicide from the result of the lockdowns of which the masks are a part. That's the problem. If it was just put on a mask, and when, for how long, right? Forever. Remember, it was 2 weeks. Now it's 8 months. So it was, and plus it's not a mask, remember, it's a face covering. It doesn't matter how ineffective it is. And it doesn't work anyway. But yeah. And you can take it off when you're eating. Like it doesn't make any sense. So, like I said, if all you want to look at is this much of it, like I'm helping people, which it's not. I mean, it's not. If I have a deadly disease and your child is standing next to me and I have a bandana on my face, your child is not safe. The mask doesn't work. It won't keep them safe. That's simple. Hazmat teams and bio teams don't wear masks. They don't wear bandanas. And they don't pull up a T-shirt. They have a full suit with the thing because when it's really dangerous, that's what you do. So they don't work anyway. And it doesn't have to be a mask. You'd actually have a better argument if it was a government standard mask that did a certain thing, sealed off your face, and it was 100% effective against the virus. That might be a better argument. But it's not. It's a face covering. And you can take it off when you're eating the entire time. And then all the waiters, and they hand the credit cards. It's all bullshit. But like I said, in the end, you're going to make your decision based on, whatever. What do I have to say about that? I have only to say what I'm going to do and why. I don't tell people what to do. So baseball is more important than a global pandemic. It's not a global pandemic. In fact, if they hadn't made a big thing out of it,
It's not baseball, it's the development.
if it was a 99% isn't a global pandemic. But again, to say baseball, it's not baseball. It's a healthy development, socialization of children. It's their childhood memories, their physical and mental coordination. So again, it's like when you keep reducing it, so it's just wearing a mask, so it's just baseball. No, it's neither just of those things. That's why it's an issue. But if you want to look at it like that, like, oh, the kids don't get to throw a ball on Tuesday. That's a big deal? No, that's not what we're saying. Oh, so you got to put a mask on your face. That's a big deal? No, that's not what we're saying. But that, again, like I said, I understand. It's your thing. People need to be exposed to a certain amount of bacteria to survive. Well, that's what I'm saying. We are healthy. Almost all of us have had it. And just had it, felt bad for a day, and then got over it because we're healthy, normal people, just like 99% of people have it. That's it. So, certainly on the other side of it. I mean, I mostly wish for people to get it because 99% of people get on the other side and be like, well, it wasn't so bad. Right. If they had made a big thing about it, we'd have never even known it existed. We'd just written it off as that bad flu that went around for a while and it would have been over. But whatever. It's like I said, you got to do what you got to do, man. And you just got to do what you got to. Just think it through. Just think it through and be real sure on what you're doing. I mean, somebody says, fuck vaccines. I bet all the money in the world that in order to go back to work, people will have to get them. Or in order to collect money for free, you'll have to get it. Well, like I said, that's where that's where lines keep getting drawn. But sooner or later, the government is not going to. At the point that you can't live a normal life unless the state forcibly injects you with chemicals, I can just tell you, things will change. It's not going down that way. Trust me on that. The P100 respirator is the only one 90% effective. Right. Kids need bacteria for their immune system. Right. Your belief system hangs on a few misconceptions. I don't know what you're talking about. That's okay. Pandemic is not death, but infection rate. But it doesn't matter what the infection rate is for something that's 99% non-lethal. But who cares? Get it. What do I care? Why would anybody care? Yeah, everybody should get it. 99%. And again, if we're worried about that 1%, let's take care of the 1%. But we don't destroy the other 99%. This is the real option. Hey, there's this thing. It's going around. It spreads crazy. Kill old people and fat people and people with multiple comorbidities. Holy shit, let's take care of them. Let's put them someplace. Get them masks. Let's take care of them. Wouldn't we all do that? I think we'd all do that. You know what I mean? Unless we're heartless. We're not heartless, right? If we really thought that all sorts of people were going to die, we'd be like, okay, well, let's take the group that we're worried about. Yeah. And the other 99% continues with life. They could have done remember the ALS challenge? They could do a COVID challenge. Let's raise money to protect the 1% or whatever. It doesn't matter, 2% of people who are at high risk for COVID. There are people in this country with compromised immune systems who are elderly and fat and have multiple comorbidities, and they need your help not dying from COVID. Let's all get together and let's raise money for them to have, to live in isolation, little isolation barracks, and wear masks, and we'll buy respirators and oxygen supplies. I'd fucking do that challenge right now. It's a COVID ice bucket challenge. And then just, then the rest of us go on with life. And then we get COVID, but we're not worried because we're part of the 99% who are healthy people. We'll get it, we'll feel like shit and get over it. And then we just keep on going like we do. We would get it, and then we're not the 1%, so. But if we did become the 1%, like, oh my God, this fucking is way worse than I thought. So, well, don't worry, because we've got some barracks for you to go in. It's the COVID isolation barracks. And they're nice. We've set them up, and you can go in there, and then you go in there. And then you send them in there, and we take care of them. And then we would all be like, hey, I gave $20 to COVID relief today. Nice, very good, yeah. But then we'd be in a position to do that because we wouldn't be out of a job and have all our shit destroyed. You know what I mean? So, that to me that'd be that would have been my platform. Protect the vulnerable, protect the strong. You could do both. Do both. All the healthy people, be very, very grateful. This will suck, but you'll be fine. 99% of you'll be fine. But we got to watch out for this 1% because it will get them. So let's all get together and take care of them. We got to do that. But, you know, it devastates even those who survive it. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. 99% of the people don't have any lasting effects. No, you got to stop watching the news. I literally, I don't think I know anybody who hasn't had it. Half of them didn't even realize it. What's that? Yeah, not affected and hardly even. No, long haul. Like I said, at least a good percentage of them didn't even know it until they got tested. That's assuming the tests are right. But again, whatever, like I said. Yeah, you know, and no shortage of people don't want to go back to work. That's done helping things, but it doesn't matter. What happens when the 1% denies to be separated from the rest of the world because they are free? Well, you know, I mean, that...
They're not super spreaders. They don't kill people. That would be their choice to die.
Right, they'd have their they'd have their choices, and also, you know, let's have that problem. But again, like I said, you know, there's no if I had a choice between catching COVID and losing my job, I'd have chosen COVID 100 times over. Yeah, and so would the other 99% of the people. But again, there isn't really discussion about COVID. There's a lot of zealotry. But in the end, it doesn't matter if it's zealotry or if it's well thought out. And for every scientist, there's a guy on the other side. And for every statistic, there's a statistic on the other side. Ultimately, what are you doing? And why are you doing it? That's all you got to worry about. Yeah, LB's got a good head on her shoulders. Why I married her. But you know, like I said, it's what? Well, somebody said LB to, yes, she says to LB we listen. She's making good points. Yeah, of course, smart chick. But like I said, I you know, to me, the most important thing I think for all of us to do is to make our choice in good conscience and really be clear about why. And if we find ourselves just parroting shit we heard on the television, that's not actually us. But like I said, what was somebody saying here? The media catastrophizes everything. Well, I don't watch the media, which helps. Douglas Murray points this out. Well, yeah, that's all propaganda. I'm surprised people, I've said for 20 years, 25 years, don't watch the news. People still watch the news. I don't know why, but they do. It's great when you don't watch the news because it turns out you never once miss anything important. Not once. You can't miss it. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be the plot of a TV show and you won't miss it. You can't miss it, but you also then don't have to watch the endless stream of human suffering that has nothing to do with you. You played no part in it and can't do anything about it. You don't have to and you find out everything that's relevant to your life and without all that bullshit. But I've been shouting that into the ether for 25 years. But anyway, like I said, you know, we're in the middle of that story. Whatever that story is, we are in the middle of it, and we'll see how it all pans out. And I can tell you where I'll be. You know what I mean? Careful. What is this? VI control is stalking Mike and is going to shame you all. Is stalking me, is it? I don't even know what that means, other than people would be spectacularly bored. But then again, if it's people from VI control, it's not like they're busy making music. Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of the story, and we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you know where I'll be. I'll be the same place I've been since February, doing my life, carrying on as normal as I possibly can be, and mostly not cooperating with state mandates, which are not law and not constitutional and violate equal protection under the law. I just won't be a party to it. That's all. And then it's like, you're terrible. Okay.
We literally have friends who have a disabled child who cannot travel freely around the country.
Right. Yeah. Well.
I mean, just fuck people with disabilities.
Right.
Fuck people with skin conditions.
Right.
Asthma. Claustrophobia.
We care about
Any
people.
kind of respiratory.
We care about no diseases or any people or anything other than COVID right now. Our disease, like there's no flu. There's nobody getting the flu.
And fuck the planet, large time.
Right, because of
Fuck
all.
the planet out loud
Right,
twice because of all of the disposable PPE and the supreme increase in shipping packaging.
right,
Peanuts, cardboard, plastic,
Right.
individual, fossil fuels.
right,
Just fuck all of that.
right.
Because humans need to survive this. We need 0.3% more of the human race to survive this from nature.
Right.
By the way, which
Right, right, right,
we're not gonna win.
right,
We're
right.
not gonna win that.
That's
nature
right.
says we're done. We're done.
Right.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Well, you know, somebody just said, hey, you know, and I came here for Star Wars. No, it's been a great conversation with all the disagreements. Well, you know, the thing of it is, too, I think there's sort of this unwritten or this tacit belief, like, you only want people to agree with you, and that's really not true, because then it's how masturbatory is that, you know, if you only surround yourself with those echo chambers where everybody disagrees with you. It's just not any fun when the disagreements don't come in the form of anything rational or logical or measured. It's just a lot of name calling and shouting. Like, that takes all the fun out of it. But you know, I mean, certainly we have a couple members of our family, you know, that are worried and will not be unworried about their health and safety. They're like, I'm afraid. Okay, and you try to talk to them and look. Let me run some numbers. You're at risk from all these other things, like a billion times more. And you know,
Well, at least in
but we all get along. We're all civil, and there's not like you're out of a life. There's none of that.
no, but the people who are the most worried tend to be the ones who have been. They're, you know, like borderline hypochondriac. That's already their life.
Right,
is
right.
that they're afraid of everything.
Right.
And so it's no surprise that they would choose to isolate and not see their family in what is probably the final years of their life anyway.
Right.
But, you know, it's culturally better to just eke out an existence than to live.
Right.
I would not do that.
I'm most afraid of getting chlamydia. Yeah, you don't want to get chlamydia.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had it, like any of the fun ones, you know, like any of the. I don't think I've ever had an STD.
Did you have some of the ones that weren't fun?
No, I don't.
I should have asked before I married you.
No, you know, like in all the movies, everybody always gets STDs. There's always the clap and crabs. Are those different or the same? I don't even know. There's all the gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis. Those are all things, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. You know anything about those, Mike?
I think the COVID thing is I think a COVID thing has given non-hypochondriac people a taste of what being a hypochondriac is like. I guess so, if you believe it. Yeah, the fun ones. Yeah, the fun STDs. The ones you take a pill and you're like, yeah, remember that chick? Yeah.
Well, the ones that I was always confused, you know, in romantic comedies like Sex and the City, and there'd be a whole episode where like everybody got whatever. That'd be like the scene in the movie, in the teen comedy, where it's like, oh, you just came back from that weekend with a disease, and I was always like, really? Like, that's not a thing, right? You can't just like do that. And the only person in real life that I know who went away to Burning Man and came back with a disease keeps that disease for life. It was all terrible, and she's having to try to get the dude to apply ointments,
Oh, that's right.
afterwards, and they're not even it was like a random hookup, and then she's all calling him on the phone like, you did this to me, you have to apply ointments.
God.
What the fuck? That wasn't in any of the romantic comedies. that scene, you know, where what are their names from Sex and the City?
I don't
where
know.
Charlotte got the clap, you know, or whatever. They didn't follow up with the guy and make him go to appointments. And they didn't cut to the scenes where for the rest of her life she's gotta inform our partner of the genital warts that might flare up. Like, that wasn't a scene.
It should have been a scene. Here's a quote. Sex in the City is about 4 gay men living in New York as portrayed by 4 females. That's good. That's good. I like that. Yeah. So all that. Anyway, what we did? We pushed that past an hour past where we figured we were done. But that's because somebody brought up COVID. I think probably just to do it. Let's just poke that bear. But honestly, like, you are what you do. Your actions speak louder than. And we've been doing our thing so consistently this entire period that it's like, this is not really a part of we're not thinking about COVID. Doesn't come up. Except every once in a while we're at some place, oh shit, that's right, you can't go without a mask. Like, do we even have one? They always go through that. Shit, do you have a mask? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Then you just go,
nice.
there you go. Everybody's safe. Then eat.
It's so weird. You're Norway people they're so afraid. It's like
Yes, it is a 2-story. What's that?
it's just so strange. Go outside of the city limits and people are living normal lives or trying to. And then you're inside the city and people are literally like, you're killing us all! What the fuck? People are like, wear your mask! I'm like, when people turn around, like wear your mask in the bathroom. Like, when they go in the stall, they're taking it off, right? You're on the other side of the stall. It's open on the top and bottom. You got a monitor in the bathroom. Wear your mask, ladies. They aren't in the bathroom with you, and they've yet to install cameras.
Yeah,
I think
yet.
in the actual shitters,
Right.
but that's coming. Because it's about safety. Children's bathrooms first, please. Let's protect the children.
You're right.
So let's get the cameras in the bathrooms. We paved the way with that for that with cuties.
Yeah. I was just trying to think, like, yeah, I think I'm trying to remember, okay, I'm in the airport, if I go in the restroom, I think I pull the mask down. I'm taking a leak. I think I do that. I think that's just like just so I can breathe I want to breathe the hockey puck. I want to get that urine strawberry.
Another on a list of common sense reasons why a mask is not a good idea. Just to always have your face with a mask on. Mm-hmm. Your peripheral vision is reduced by the mask.
Mm-hmm. How high do you have your mask
women, I have a different shaped face. I don't know. But I have a problem. Like, if I have a mask on, I'm in the airport. I'm traveling alone. Like, the mask's all up here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I have to drop my head in order to see into the thing. This is not safe for a woman to be traveling anywhere and like having to okay, I need to find my things right here. Like, everyone could steal everything.
Right.
Or grab me. But it's about safety. And it's really important.
Crowdfund the race part 2. People would donate the crap out of it. Would they? I don't know. Would they? Yeah, they fog my glasses, and I get, and you know, and also, I mean, certainly in the entire time, not one, every time somebody comes into our house, a vendor or anything, a driver who picks us up from the airport, anything, we go, you can take that mask off, and without exception.
Every single person says, "Oh God, thank you."
Yeah.
Here's the weird thing.
Even here in LA, where they're
even in
super,
LA.
they come in like from everybody from the piano tuner. We had somebody come in and cut hair, and they're just like, oh God, yeah. Some people get really weird about it, but they're all like, okay, so far I've not actually been finding anybody who didn't take us up on that
But here's
gleefully.
The really weird thing though is the guy who we work with sometimes. When he shows up, he goes, well, if you're not wearing a mask, I'm not wearing a mask. Okay, taking mine off. Oh, great, thank you. Okay, so great, he's got his mask off. Mask's off. And then he continues to rant at length about how if people would just wear their masks, we could just get through this thing.
He didn't know it, but that
What
particular
the fuck?
that particular individual doesn't know whether to shit or stand in it.
Yeah, but I think that's a lot of people because most people who are even right now looking at us saying they would just wear their masks, they're part of the problem, they would just wear their mask, we get through all this stuff. You still negotiate with yourself. At some point in the day, you decide when it's appropriate for you to take a break from your goddamn mask.
Right.
Because you can't do it's not reasonable. And you know it's not Ebola. And you judge the risk at the moment like humans who are free in this society do.
Like at the restaurant.
Like at the restaurant, yes.
Everybody takes them off,
when
and they're
you
off the entire
decide-
time they're eating. They're sitting next to tables and all that shit. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Indoors, like it is in most cities right now, except for like 3 or something. Indoors, you can sit inside a restaurant.
Americans don't care about each other. Oh, true. Speak for other Americans. Do we have?
So deeply about everybody's freedoms
Yeah, we.
that it makes us sick.
Right. Oh, well said. Do you guys have concealed carry in LA? No. Well, I mean, they don't. We don't. They might. We don't. I can't imagine what you'd have to do to get concealed carry. Yeah. But again, the situation is what it is, and I mean, I think certainly it's revealed more about people and about power, and fear and propaganda. It's revealed way. I mean, the COVID is way more useful than the COVID part of it. The COVID part of it is, well, it's like everything else made in China. It's shitty and barely works. But all the stuff that's come on the other side of it is really useful and interesting and different, So, we'll see. But again, a German pandemic, yeah. Oh, super
They wanna
overachieving.
manufacture-
The ultimate viral
It'll
machine.
work forever.
Yeah, it'll be super reliable. Yeah, don't have the Germans working on one
Or the Japanese.
or the Japanese. It'll be faster, more efficient, and
As long
cheaper.
as China's responsible
As
for
long-
manufacturing
yeah.
pandemic viruses.
Yeah,
We gotta shut up.
yeah, we like them Chinese viruses. I think it's like just calling America broken. Again, it depends where you're from. I can say where you're not from. America. Not from America. No shortage of, in fact, huge, giant, enormous swaths of this country function great. Like, great. You don't hear about them on the news. But it's like, it's a good country. Wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't be any other place, any other time. You should see what our glorious leader in Canada has been used to. He called it an opportunity. Oh, yeah, no, there's lots of stuff. Like I said, there's lots of stuff way beyond the COVID, But all right. I mean, again, I mean, although I do appreciate some nationalistic pride, but if somebody calls your country a cunt, you still have to qualify the person's, like, do they live here? Do they know what they're talking about? Are they saying this for my best interest? Is this person whose opinion I respect and admire? You know what I mean? Like, and I unless you guys are personal friends, you don't know this guy. You don't know. He might have all kinds of stuff going on in his life, such that you'd have to get upset about it. You can't get upset about somebody you don't value or an opinion you don't value. So you'd have to make a judgment. Why is this opinion? Why is this important? Why is this person's opinion important? Such that I'm going to get upset about it. But I mean, you can also spin it. The guy likes his country, and so much so that trash talks another country he's only heard about. There's something positive in there. He loves his country to the exclusion of ours. Okay, so what? You know what I mean? That's why he's not here. I mean, we sort of like the idea that people who think it's a trash shit country aren't here. Would you want a person who thinks it's a trash country? That's what we have Democrats for. Oh. But yeah. I mean, it's a like I said, it's a thing. Spirited debate in the chat roll is out of control, you guys. I'm not just if I can just ref this. I don't think that's going anywhere. I don't think you guys are going to meet in the middle anywhere.
Unfortunately, they're not going to see your comment for like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry. Just
There's a boom.
I don't know what it was, but it's okay. Oh yeah, it was my Democrat thing, which every country needs work. Everything, I mean, there's which that's like a weird thing too. It's one thing to acknowledge shortcomings and work on them, and it's another thing to just shit can the whole thing. So. The real problem with America is its increasing amount of brainwashed young people believing in a country built in classical liberalism as a norm. Actually, that's not really the problem with America. The problem with America is that most people have been told explicitly that they're non-essential, and they are. The country doesn't produce much. We consume. We stand in line for iPhones for 12 months because buying things is where we get our sense of self-worth and pride, and that's not enough. People don't really feel the pride of ownership in the country. They don't feel in the end that this country exists because of them and what they do. And for a lot of them, it's because they don't have a lot of skills. They work for soulless corporations, and they have meaningless, menial, make work jobs, and they don't take any pride in them, and they don't do well enough at that job to feel proud in any way. So they don't take ownership for the country, and then they don't take gratitude for it. And in general, they know they don't have much of a future or many opportunities. That leaves them extremely bitter and angry, and rightfully so. And then with a big empty hole of purpose in the middle of them, which they can't fill up with enough Netflix series and things. So a lot of them join causes, big grandiose causes like saving the planet and saving the world from a pandemic and all these other, ending racism and creating sustainability. Because then they're not just a person who's working to alphabetize insurance claims forms 40 hours a week. They're saving the human race, and now they have value again. And that cause becomes where they get their self-worth. So when you attack the cause, you attack their self-worth, which is why they get just so immediately... Yeah, so they become immediately hysterical because it's a personal attack. And so the real issue is that you can't have a country of 300 million consumers with no great gratitude or ownership of the country and no real future, especially after you've just gotten done telling them explicitly that they're non-essential. And now they know it. The government said to them, you don't matter. You could stay home and the world would go on just fine without you, and it did. For 7 months, going on 8 months, as long as we have some people with some food and some Amazon deliveries, you don't matter. It's their worst fear confirmed. That's the real problem. And not a president is going to solve that. But that's where none of these people, none of us, I didn't have to go to war for this country. I never had to have my petty differences put aside because I'm just lucky to be home. And I didn't have to spend time in a foreign land in a foxhole where it was just like fucking so shitty that I came home and was grateful for what we had. It's hard to be grateful when you don't have to earn something. In fact, it can lead, to a sort of resentment for the fact that you have all this stuff and you didn't really earn it. And then on top of that, you don't do anything currently to earn it. That's the real problem. So, what are we listening to? Some cool jazz. This is stuff I put on during election night. It's that's the real issue, and that's why when we did election night stuff, I was talking about that in the end, the idea behind this country was such that we shouldn't have to wake up in the morning and worry about the president because he's not the king or the emperor. He can't just decree stuff. In fact, I think there's been no greater example of just how little power the president has than what's gone on with all the election stuff. Trump has not had the power to just unilaterally come in and declare the election over or all ballots for. He doesn't have that kind of power. All he's been able to do is get angry about it and tweet and hire lawyers, because that's what our president does. So one thing I was saying was, we're not supposed to live and die by who the president is and what he does every day. I think people who watch the news believe that, but the president shouldn't play a daily role in your life. We have shit to do. They're just employees. They're not leaders. We don't hire leaders. They're employees whose job is to represent our interests and protect our constitutional freedoms. They forget that, we forget that. But as a result, when you have this real problem, the president's not going to solve that. If Biden's president, you're not going to make people be okay with socialism taking over the country. And if Trump's president, you're certainly not going to make people okay with socialism not taking over the country. It doesn't matter. That's the real problem. People don't have anything to do. They don't really matter. Now they know it. So, good points, Mike. Thank you. But what I'm referring to is something that's been festering in the West for many years. It's the reason police racism popped up immediately in the UK and Canada right after Floyd. Well, specifically, how so? I've worked for 30 years just to make it this far, 20 of it in my own business, only to get it shut down indefinitely. Yeah, look, your story is not the rare one. Am I hip to Peter Bernstein? I don't know who's that. Damn it, Mike, I need a Twitter alert when you go live here. I'm not on Twitter anymore. And I got rid of Twitter because Twitter is fucking, it's ridiculous. That's the censorship level, the propaganda is ridiculous. And just like COVID, I just can't be a part of it. I just can't be a part of it. I can't be a hypocrite like that. I can't. Every time you go on Twitter, you are enabling it. You're legitimizing it. You're putting money in that guy's, Jack Dorsey's, pocket. So it's inconvenient, but I'm happy to be inconvenienced for the greater good. I just can't participate in it any longer. My hypocrisy has a bound. And it's just ridiculous. It's just the flat out censorship and lies and propaganda. It's like, some people, I think, don't mind it if the propaganda is going in their way, but I take one step further and going, propaganda's not good. Even if it was going my way, I wouldn't be there. So I'm not on Twitter anymore. I can't be on Twitter anymore. Peter Bernstein is one of the best. I'm sorry I haven't heard of him, because you'd think I would have heard of him. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. We have yet to see how this all plays out. But certainly, like I said, it's one of the nice things for us about being in these disparate cultures is we get a lot of man on the street stuff, and so we see just what a total fabrication the news is. The news doesn't show you or tell you all the context you need. It doesn't show you all of the people, all of the towns functioning normally. Like I saw this thing, like Sweden didn't do lockdowns. I'm like, Yeah, huge, giant swaths of this country didn't do lockdowns either. You never hear about them because they're not allowed to be heard about them, but we live in one of them. You see them all the time. The mask stuff that they have is total it's like, yeah, you're gonna wear your mask. Right, gotcha. Yeah, it's like maybe the big box stores, and even then you just walk in and nobody says anything. But anyway, how's your Tanavy hallway looking these days? The real one that we're doing? Or the stuff for the shop? Which one are you talking about? The digital one I did a long time ago, which actually finally I took out of mothballs for the blueprints for our shop we're building. That what you're talking about? But yeah, I mean, more to come. And you know what? This is one of the things, I mean, you know, just to loop around, is that, you know, there should be with all of the stuff that's going on, there should be an absolute flood of huge music. But there's not the mastery to bring out the music. This is like the time. I mean, shit, you know how much music was written about other periods in history? Some of the best symphonies, some of the best pieces, you know, were the expressions of people weathering huge events and moments in their time. We're not hearing any huge, great symphonies. Oh, the old CG one, I found it in my old files. Oh, yeah? Well, that one, yeah, I mean, like I said, that's been in mothballs since I did it, but we're building sections of that and other parts of the Death Star full scale for our new fabrication facility in Orlando. And so I hadn't seen that model, but I pulled it out because I'm like, I did this once. Why recad the whole thing? I already did it. So it's funny you mentioned that because I just pulled that out of archive. In fact, you know, since then, the Big Blueprints book came out, and I was delighted to find out that I'd gotten it right. I didn't know that for sure. It was all photogrammetry back then, but I got it right. 9 feet, and I got it all right. The spirited debate continues. And it'll end. The last thing one guy goes, "Oh, okay." All right. No more masks. You're right. Never mind. I think if that happened, the sky would open up and horsemen. I keep grabbing the piano, forgetting that there's little music playing in the background. You know, if people are reading stuff and not just listening to the news, that's a good thing. However we end up there. People not just, oh yeah, well I heard, oh yeah, well I heard, well yeah, oh okay. Or the 2 chords I play every time I change topics? I don't know. So we were talking about Star Wars. You know, I mean, as far as I can tell, and I don't know this, we've lost a number of viewers, but they may not have been. I don't think anybody just fucking fuck this and punked out of the chat. I don't think anybody did that, you know. And if not, what's great is you see the system working, because that's how it's supposed to be. Because clearly we've seen in our chat some people with very, very, very strong opinions, and yet if the whole thing stayed on the rails, and then at the end it's like, all right, well, let's change topics, shall we, or take a breath. If that happens, that's the rarest thing that happens, and that never happens, and that's how it's supposed to be. You don't have to you don't have to convince people, and you don't have to get so furious that everybody just says, fuck you, and goes away. You just go, all right, okay. If you guys can pull out of that and everybody's still talking to each other, then then you've fulfilled the promise of interconnectivity, of a multicultural world bound by the internet that can share disparate philosophies. Why is that elevator music playing in the background? Well, we put it on for a while because I got tired of just playing. Is that the one you're talking about? I don't hate people for, I appreciate when people believe with all their heart rather than, parrot something that they think people want to hear. I don't care if I disagree. Just like the feel it. I like honesty. You saw Star Wars in the theater in 1976. That's amazing because it hadn't been made yet. They were still working on it. I think you mean 1977. Is there a score engraving that you would like to see Omni Music Publishing release other than John Williams, since they can't release any of his? Oh, right, yeah, because, Bruce Broughton's Tombstone. They did Back to the Future. I haven't checked on them in a while, but I was buying whatever they did just on principle. Like, I just bought it. If I didn't want it. There was some, I think they did Edward Scissorhands or some score I couldn't give a crap about, but I just bought it just because I wanted, let me do that. Witches of East. Oh, you can't do Witches of East with John Williams. How about Star Trek 2? How about Wrath of Khan? This is one of the few communities people can actually hash varying opinions and still generally want to help each other. Well, yeah, I mean, we especially, I mean, like I said, I've seen that on my forum doesn't have, my composers forum, it's a very small forum. I've never seen any drama. But it's like the people. It's like there's no drama people. Plus, everybody has to use their real names, which changes everything. When people have accountability, they're nicer. How to Train a Dragon just got released? Oh, okay. Yeah, Star Trek 2. I mean, that was the one that really, that was when I first really noticed James Horner. I remember I loved that. Chris Siddall Music Company released an engraved score for James Horner's Aliens. Did he? I didn't know that. Why don't you get that? Because again, just to support that. I'm pretty sure I have it already. Yeah, Horner had his, yes. I mean, my James Horner class, my master class on James Horner is one of my personal favorite classes. It's different than the other ones, but James Horner was a huge, giant influence on me. Huge from when I was a kid. Yeah, man. I was 5 when I saw Star Wars. It was 1977, and the energy and the electricity and the experience of it, I'll never forget that. Does Laura Beth Love ever wander around the house naked? Mostly wanders around the house naked, if you want to know. Is it I think it's a request. I don't know. But it just came out of the blue. He's just still thinking about it. I understand. Yeah, the Horner class was fun. It was fun. So since I did a John Williams-esque take on Batman, just for the record, I did not do a John Williams-esque take on Batman. That's just kind of how I write. I didn't try to do that. This is why whatever if I've ever gotten shit for having Williams stuff, it's like I get that. The guy practically taught me how to write, but I don't have to put that on. It's like that's just if there was ever I never didn't do that. Because I like those tonalities. I like the harmonies. Anyway, but anyway, since I did that, you should do a Danny Elfman-esque take on Star Wars. Yeah, it's easier to go the other way because one can grow further. Like, how do you take a limited thing? You can take a limited thing and grow it, but it's hard to take a big thing and shrink it. I'd have to think about how to do that. My philosophy is, you guys are still arguing with each other. I don't know what it is, but I love Elfman. We applaud that. Mike, when you were noodling around in The Last Starfighter the other day, that hit me in all the feels. Everybody who knows me knows that kills me. Always did. It's the last thing I want to hear. It's the last tonal harmony I want to hear before I depart. It always was. And it was before then. And so when that score came out, it was like, oh, this is the best score. No kidding. That kills me. The harmony. That's from a pop tune. I need a better piano library. Mike can play whatever, and it sounds much better than on my shitty libraries. Well, that's the thing. It's Vince DiCola. Yeah, man. Vince DiCola. I like Vince's work. It's almost coked up. I like it. I don't know that it is, but it sounds like it. Is there a film score where you felt the composer was not right for the job? Yes. And if so, what composer do you think would have done better? I mean, lots of them, and but first of all, that should be a thing. I think you should have that. In fact, that's a really important point in your career, is the point at which you're like, man, I could have done that. I could do better than that. That's an important moment when it becomes mortal. When stuff that goes from magic and I could never do this and I have no talent to like, man, I could do that. That's or that's so shitty. And sometimes just to seeing the shitty work is like the inspiration. It's like the hate that makes you powerful, and you're inspired to work harder and go get a thing. So I don't feel especially compelled to name names, but But I mean, I remember at the time in which I heard work from people that would have once been in a category of like, I'll never be able to do that, and be like, man, I could have totally done better than that. And that's just whether it's even real or not, whether that's right or not, whether it's even true. That feeling is an important feeling to have. It's a good feeling to have. It's just it charges you up and be like, fuck this, man, I got this. It's just good to have, you know. So yeah, man, I'm a sucker for those chord progressions. Also, I think everybody is. How do you go about transcribing voices in the strings? I have a hard time making out the violas mostly. With a lot of string writing or any sort of thing, especially with a homogeneous group like strings, you know, when you look at voicings, you start to realize what it probably would be. So if you're seeing string voicings that are open, and you know even one of them, and you get up to another chord, and it's but you don't quite hear the A flat or whatever, you know it's if they've been voicing them all throughout the whole show like this, it's probably in there. So a lot of context clues. If you look and you've got this in a voicing that's had, and suddenly it's missing, no, it probably isn't. Probably in there, and you're not hearing it. When you write it down and you transcribe it, there are almost always voice leading context clues. If you see a conspicuous hole in voice leading somewhere, it's probably not a hole. And then what it is probably obvious and logical and natural because that's what voice leading is. Mike, do you think the Lord of the Rings score would have been better if Williams did it? I think that's more in his wheelhouse. I mean, I don't know how you make those boring 9-hour anesthetic things. I can't watch those movies. They just like, oh God. But whatever. But then again, people like those movies and they like the score. So, did they need to be better? No. Next time I listen to the score to the Transformers, I'm going to hear Mike's voice in my head going, all coked up. No, Nicole always sounds like I like that, though. Mike, what are your thoughts on miniatures and visual effects? I was watching an ILM special today on how they used a miniature ship for the flight scenes in Mandalorian. I mean, the rule still holds true in visual effects. You put something real in front of a camera, you get a million things for free. And if it's a good model and it's at the right scale so it doesn't give itself up, I mean, I think there are a billion upsides to it. When you think about all the time that we spend in visual effects putting in all the little tiny details that you just get automatically when you make a model, there comes a point at which you have to be weighing the solutions against each other. If you have super, super complex multi-axial motion, all right, maybe that's more trouble than it's worth, in practicals. But as a visual effects supervisor and artist, I'm always dragged into visual effects kicking and screaming. I'll do anything except the visual effects. I want to put it in front of the camera. I'd rather come up with a scene, find a reason to not use the visual effect. Can I tell this story some other way? Can I do this visual some other way? Because then your shot counts end up reasonable, and now you can really give them the love that they need so that nobody even notices them. What about rejected scores? Is there a rejected score that you felt was better than the original score? For example, or vice versa. Example, Tangerine Dream and Jerry Goldsmith for Legend. I mean, I the only one that I've, I heard the rejected score that Jerry Goldsmith did, I think, for Alien Nation. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, I think he was, I don't know. Mike Post versus Bear McCreary. Is that a joke? Only one of those two guys has any talent. Literally, any skill. I went to dinner. I went to Bear McCreary. I I guess you don't know any of that. Nobody knows these stories. I guess I can't really tell you those stories either. I went to college with Mike Post's daughter, Jenny Postel. An interesting thing I noticed about violas, I noticed, or violin too, I think when it disappears, ends up doubling unison. Yeah, sometimes, but not all. I mean, going from 4 voice, 3 voice, 4 voice, that's not, more often than not, there's another role for it to play. That does happen. It's not like a thing, but you know. Oh, shit, guy's looking for dirt. So the reason I don't tell a lot of dirt stuff is not because I have some career to protect. I just because it's just like Bruce Broughton. Like, I wasn't there. It's like Donald Trump. I don't know Donald Trump. like I know that all the shit on the propaganda is propaganda, but I don't know the man, so I'm not going to be like, he's a fucking racist. Like, I don't know that. I can't. So it's the same thing. I know all kinds of stories. I know all kinds of people who work with all these people, and it's like, I've heard all the stories. I know what everybody thinks about them, but I'm not going to be like, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do it. But I mean, the bottom line is, like, not everybody with a career has any ability whatsoever. But that was also an unfortunate. You walked into that one because Mike Post knew what he was doing. Hey, here's a good Mike Post story. I don't know if you know about it. This might be a really common story about Mike Post, but if you don't know it, his daughter told it to me. And that is when Mike started, he was at school and a teacher told him he had no talent and that he, would never have a future and he should never do anything in music. He needed to find something else to do, and was super insulting and disparaging about it. And years later, Mike Post was, auditioning people to come in and work for him on his team, and this teacher came in, and maybe it's because his name was Mike Post and not Mike Postel. He didn't recognize him and didn't know him. And so the guy went and was asking Mike about this job, and Mike said, "Do you remember a student named Mike Postel?" And then he said the guy's face just went white. And he just said, you ever discourage another musician from pursuing his dreams again, I'll make sure you never work in this town in any capacity ever again. I'll get the fuck out of here. Little come-up-in story. That's a good little come-up-in story. A little schadenfreude for you. But yeah, I mean, honorable, yeah, but it's mostly just about like, I don't know. This keeps coming back to just take responsibility for yourself. I mean, there's, I guess there's some points at which you just like, some guy has raped 7 children. You don't have to be like, look, I need to give the guy a chance to explain his side of the story. Okay, but, little fucking dirt that goes on in the business. The too small business thing is not the part of it, because I don't work in this town. I haven't worked in this town in 10 years, really. I don't work here. But it's just that other thing, like, well, I heard, now it's COVID. I heard, you don't know. But yeah, Mike was good. And there's actually, for all the simplicity of that stuff, there's actually some often pretty hip stuff in there. So, and the Mike Post themes are half the soundtrack to my life growing up as a kid. So I got nothing but good things to say there. There's a 5-part video series somewhere on Mike. Okay, that's a lot of video. Really, I guess we all want to know.
Do you need a little boost?
Sure, baby. Okay.
Do you want to stay with Blanton's or?
Blanton's is good. How much is left there? Do we have another? Do you have...
Probably about 2 pours, actually. We could use a booze run.
Okay. We need some more Blanton's.
Do you want to use that, or do you want to wait?
No, change it up. Something else. There's a whole shelf of stuff back there.
There is.
when you record your videos, are you using a high camera and dedicated mic or just your phone? No, it's not a. I mean, so sometimes like when we did our election special, we had like a Canon C300 in here. This is just a Logitech C920 and one big soft light and a little of that.
Does that sound good?
What? Oh, Michter's, that's good stuff. Have we gotten into? Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, Michter's is
that
good.
right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll give you some ice.
Yes, that was just a little. So, and yeah, there's a dedicated mic, and then there's two mics on the piano. But, yeah. Ellie Law. Peter Schickley at Evening with Peter. We talked about this earlier. Peter Schickley, huge. I love that. Cracked up. I still love it. I wish you could get a copy of your engraved score for the Batman ride. They're asking because they all know that my scores are in the storage facility. And I told them where it is, and it's like 2 years or 10 years or something, 7 years. I keep talking about they're in the fucking storage facility, and I just can't face that goddamn place. We were actually over at the storage facility, but we were in her place getting all the her where all the Christmas shit is. You took a picture of mine? God.
So you can look at
It's every bit as bad as I say it is, right? Right?
Well,
Send me your picture on my phone. Send it to me. I'll show them. It's fucking nightmare. Running through your laptop. Yeah, this is just a Mac laptop. It's my last Mac device, which is I'm just gonna retire it for something else. It's a PC thing. Everything else in my life is PC now. When I upgraded my music system, I left my old Mac, and now it's a PC, and it fucking kills. It's awesome. You love the Batman ride score? Cool. Maybe Mike could do a walkthrough on the Batman ride score. Man, we could do a ride on the Batman score, and I did all the sound design for that. I don't know if you guys all heard that story, but I did all the sound design for it, which means that I was able to work them out so that they would work together. And that also meant that after it was all done, there were two different motion control cabins that were used depending on which installation was. There was one that was in some countries, and there was another one. And one that was used for one set of countries, I went up to Canada, and I mixed the ride in that motion control rig. And then the other one, I had to go down to the Gold Coast in Australia for a week and mix it. And the Australians were using a cabin, a motion control cabin that was way more dynamic. And they hadn't yet done the thing where they run the accelerometer on it or whatever, or the G-forces thing to measure it. It was raw what the programmers had wanted to do. And so the way to do it, because of the actuators make all this noise and all this other shit had happened. So what we did was we had a Mac, and it was just a Mac and a keyboard and a monitor, which I had down there. I had I'd flown in a little Pro Tools rig, and it was completely all strapped to all the seats. It was all like this. And so there was this Mac, and we were in this cabin doing the ride 8 hours a day. And I'm mixing the whole thing, and it was just, and I was so focused on the sound that, like, after a couple of days, I no longer even noticed that I was just being throttled around in this ride, mixing the sound for the Batman ride. I did the whole thing. I was just by myself, and then after I was done, like the last day, I was done, and they packed it up, and then that was the day that the people, the security or safety people, were going to come in and measure everything. And I guess they put dummies in there or do whatever. But all I remember was that they got out, and they were all like, yeah, that thing would have killed people. Like they had to turn everything down to 50%. And I was like, I was in there for a week, and they're like, this is, and that's a neck snap, and that's a neck snap, and this is a neck snap, and this is a neck snap, and I'm like, I must have just been really into the programming, because I remember it was kind of rough, but, and I was kind of like, it was kind of a good ride. I don't think you should turn it down, but that's what they did. But it also turned out to be a thing that it turned out I had to be there because the speakers, I had mixed it. I had done the initial mix at my facility in LA, and everything was full range, 5.1 titsed out. And the speakers that were in the cabin were nothing like that. So I had to re-EQ everything to get to get them to read properly. And it's like, there's no way you could have done that without being in that cabin. And then when the actuators are going, it makes all these other noise. It was like, there's no real other way to do that. You have to be on the ride. Hackintosh, yeah. Do I have any favorite work snacks? I mean, peanut butter pretzels, or what are those? Peanut butter, yeah, peanut butter filled pretzels. We can't have those around. Those I can't have those around. That's a problem. PC got a bad rep from shitty Windows. Yeah, no, I mean honestly, I've gone back and forth. I have for as long as there's. PC, Linux, Mac, they all run side by side. We've always had them back to back. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Never had any issue with any of that. Just Macs eventually couldn't do all the heavy lifting that I needed them to do. Can't customize the same way. All the Linux boxes run all the drives and servers. It's like, I don't care what it is. I don't care. But I just had to stop using Macs. And my PCs are all built for visual effects, so they're rock solid because they have to be. A second of downtime can mean you don't make a deadline. So we get them, and once they're configured, they never update, they never go anywhere. Most of them are air gapped. They don't even talk to the world. And that's it. So is the Batman ride sheet music stored in Top Men? Yes, like the storage scene in Raiders? Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's basically like that. And somebody said if I break this shit out, they'll actually, like do a Sibelius thing on them. And I'm like, that'd be cool. Like have them a real copy. Like, we just got to get in there. But... Well, I guess it's not as bad as I remember, except it is literally, it's literally at the bottom of that pile in the bell. Oh, God. Now you're never getting them. We'll get them. Sounds like being at work every day on a mechanical bull. It was, but like I said, when you're in it, like you're not. I remember I was staying at a hotel, so it was a little bit of a drive. But I remember I was staying at like this really nice hotel. It's like a Versace hotel or something. It's like, I want to say it was a Versace hotel or a Gucci hotel. I want to say it was Versace. It's like this really nice hotel. Everything's marble. It was like this really weird experience because then I'd drive and I'd be in this dirty cabin all day and behind the scenes, and then I'd go back and it'd be white marble. It was a really weird gig. But that was the first time I ever flew first class on a plane internationally. Like I'd never done, and it was like, because Warner Brothers had paid for it. It was a $10,000 ticket or whatever. And you had like, where they give you little slippers, it was Qantas. And I remember it was like, we had a little pod. I'd never been in any kind of thing like that. That was like awesome. That was it's kind of a good ride. He says he's wheeled out on a stretcher. Yeah, no, it was good. I don't know. I mean, I liked Australians. I think, and I don't know if it's like this anymore, but all the Aussies that were in my sphere were Aussies the way that Americans like to pretend Aussies are, like just real rough around the edges. like, you know what I mean? Like, it was really great. Yeah, the peanut butter filled pretzels. Those are you get there. They look like little Tostinos or whatever. What do they call those? Like those little. They look like little pizza rolls or something, but they're small and they're covered in salt. Do we have any? And they have peanut butter in them. And they come and you get the ones. You don't get good ones. You get like shitty Office Depot ones that come in because the gourmet ones taste like shit. Yeah, the ones that are shitty are the good ones, and they come in a big thing with a big red. You can get your whole hand in there and just that's the one you want. Did I build my PCs? So my PC, I don't actually build my own, just because like I can't keep up with all. My latest round of visual effects workstations, or my main visual effects workstation, was built by. God damn it! Somebody here in Los Angeles. I can't remember what it is now. I'll have to think. But my new Cubase rig was built by Vision DAW, And the specs for that are on Red Band if you are curious. It's a pretty good little system. They have them covered in chocolate. Yeah, I guess that's a move. I'm fine with. Let's see. Ever think about scoring your own take on Star Wars and doing a CD release? No. I mean, that's kind of sacrosanct stuff. I've talked a lot about. When I was a kid, I mean, I think I didn't know Star Wars movies were going to suck and all that, but obviously it's come up at times because I'm such a huge Star Wars fan, and there's all this John Williams influence in my work, and they're like, "Hey, would you want to do a Star Wars film?" And I've always been like, "Man, no, not really. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know how you turn it down, except it's not going to be a Star Wars film. It's going to be like one of these things, and so it just would be like so not a Star Wars film that you couldn't really do the Star Wars thing to it." Because it's the way it's cut is absolutely integral to how the music is laid out. They're not cut the same way. You couldn't do that classic sound. You could do the sound, but not the structure, which is what it all is. You couldn't make the balletic suites the way they just don't do them like that. And then also it'd just be like, I don't know. It'd be like that thing where you couldn't win. You'd never do it as well, and some people just wouldn't like the idea of it because you're stepping all over the maestros. Like I think I'd be tempted if I was supposed to do a Star Wars movie. I think I'd be tempted to do something totally different, but that still had the storytelling aspect of long form music writing. But I think I would just sort of be like, let's not fuck the corpse. Although I do have a little short film that I would love to make or do as an animated feature, it's a little origin story, a little Jedi origin story, and it's how I would do a Jedi origin story, and it has no Star Wars in it. It's because that's, I think, the problem is that it all becomes intertextual stuff to make 50-year-old guys masturbate. Like, I know what that is, as the Red Letter Media guys say. And so I really sat down and I thought about, like, well, if you're going to go back and find a way that inexorably leads to Star Wars, but it isn't all like a like every 5 seconds. I wrote this little story. I really like it. And the idea would be that there's no dialogue in it. It's all music. The whole thing is told just as a musical story. And so it would either be a short film or an animated little thing. It's like maybe 20, 25 minutes. A little origin story for the Jedi lore. It's a fun little story, but the idea would be that it would be entirely music. It would show that music alone with some little bit of sound design can tell the whole story. That was the idea. That's on the list. My favorite portrayal of Australians was from Flight of the Conchords. Yeah, I don't remember which one they did, but I can imagine it. I think I sort of remember it. I like those guys. How does a guy like Stevie Wonder modulate so freely and he can't even see? Tell them about my Pink 5 experience. That was as close as anyone could get. Those, the thing about it, right, is the Pink 5 experience. I ended up doing a lot of the visual effects stuff on that just to help Trey out, and I did those scores very, very quickly. Too quickly to do them well, honestly. But Pink 5 will always, 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 always have a very special place in my heart because it was on that show that I met Laura Beth Love, who was one of the cinematographers. Were you the only one? The only cinematographer. She was a cinematographer on it. And at the time we didn't know, but as fate would have it, if I scored The Mandalorian, again, I haven't seen The Mandalorian, so I don't know. But the thing about Star Wars and the music is it's structural. It has to be, the stories have to be told a certain way and edited a certain way, and they were. And without that, you can't really graft the most satisfying parts about the classic Star Wars scores onto them. T-shirt idea. Let's not fuck the corpse. That's what I always think. I always think that these Ghostbuster corpse fucking, Star Wars corpse fucking. It's been dead for 20 years, and it's like let's see if I can't get another couple of nuts out of them. It's just, I'm not with it. Yeah, I mean, it's what it seems like to me. I mean, I don't know. It's like I'm not with it. Oh, that's cool. Didn't George actually choose those films as his favorite Star Wars fan project? The first one, right? It was audience's choice or something, or George Lucas's choice? The first Pink 5? It was some sort of thing, yeah.
The first one was the winner. The second one
Oh, first one was the winner. Second was audience choice.
audience votes.
Yeah.
And then the third one was just like, you're not allowed to compete anymore. You have a special screening.
Yeah.
That's the one we.
Oh, right. They wouldn't let him keep doing. Yeah. I think that's an aspect. We met on 3.
Yeah. Were you involved in the first two?
I think I was involved, or maybe I went back retroactively and did some music for the second one.
Maybe.
I don't remember. We met on 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Return is what we met on. Okay.
Strikes Back was, the first one was done for like $50. The second one was done for like $800. And then the third one was probably $100,000 that he spent.
Oh, really? What's my least favorite film score? I mean, like I said, least favorite. It wouldn't be that. My feelings on score would be the huge, giant numbers of scores that are totally and completely forgettable and didn't do anything and could have. And that's so many scores. Just forgettable, disposable beds. They're not contributing in any way. It's just like, well, you got to have music. You can't not have music. And they don't tell any story. They don't support anything. But usually in that case, they're not being expected to. The directors wouldn't know what to do with music anyway. Ludwig von Corpse Grinder. Yeah. There's a little like bug thing in here. John Williams' sound is so similar to Korngold's. Well, it depends on which thing, because John Williams' sound is so similar to, to Hanson's on the Romantic Symphony, or to Respighi's for Superman, or for Howard Hanson's Romantic for E.T., or Respighi's for Superman, or Holst's for Star Wars. I mean, he did no shortage of borrowing. Can you wait a while? Let me go get in some drunk pretzel-filled chip things. Yeah, well, I won't wait, but probably still be here. What was your favorite animated film growing up? I don't like animated films, and I never did. I just don't like. I've never been a fan of them. Like the only one I really know that I thought was okay, because I thought the music was pretty good, was Beauty and the Beast. But I never, like whenever those things were on, like all those Disney ones, I just walked away. I didn't like those films. I don't know. I just wasn't into animated stuff. I just wasn't. Scarface had a terrible score for the film. I love that movie so much, and the net effect was so great. I guess it's really dated Marauder stuff right now, but I don't remember feeling like this score is terrible. I remember feeling like this score is 80s for an 80s film. But I don't know. My favorite score was Independence Day, I thought. That's the film. That's the film in How to Score a Film in 7 Days, right? It's pretty sure it's your film. Pretty sure, because that's basically what we did. Mike, you need to watch Ghibli movies. Seriously. Okay. I need to. Oh, goodness. If you put it like that, what am I going to say? No? That's an endorsement. Okay. Yes, sir. I will. You bought Independence Day? Wow. Thank you. That's a. Yeah. Which country are you in? That's a pity. That's a pity purchase. You're reading years. I'm sorry. This isn't for me. They're still having there's a very spirited debate, I think, going on. I think it's they're going to work it out any minute, I'm pretty sure. About it's I think countries and Trump and politics, yeah. I'm sorry, at least I haven't seen it's not just all fuck you, it's still going. USA, it's a USA purchase, okay. For what it's worth, the vast majority of the royalties from Independence Day came from overseas. They love the shit out of that movie over in countries where they never heard of independence. That movie, I mean, there's a whole masterclass to be done on how that movie couldn't be good. None of those movies, they couldn't be good. Spielberg couldn't make them good. they're everything about them is engineered.
Yeah, they're engineered to be they're handicapped.
Yeah, they're handicapped.
And if you start to fix things, the executive producers deliberately create new problems to make sure you can't make it good, because then they have to make all the movies good, and they can't make sure they're all good at all.
Right. You'd screw up the curve. You'd just ruin the curve. What do I think of films that use recycled top 40 songs versus original scores? Source music, like Scorsese films, that's a style of doing it. And Scorsese's had no problem in his career because he hears the songs and they shape the edit with Thelma and they shape stuff. And the net effect is really, really, really effective. I just feel like, well, that's not, that you don't need me for that, but that's a way of using music to underscore a picture. I mean, that counts. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's been used really, really effectively sometimes. Sometimes it's really terrible. I bought it to see how the music was put in the film after the class. Oh, okay. Any thoughts on the late, great composer Shirley Walker? Yes, did an awful lot of ghostwriting for an awful lot of people, some of whom are still working. A lot of ghostwriting. I love her music for Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, his work on the Batman, the Animated Series. Yeah, and you love her work in a lot of other places, too. Sharknado. Which Sharknado did you shoot? 2 of them.
Most of 3.
Shot
and all 4.
You shoot. So Laura Beth.
They do a lot of extra units
Yeah.
to do little pickups and things, so most of 4, most of 3. Let's say that.
Okay. So Laura Beth shot most of Sharknado 3 and most of Sharknado 4. Yeah, they're talking about the Israeli-Palestine peace deal. But you guys are deep. You guys are deep. I hope you have an end game. What's that? Yeah, I hope they were there. Right. I hope at least one of you's a Jew. It's funny, but most of those movies have good scores. Do they? Ghostwriting and film music, that's an interesting Pandora's box. I respect you don't give dirt and that's good, so I'll remain curious. Well, it's just, look, that's not, it's just like, no shortage of Hans music isn't Hans. No shortage of Danny Elfman's music isn't Danny's. Never has been. No, there's plenty of it. Shirley and there's... Well, that's not like... That's just how it is. Although none of my music has ever been ghostwritten. It never will be. I just wouldn't take on more films than that. Just, John Williams' music is not ghostwritten. At least wasn't. So do kids' films and Ghibli films are amazing for music, especially Ponyo and Spirited Away. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. What score do you treasure most that you, myself, composed? If you've known my work at all, if you've taken my classes, if you've known me through my drunk rantings for 7 years, I'm not kidding. I do not listen to my stuff. I don't watch anything that I work on. When I'm done with the job, I'm done with it. It's like a child that goes out in the universe, and I never check on it. I never listen to my stuff on the radio, and I don't pretend I have objectivity about my own stuff. I could not tell you there's a score that I've done that I don't listen to, and I'm just like, oh, God, Jesus. And every once in a while, there's something where I'm just like, all right, that's not bad. That's fine. That's about I have never once had the experience of being like, damn, this shit's good. I've never had once that experience, except for the moment that you have that when you surrender it. You're supposed to have that experience when you surrender it. Then the next day, even, you go, oh, Christ, did I turn that in? Can I take that back? I can't. But that question is an impossible question. Treasure the most? So I would have to say my score for Forbidden Warrior, because outside of the music, it was like 6 doubles. We did 6 days of doubles at Todd A.O. with a fucking killer orchestra and Sean Murphy at the console. And that was an amazing experience. That was absolutely top of the mountain for everybody involved. And it was, that was like, I learned more on that movie. I can't even, so I treasure that most, not because of the music, because now I would rewrite every note of it. In fact, I did a master class called a Better Main Title, where I really literally went back and how I would do the main title today. So it's not the music, but the experience was absolutely invaluable. What's that Mike Laura Beth film masterclass? Oh, when's that Mike Laura Beth film? They've been talking about doing a film masterclass. You know, we've talked about it, but I don't know if we ever talked about exactly what the curriculum would be. It'd be like, I don't know. Well, it's film 101. It would still have to be film. I still love the movie Mars Attacks, right? I do too. Hollywood is very left thinking. You think? Is the Hollywood music scene left as well? There is no Hollywood music scene, and there's nothing in Hollywood that's not left. Literally, the people in Hollywood who are conservatives, people had to hide and pretend, and they met in secret. Friends of Abe, because if you found out to be a conservative Republican, you didn't work, completely blacklisted. The only ones that have come out, like you got James Woods and who's the guy, Angelina Jolie's dad? What's his name?
Right.
Yeah, that guy. Because they're just now they've done it all. They're not you don't have to worry anymore. Yeah, fuck it. Other than that, like, yeah. What project do I regret working on the most? Regrets. I don't regret anything because everything that I did got me to where ultimately I am at this moment. And I feel very strongly that if you're happy with where you are in your life, and you're supposed to be, and if not, go be happy right now because you can do that, figure it out, then you can't decry the path that you had to take to get there. However fucked up it was, even if you wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy, if that's the path you had to walk in order to get to where you are and you like where you are, that's the path you had to walk. So I have no regrets of any kind for anything, let alone any projects. I mean, if I was going to answer that question in another way, it would be like, what project do I think I got the least out of, had the least to show for it? And even then, I'm not 100% sure what it would be. But nothing I have regrets. I would have to say it would be a film I did for my oldest and first film scoring client. And it was a Japanese film, and it was called Mega Monster Battle Ultra Galaxy Legends. It was one of the Ultramen films. No, big film. Sony was behind it in Japan, but I had to write the music very, very quickly, and I wrote, and it wasn't live, it was virtual, and I wrote way, way, way past what the virtual orchestra, even that I could get out of the orchestra, and as a result, there's two issues, and the result, a lot of it, those techniques end up sounding so cheesy, it's just pass-fail, and so a lot of the score just doesn't work. And I didn't have time to dumb it down. And the other problem was that it was a 90-minute fight scene. And so the cues are like 18 minutes each. And they're desperately trying to create structure where there isn't some. So they're overwritten, overwrought, and way outside of what the virtual template was capable of doing. So I don't regret them. I didn't have much to show for it at the end. Can I take a summary of the last 5 hours? What's today's topics? It started with valuing yourself and how to make money, and then it went to the music and COVID, and then politics, and then not, and now music and films. Everything. Taddeo, that studio was fucking amazing. It never gave out. You could hit it as hard as you wanted to, and it never gave out. Howard's thoughts, in Mike's words, I think it's something like virulent human trash. Wait, what was I talking about? Wait, what did I call virulent human trash? The people who... Oh, yeah, Hollywood? Oh, yeah, it's horrible people. Just pedophiles and horrible people. That's true. Oh, John Voight, that's right. Guns. Lots of guns. Oh, and guns. We talked about a lot of guns. Yeah. Currently downloading Mega Monster Battle Ultra Galaxy Legends by Own Unleashed. Yeah. All the groupies had to be pesky. No, actually, there's been a lot of like a lot of people arguing about stuff, but no fucking train wrecks. Just a lot of like, excuse me, sir, but I must take offense to what you've suggested here. Perhaps you would like to rephrase. There's like that kind of thing going on. I think you're grossly misinformed, sir, and if you don't mind, I would like to correct you on a couple of salient facts. Like there's a little of that going on. But no, I'm going to be doing gun videos, and I hope that everybody here who's seriously anti-gun, I hope you watch them, because I think it'll be a good litmus test for the quality of the gun videos. If you come outside of the gun videos being like, well, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, how fucking dare you have a civil discourse, you animals, you racists. Pardon me, can you go fuck yourself? No, it's true. There's, like I said, it's actually just been good to see it not go off the rails, because as you know, if you've gone to Red Band, like, so worthless trash heap nothing sites like VI Control that are just a dumpster fire of failed humanity. They have to have all kinds of rules against what you can speak about. You can't talk about politics. You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about all this stuff because the people there they're barely they're like children. They can't control themselves. They can't conduct themselves in any meaning. The discourse is retarded, intellectually, morally bankrupt. So you have to tell everybody. You have to put everybody in little corners and warn them against. On my forum on Red Band, you can talk about anything you want, and it never spins out of control. Everybody uses their real name and has some accountability for it, and plus, they're normal human beings and not total like savages. So it's about the people that you're with. So here we have a good group of people, like just normal human people, and so it doesn't spin out of fucking control. It's not that complicated. I mean, I guess we should all pat ourselves in the back, except not really, because not being total infantile dicks shouldn't really be like a huge accomplishment. I recommend everyone to check out Independence Day, the OST, because it's completely VI. Yeah, okay. But you know what? If you check it out, go check out How to Score a Film in 7 Days, which, if you're just joining us, 40% off at my website, MikeVerde.com, and that's Level Up 2020. One word, all lowercase, Level Up 2020, 40% off. It's like, can't beat that. And be sure to smash that like button, hit the subscribe, and hit the notifications bell so that you can just be annoyed by my fucking channel. Like, what's going on? Like, it's not that important. Ding, ding, hold on, honey. I got to pull out. I'm getting a notification. Get the fuck. I recommend it. Oh, yes. I'm sure one of us would have thrown a glove at someone at some point. Yes, a glove. Yes. Just, I'll post a literature list about guns and crime, for fun. You can. Well, if we can't agree, you may have to go and visit the hell. I would like to refer you to a few choice paragraphs by Dante. I like open discussion. It doesn't need to get heated. Well, it can get heated. I like heated. In fact, I get a little suspicious. I get suspicious of artists without passion, but I feel like somehow all artists should carry around with us this idea that like that's going to be coming, and just kind of let that wash a little bit. Like, yeah, right, I get it, because I'm with you. I get superheated too. But what else? What you got in there? And you're this and you're that, right? I know, but yeah. But let's push past that. What else you got? Have a nice day. It's almost 6 a.m. in the morning in Germany, and I want to get ready to go to the supermarket. I'm such a lazy bone at the moment. Gonna send you some German pretzels. Thank you. Get some with some peanut butter in the middle, and you. Where can we listen to Independence Day? I actually don't know. Is the OST part of the class? I'm pretty sure it is. If you get that class, it's going to cost you $18. No, but if you can get it without it, you're welcome to. It's not like a thing. You can get it. I don't know. Is it online somewhere? Any word on the Mic Drop app? No word yet. No word yet. That's gonna happen just because it's the way it's going. I'm gonna have to get off all social media. I'm off. I've been off Facebook for years. I'm off Twitter now. I cannot support that. Instagram is right. It's right there. I have a Parler. Parler is it's I don't know. It's like it's an echo chamber. So I'm not and all they talk about is politics. So I'm not really. Mic Drop will just be like So it'll happen.
We should all go old school. We should just have our own personal websites.
We should all have our websites. Yeah,
to our friends.
yeah. MySpace page, like
In-person business card.
an in-person business card. Here's my MySpace page. Let's bring MySpace back. People are too scared of arguments. Well, I think a lot of people are afraid of arguments because they don't actually, the opinions that they carry are not actually well thought out nor their own. They're just parroted from whoever their team is, and people get very defensive when you push them into a situation where they have to defend something they don't really understand in the first place, let alone haven't done the intellectual work of being able to defend. I mean, that makes people nervous. Civil discourse without going off the rails shouldn't be rare. I know, but again, you get like the people you're with. And we cultivate communities. Certainly, if somebody comes onto Red Band or comes into this chat, they are hopefully outnumbered very quickly by people who will not spin out of control and be infantile. And so we sort of create our own little dynamic set of social rules. Yeah, we're not all assholes here yelling at each other, so you're not going to be welcome if you pull that. It's funny how well the free market dynamics will work. But whereas some websites have to go through all this stuff to police people's behaviors, Red Band, even though I know it's got a very small community, but still, we do none. And just like in this chat, it's, people are passionate, and hopefully they are, because we got artists, but it just holds itself together. Because somewhere we're all in it together, and somewhere there's fucking human beings, and nobody's an idiot, so, you know what I mean? So it's like, well, we're all working it out together. There's something in there. It's a good thing. Where is the promised Woodwinds Live Magical? Did I promise it? Mic Drop. Maybe that could be Verta's new social media platform. What is it? It's an app. It's an app. It will be an app, and it's called Mic Drop. And it's just a thing where it's got music and all my master classes stuff on it, but also just all the shit that I would normally post to Twitter or Instagram, and it'll be categorized. So politics, life, whatever, fucking philosophy, music, visual effects, whatever it is. Opportunity to have all the same interaction. You can comment, you can do it. The media stuff is all there. It's an app. It's a subscription app with some like stupid low buy-in just because it's an important thing to never work for free. You could charge $4 a month, $1 a month, $5, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. I haven't thought about it. But it's just like something so that you never work for free. And then also it's like this way you get people who actually care about what you have to say and want to have a voice and be a part of it. But it's all my social media stuff and my teaching and all that stuff all put into one place. And I know the last thing we all need is a fucking app, but it also would be an app that wouldn't bing at you all the time. And it would never spam you, and it's all that. So like it would just be, it's just what it is. But the amount of content that I generate as a human being, about 1% of it ever makes it onto the internet because of the amount of time it takes, and I don't like the platforms and all this shit. And not that the world is waiting for more Mike Verta content, but the truth is that if you're going to, as a content creator, all of us, I think, in this room, that's our job, is to create content, is to put ourselves out there in as many ways creatively as we can. That's what we do. So I've just noticed it for myself. If I had an app, and my end of it is like it's all one-touch impulse, video, audio, dictate. It's the interface that I've designed for myself is just stab it and another thing. And the truth is that whether anybody values that or not, it's still my job to put it out there. That's my job, literally. So it just would afford me an opportunity to put a lot more out there, and then. Ideally, that has value, and there's more content for people who are interested in my content. And then all these platforms that are fucked up and oppressive and censorship based and are ultimately putting in the pockets of people that oppress other people, I don't have to be on. And then the only people that'll sign up for it or spend any money on it or download the app are the only real people that are your clients anyway. And as we said from the very beginning of the show, find your audience, the people who actually value what you do. And, if people won't spend $4 or $1 or whatever it is, if they won't spend any money at all to listen to your stuff, see all your stuff, look at all they don't really care. That's about as damning a thing as somebody could say about your work. I'll listen to it if it's free. I mean, I wouldn't pay for it. I wouldn't pay for any of this. Fuck, this isn't worth anything. But if it's free, okay. So then, as a content creator, you need to go and create content that people would spend money on, because ultimately that's still right now the way in which we value it. And it doesn't have to be a lot of money, but there's something important that is said when a person says, okay, I mean, it doesn't here. It's not much money, but I value it. I literally value it, and that's good for you as a content creator to know. If everybody loves your music, except to the point where you ask them to spend $1, then they don't really love your music. It's not your people. Probably needs to expand past all its irate conservatives. Well, you also have to give that platform a little bit of a break, because those people have been absolutely shuttered, and I mean, you've got people, tens of millions, maybe 100 million, 150, 200, who knows, million people in this country who literally couldn't support their own president. They put on a hat and they get fired from work, or they get beaten up. I mean, this is not good for any society. It's fucked up. And so a lot of people, and they get their accounts all shadow banned. I've had my accounts censored and shadow banned. I'm like some big Politico. I've had my shit censored and after all that repression and all that stuff, you just, it's like, imagine every time you posted something, somebody shut it off. You'd go fucking crazy after a while. So I think a lot of them are just, they finally have a place they can say anything, and it's just, they can just get it out. But but no echo chamber like that will last, because in the end, all it amounts to is people just talking about shit. Just daily out. It's like a lot of outrage addicts. People outraged. And did you see this? Did you hear what they said? And there's a lot of outrage, but not a lot of doing anything, just tweeting about it or whatever. So, but I think you just gotta like give it a little break. That's just what it is. Is anyone surprised it's a right-wing echo chamber? They're constantly censored. That's what I'm saying. It's just the guy. It's like, you know. But yeah, it's in time. But that's probably not the end all be all. It's probably just it's probably for other people. It's probably for people a little weather balloon for them to see whether or not an alternative platform can gain any traction. And of course it can. But, like I said, it's what it is. Your masterclass content is amazing. Thanks for the value. Well, that's the idea. That was literally the idea. I've had a number of companies try to buy them and market them and turn them and bring them under umbrellas. And I've turned them all down because they either wanted to change the content or the structure, or they wanted to greatly increase the price point. And I just won't do either. And I did a little informal poll on my site a few years ago where because if you watch the master classes, by the end everybody's been drinking 4 hours or whatever, and by everybody I mean me, that we tend to have said everything you're going to say about modulation for the last 4 hours. And somebody starts talking about life, and these rants will happen. A lot of people, and believe it or not, there's a percentage of people who buy my master classes and they forward to the rants. And they tell me this in emails. I'm not a musician. I have no interest in music. I just like your rants. And so I put a thing on a poll up once, and I was like, what if I took those out of them? Should I take them out? What if they were separate products? And it was like, everybody's like, leave them in. That's like half the reason. So when these companies would come and I would just say, that's just part of it. It's part of my philosophy is not separating the person from the work. And the person includes who they are as people, their opinions and how they feel about stuff. That should all be in our work. So if those are part of the classes, that's that much more way. This is really what it is. This is the real guy. And this is that same guy who might say the thing that you're like, what the fuck? He likes guns, is also the same guy that, if you are like, I learned how to write music because this thing really, turned on a light bulb for me. And to allow yourself to consider that's a thing that can be. Yeah, I mean, it's, that those things are all in there, and that's part of it, and that's part of what I hope increases their value, is that beyond the lessons, there's also the community aspect of it, and the leading by example in that the more we contrive who we are and hide who we are, the less the unique signature that is our work can come out. It's good for us to practice being vulnerable in front of the world. It's good for us to practice not censoring ourselves in the world. And I've said many times, if we actually want to be good people, we have to field test the people that we are. If we just craft everything and manipulate everything and present a face and work it out, and that's not really us. We're not gaining any personal insight, and nobody's actually getting any real insight into who we are. And our best chance in the work is for the real us, with all of our insecurities and all of our biases and everything else, to be in the work. Well, that takes some practice. And I will just tell you, having done this for 7 years, when you aren't afraid of the truth of who you are, it's very liberating, and it's very good for your mental health when you find out, okay, people know the ugly truths about me and the whatever, and they still like me, and they still buy my stuff, and they still learn that's a good thing to know, but you'll never know that if you're never the real you. And if you found out that the real you drove everybody else away, well, then you know what you get to work on. So, thanks for keeping your master classes independent. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's some of the deals that I was offered. They take it over and they do all this stuff, and I was like, yeah, they were gonna, we were gonna reshoot some aspects of it, but they all want it. It always comes down to the same thing. It's like, well, we're gonna have to change the content. Maybe we do. And no, I don't want to take this content out, and people don't want me to take the content out, and I don't want it to be $100. It's $30. But I also think that, some of what we all have to embrace is, and this is part of it, is that we're all flawed human beings. Part of why we're still alive is to work on the flaws, but you never get them all out. You just find new ones. That's sort of the idea. So, when I hear, and I don't go to other forums, I don't know what people say about me, but every once in a while people say, well, there's, some people out there absolutely hate you. Well, the only thing I know is that none of them know me personally. They don't know me because people don't generally hate me. And if they do, I think I would know, but I don't meet that many people. I stay in my world, my tiny little world very often, but and so you can't take it very, very seriously. But also, if they do hate you, and they hate you because of the truth of who you are, it helps you focus that much more on who your audience is, and what percentage of the people that represents. And if it's a tiny little percentage of people, then that's good news. You don't want everybody to like you. If everybody likes you, too many people like you, you're not doing anything significant. Message retracted. I don't know why you guys are retracting your messages, but you shouldn't retract your messages. I'm not a fan of retracting your messages. I'm not a fan of that. You should just put it out there.
Post, leave it.
Yeah, post, leave it, and just own it. It's good for you. Mike, thanks for this community. The focus on craft and genuine in the adult way in which we interact is surprisingly refreshing in the age of screeching mobs. Well, it's not just me. We set a tone, and you guys do it. And you're welcome for it, but honestly, like I said, it's just you get like the people you're with, and we all as a tribal species, we're a tribal species. We feel the dynamics, and when you walk into a place and you sense what it is, we have a natural sense for whether we're outnumbered or whether we're going to, whether we're going to represent ourselves as we really are, or we just do that. It's an important set of dynamics. And so if somebody joins the chat and goes through and looks or whatever, at some point they're just not going to see a lot of infantile shit. And that's good. That should, like you said, there should be a lot more of that. Well, okay. Well, we just do that. That's all you have to do. Lead by example. Be the change. You know what I'm saying? I retract your retraction. Right. No do-overs. But yeah, I mean, mostly, people will disagree with you no matter how great your opinion is. I think the only thing is just do your best to really think about your position, so that whatever your position is, you're like, okay, I've put this one through the test. I really think this is the wise one. I'm going to come down on it. I'm going to be able to argue it no matter, like I've already thought of all your arguments. That's generally how I try to do my opinions. I've already argued all your points. I've already done, and here's my answer for that and that and that. Just the exercise of that is, because if you come on the other side of it and you're sure of your argument, and you can argue it. And when somebody goes, what about this? Oh, that one, this. Oh, what about this? This. What about this? This. What about this? This. You never know. That probably doesn't lead anywhere, but at least you know that you've done the work and you're secure of your position, and then you don't get what people do when they get defensive and they don't actually have a position. You know what? Shut up, you're a fucking Nazi, or whatever they just fall back to because they don't actually have an argument. All those personal insults are always that's in lieu of an argument. That's in lieu of an intellectual process. That's how somebody signal that they're done. That they have no more. What's up, baby? You're looking like you're doing something.
Where's our little LED light? Square.
Oh, that thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know you're talking about that brick.
Yeah.
Is it in my office?
I don't know what it was used for last.
Every hour I take a break from my practice routine and come here for a few minutes. I can't believe you're still here. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge. Well, what do I have, something else to do? I'm in lockdown. No, I'm always, I did a bunch of work today, and then this question was on my mind that somebody had asked about, the one we started the show with, about how do you promote yourself if you don't promote yourself? And then, one thing led to another. People need to study philosophy on a cursory level, or at least join a debate club or something. So, my boy's 10, his whole life, literally his whole life, he's been taught very consciously logic and debate. I mean, and not like okay, now it is time for debate. And like, it's crazy to me that I wasn't taught that, or that kids aren't taught. I mean, not crazy, that's how it is. But that's the essence of the heart of compassion and empathy, is really being able to argue something and defend something that you don't agree with. And it's just an exercise that we do. Okay, I'm going to present this point, and now you argue it, and now we flip. And and in order to really be able to do that, you really actually have to internalize the other position in a way that you can truly understand. And that requires a leap, which is the essence of compassion. And it's a really great thing to do. We do that exercise all the time. Draco and I do that. And it's like all kids should have that, Changes it. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about philosophy and people, and we've talked about, like, he's not being raised in a religious home, but some members of his family are religious. Some of his extended family are religious. And I'm like, you got to go to church. Go to church. Always go to church. Listen very carefully. Pay attention. Watch what's going on. And let's talk about what's going on and what draws people to it, and why, like we don't talk stuff down. I mean, my son is growing up privileged. There's no way around that. He's growing up privileged. But that's why a good chunk of his life, we spend on public transportation going down to sketchy areas. We're fine. I mean, we're fine. But because it's like, you can't, you gotta see it from all sides. You gotta see life from all sides. What do other people do? What do they think? What do they feel? What are their belief systems. I'm a director of operations for a charity in Ghana, West Africa. Like, just for a little reality check all day, measuring. I mean, the stuff we have to deal with down there is like, it just completely recontextualizes your day. The challenges that are faced by the average person at our charity foundation in Adafoa, Ghana, West Africa, will completely change the way you look at and deal with the stuff that you're doing during your day. All of us have to entertain ideas, philosophies that are outside of our comfort zone. We just got to do that. It's so important. But we don't do that in general. But again, just what do we do? What do you do? Unfortunately, telling people to commit it's telling people to commit to an idea when a lot of I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm sorry, I missed something. It's interesting. Some random person recommended your dynamic crossfades video to me, or I would have never have become a fan or follower. Well, that's how you never know, right? Isn't that how it is with creatives? You never know, some crazy weird pattern that leads you to, I love that about life. It pays to be a master debater. I agree. Mike, masterclass on homeschooling. We've talked about it a little bit, $30. And homeschooling was never an option, and it's the best thing in the whole world. It's the greatest, most fun. Nothing is, if you really take it seriously, first of all, it's great because you have to think about two things. What do I really want this little human to know? What does he really need to know? What do I really want him to know? And what do I really believe? But the cool part about homeschooling, if you do it, I think, right, is don't make school at home. Don't bring school at home. School is the lowest common denominator. It's the worst of all worlds. The subjects they teach and how they teach it, it's all based for a worst case scenario. And the truth is that a little child's job, and our job as parents, is to raise children to be healthy, productive, happy, well-adjusted members of society and adults. So everything is homeschooling. Which is why Draco comes with me on all business meetings. He comes with me no matter what we're doing if he's with me. And because this is homeschooling. Now you're going to go learn all the subtle physiological cues that people give off during a negotiation. We went and got a car the other day. We bought a car the other day. And I'm like, Draco, watch this. Watch what happens when he comes with the number and I don't like the number. And I want him to go lower and he wants it to go higher. And I'm like, no, I can't go one penny higher. And he's like, can you work with me? Just watch. This is a thing you'll do in your life. And watch the body language and watch how long it takes and watch I'm going to do this. Then he's going to do this and it's homeschooling. Because buying a car is something that you will do one day. Draco calculates the tip on every bill that we ever have at a restaurant. Draco helped me propose to Laura Beth because she's going to be his stepmom. So he asked her to be his stepmom. He got a chance to propose, to a woman at 10 years of age. That's homeschooling. Everything's homeschooling. Everything that's preparing you to be an adult is homeschooling. Cooking. My little boy knows how to cook. He's learning how to play piano. He's learning all kinds of stuff. But the idea is that it's not just the reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's so easy. He's way ahead of kids at his age. Of course they are. All the homeschooling kids would be. That's not because they're geniuses. It's because it's all one-on-one tutoring. So if he's get a concept, you move on. If he doesn't, you can tailor it till he gets it. You move faster. That's how these homeschooling kids, the boring academic stuff, his math, he's like in high school with his math. That's really the parlor trick. And the socialization is easy too because you don't lock them in the house. They're with kids all the time playing baseball and taekwondo and having play dates and all this other shit. That's easy. But you just remember that everything is homeschooling. Everything is homeschooling. Every time we go in the car, Draco and I play a little game of situational awareness where I'm teaching him when you're behind the wheel of the car, what am I looking at? What am I looking for? I got the signs, but look at that guy who's probably he's got his reverse lights out. He's been hanging in the driveway the whole time we're coming up the block. He could punch the accelerator at any time. Look at this woman with her head down. He's learning how to drive. Everything is homeschooling. Everything. Everything, very inappropriate. No, it's true. And so that's, Draco was aware of death and sex and everything. I mean, very, very early. And when the people around you treat things with like, this is how life is, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I mean, Draco's had some really interesting things to say about death in his little short 10 years. And I remember he was 5 years old, and he was in the backseat of the car one day, and we were pulling up to a stoplight. I'll never forget it, right at Beverly Glen. There was still a Coffee Bean there. It's gone out of business because of COVID. And he's from the backseat. He just said, Dad, I think some bad people are really just good people who do bad things. Yeah. What was he thinking on? What was he work? How did he get to that? Homeschooling is fantastic. It's my favorite thing. Absolutely my favorite thing. And of course, he's also been told to listen to everything I say and one day call bullshit on all of it and rethink it all. And some of it he'll come back to and agree, and some of it will be like, Dad was full of shit. That's his job. Everything is a teaching opportunity. It's true. It's so true. So Draco loves his life and he loves learning, and he has and like, when it's good old fashioned homework time, he's like anybody else, but you got to do that too sometimes to learn how to bring it when you don't want to bring it, and to focus when you don't want to focus. That's a part of it. But it's actually so much fun, and it's fun to see a kid learn at an accelerated rate, and you just know, okay, well, just like anything else, I'm going to give you everything I can. He's like 2.0. I'm going to give you everything I have, and as early as I can, and then let you take him to the next level. So, can he make julienne fries? I don't think yet. He can make homemade fries. We make them out of potatoes, but they're not julienne. But yeah, I mean, that's why Draco. So Draco, it's just everything. You go to a restaurant, Draco orders for himself or he orders for other people, and there's no, like, if an adult looks at me when we're at a table, don't look at me, look at him, ask him, how do you like your steak? Medium rare. Would you like this sauce? No, thank you. Would you like anything to drink? Ice water, please. Like, he handles himself. Always has since he was a little kid, because that's the expectation of him. This is what adults do. Go handle it. And we way underestimate kids. So I love it. I love every second of it. His mother loves every second of it. They just today while we were here, they were dissecting a jellyfish. They ordered a jellyfish and they're doing a class on it. And he's dissected sharks and all kinds of marine biology. So there's some like good old fashioned school in there. That's lab. But then there's also, and today we're going to go and we're going to deal with the nightmare client. Maybe all good people are just bad people that do good things. That's a good one. I should tell him that one. He'll be like, that's interesting. So, and part of raising your kid is, like I said, is exposing him to all the stuff you don't believe. Let me tell you what other people, like when we've talked about religion, we've talked about Christianity and Islam, and we've talked about a lot of stuff. And it's the idea is like, hey, let's look at, this is what they believe. This is what they believe. This is how they live their life. This is how these people live their life. And he's been all over the world, so he's had an opportunity to see things. And, and part of it, the idea is you always gotta keep air flowing through your whole experience stuff. You don't want to ever close it up. You close it up, that's where the black mold of ignorance starts to grow. You can't close up this, you got to let it breathe. Gene pools, you got to open them up. My son is only 2. Having another in April, holy Christ. Pretty sure homeschooling is the route we're taking. Well, I will tell you this, if you do it right, it only gets better and better and better and better and better and better. If our kids are to be better than us, then at some point they'll have to learn from someone better than us. Well, in my case, that's not possible, but he'll do his best. My only qualm would be the kids need interaction with kids to learn. Well, that's, so that's that myth of that homeschooling kids have socialization problems. Usually they're way better socialized. If you're a homebody weirdo, so antisocial weirdo, your kid will be a weirdo. Otherwise, if your kid is homeschooled, you don't lock him in the fucking house. Your kid is out with other kids and doing other activities all the time. It's just that unlike school, you don't, when Draco goes and gets and has to be subjected to the bully shit, you don't need 6 hours a day of bullying and fucking in the popular crowd and unpopular crowd. And if you're going to learn how to be an adult, learning from other kids who also don't have social skills is the blind leading the blind. You learn how to do something by people who are better. Conflict resolution shouldn't come from kids who don't know how to do conflict resolution. It comes from adults. But Draco, most of the kids like on his baseball team, they all go to school together, or they have a couple schools they all go to. Draco shows up, and he's the kid who's the different kid, and they all have the same bat, and Draco has the wood bat, and they all have the one belt, and Draco has a different belt. And when they first show up, they all make fun of him. And Draco doesn't know that that's a problem because he doesn't go to school, so he just tells them all to go fuck themselves. And then 2 weeks later, they all want his bat and his belt. And he's like, Dad, they all want my bat. And they all want to play with my bat. I'm like, yeah. Because he's not conditioned to know what all that stuff means because he doesn't go to fucking school all day. And so that whole experience, he gets beaten up. He's like, why are they all beating me up and being mean to me? Well, because you're different. All right, well, fuck them. Good. And then a couple weeks later, they all want to have his shit. He's like, no, they all want to have my stuff, right? That's people, kiddo. There you go. You don't need to go to school to learn that. So all this other socialization stuff, that all takes care of itself. If you're a weirdo, your kid's a weirdo. If you're cool, your kid's cool. It's not hard. That's like the nothing part of it. At the Vietnam War Memorial, Dad, did everyone die in that war? Yeah. How about Italian cuisine? That's for the basic motivic development of getting the most out of simple ingredients. Well, so yeah, his favorite meal is we do a number of Italian things, but my mother has carried on my grandmother's, we have an Italian family. She carried on the tomato sauce, her sauce. She's going to make that. His favorite meal involves the sauce. And we all went to Rome a few years ago, and really, it was cool to see all that. He's been around a lot of places, seen a lot of stuff, a lot of way different people live. So it's cool. But yeah, man. I mean, kids, like when they have all the safety and security and the love around them, it's like making them kids that's not the hard part. Yeah, in fact, this was a thing too, is because on Wednesdays, when I was his Little League coach a few years ago, I was the coach for his team. Most of the kids on Wednesdays would be insane. The boys couldn't sit still, they couldn't pay attention to anything, and Draco would be like, what the hell's wrong with them today? And I'd be like, because they've been sitting in a chair all day, they didn't have recess today. They've just been sitting in chairs having people talk at them all day long. And they you can't do that to kids. They don't have recess. They don't have sports, and they can't. They just need to run around. And I could remember seeing the looks on his face, just like, I'm not gonna have to go to school. No. But just that's why it's going on. That's why they can't focus for 5 seconds, because that's what that's fucked up. Homeschooling is the best. If you can't do it, you can't do it. But it's great. What were we saying? Wedge was saying 4th grade, only leaving the room for lunch occasionally. Anyway, yeah. Draco does. It's experiential. He does all kinds of stuff. He goes on field trips. He sees stuff that way better than he's seen every kind of museum and reclamation facility and power facilities. He's seen manufacturing stuff. He's been to the dump. He sat in with his step grandmother, who was Supreme Court justice. He sat on the bench and watched cases. Shit, you never get to see as humans, let alone as students. He's seen the hugest, most diverse. I mean, that's like kind of the only. I can't even imagine not doing it this way. Got any beard growing tips? I look like I attached cheese curds to my face. Genetics. I mean, just genetics. And I'm letting it grow a little bit now just to see what happens just to see. Santa, but my genetics are such that my hair and my nails grow like weeds, and I went gray when I was 24. Draco's lucky he has good parents. Draco's parents just love him to death. They love him to death, and they love him more than they love themselves or anything about themselves. So, we also have complete full lives, so we don't live through our kids. We don't live vicariously through him. We don't expect him to do anything. We just want to give him all the tools and love that we possibly can, teach him as much as we can know, and then, I'm old school, like 18. I tell him all the time, man, 18, on the day you're 18, you're out. And it's your world, boss, your house. So that's why every year I give him more authority and more say over his domain, over his room, over his schedule, over his clothes, over little stuff. Because the idea is, I've told him, I don't want you to be 18. And then it's like, okay, here. And you've never washed your own clothes, and you don't really know what you want for your bedroom colors. I don't want you to have to figure out your whole opinion. When you were 4, I painted your bedroom what I figured you'd like. Well, you're 10. It's not my fucking bedroom. What color you want it? Let's do it like that. And giving him increasingly more and more authority so that he can laterally switch into 18 as, I've already been kind of I know what I want. And there's a few things I couldn't do because it was dad's rules, and I'm not going to do those. But I don't want him to be in that situation that I was in. A lot of kids where you walk in your place and then all you end up doing is just recreating your house because you've never given 5 seconds of thought or had 5 seconds of authority to really determine what your space was going to look like or what you think or what you feel. And so, Mom, how do you wash? And then you wash the way Mom washes. And Dad, what do you think? And you think the way Dad thinks. So that's all part of it, But, I think adults could learn a lot from kids. We probably feel a lot better if we spend a portion of the day exploring outdoors. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But also, that one of the biggest thing I think that I've learned from Draco is that if nobody puts something on it, we're very adaptable in terms of our flexibility and our thoughts and philosophies. If nobody demonizes an idea or predetermines that an idea has a particular bias one way or the other, some of the thoughts, death or the afterlife or any of those things, or some of the big questions, they're very, very, well, it could be this or could not be this, or they're just more flexible if we don't predetermine that they, don't do this. Or they just seem to be. They just work it into the program because they don't know any different. He has a much braver, more confident outlook on life than I certainly ever did at his age. So that's good. But don't let it grow too long. You look like Dave Letterman, right? But then I can eventually it's just going to be like, yeah, and they're like, what? I'm going to do that at some point. Things are different now. I used to be outside all the time. My kid stays inside too much time. Well, that was the thing. We all did that. We all went outside. We just disappeared on our bicycles and came back maybe later. And that's part of why we, have the community that we have for him in Florida, because it's like that. He can get on his bike if he wants. He's safe. The kids play in the street. And that's really important, to be safe and to know that you're safe. And to not have constantly the messages that you are weak and fragile and in fear. When Draco was with me, there's no bicycle helmets. He doesn't wear a bicycle helmet. I never wore bikes. Nobody did for 200 years. This was not an issue. In fact, it wasn't even motivated by an increase in head trauma. When he falls, get up. You're hurt, rub it, and you're okay. And he, just the opposite of the messages that all his friends get. His friends, they trip over the bag, and their parents will run onto the field like it's a medic in Vietnam. And the kid will wail and have to be carried off, and it's a 20-minute affair that's just humiliating. That's not good to feel that you're fragile and delicate when it's literally just fell down, and they're not even tall, so it's 1 foot, and there's nothing, just tripped. And it's a Cecil B. DeMille production. That's not good for people. So, there's some really just basic stuff. Draco's learned to take some value and some pride in being tough. And then there's times it's hey, this is the time to cry. This is really sad. His little doggy died. And then other times, rub it. You're okay. Just get back in the game. You're fine. All good stuff. But not the messages his friends are getting. They're all wailing, whining, crying little. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's embarrassing. So he's not like that. Do you think there's advantages to the social dynamics of school, meeting new people? Well, those meeting new people and the positive social aspect and learning teachers and all that, absolutely, that you get that whether you're in school or not. And the other stuff, the negative shit, you get that too because kids are kids. And whether you see them in school or you see them in, like Draco's in Taekwondo, he does baseball. He does play dates with kids. He's got older friends, younger friends, all of our extended friends where they go and they have their own dynamics, two older brothers, blah, blah, blah. The kids do all the same shit no matter where they are. And they meet adults that some have their shit together and some do not, and some that are this and some that are not. There's nothing magic that goes on inside the school that somehow is like it doesn't carry all the pieces to a proper social development. In fact, almost all of them are either incomplete or fucked up. So like I said, your kids get that unless you're some sort of weirdo that's locked them in the basement and you're an antisocial person. That's your kids follow you. We're all cool here. Everybody's cool and normal. We all have big standard. That's such a non-thing. But it's a Pavlovian response people have to home. What about socialization? What about it? So I was on the roof, and Draco has other teachers too. I mean, not just his mom and I. He does some online classes. He had a teacher he liked very, very much, and that he takes some of her online courses and does homework and submits his stuff. And you get it from all kinds of ways. It's really not an issue. It's just an issue by people I think who work for schools. Because when word gets out that our homeschooling kids are socially more well-adjusted, more interesting, academically way far ahead, don't carry around all the fucking pressures of always conforming to the group that makes them turn out to be 40 years old and lying on Facebook with all their phony pictures of a phony life they don't have and then afraid to speak their opinions because people might not like them. Yeah, I think at some point we realize you can avoid all that shit by just staying the fuck out of school. I understand why some people wouldn't like that. When in life are you confined to a group of people purely because of your age, right? When in life are you forced to spend all day with people who are mean to you, right? That's what I'm saying. You don't need 6 hours of that. It's an artificial construct, and they're not even. Anyway. Doesn't it translate to social interaction with the same range of quality people in work, business? So like I said, it doesn't take 6 hours a day to learn that people are idiots and that they're really shitty to you and cowards who won't stand up for you if the rest of the group doesn't like it. It takes about 2 weeks, and you're like, oh, okay. So wait, you won't talk. You like me, and you won't talk to me because if other people saw you being my friend, they'd be mean to you. But you want to be my friend, yeah, but you can't be. You fucking coward. That you learn that lesson about people real early, and that's how people are the rest of your whole life. I support Trump too, but I can't say anything because I'm a fucking coward. I can't tell you how many people, I always put my opinions out online. I can't tell how many people send me private messages. I really agree with everything you say, but I would never say it because I don't want to take the heat. Thanks, that's courageous. Maybe if I wasn't outnumbered 800 billion to 1, it wouldn't be as bad, and you could have helped with that, but you don't want, but then they won't like me, so I'm just letting you know I get that all the time. That's like half my direct messages. Anyway, I seem to have a really negative outlook on life. How do you keep your son from being nihilistic? Well, what's there to have a negative outlook on? I mean, when you get real with really, like, let's say you look at the grim realities, and there are no shortage of them. If you have an understanding of them, you're halfway to being able to handle them. Especially when you realize that people have been the same forever and there's nothing new under the sun and everything that's come before tells us what's happening now and everything's okay. And especially when you're okay, you have skills, you have abilities, you have mental and physical toughness, and you have goals, and you're a good person, and you're adaptive and resilient and intelligent, and you have good social skills. And then what could life throw at you no matter what it is that you can't handle? You can handle it. You got you on your side. So there's nothing to be negative about because you can handle it. It doesn't matter. In this family, we've had some talks. If this shit all goes to civil war, we're good. We got reserves. We have a fortified position, literally. We have weapons, and we're good with them. We have all kinds of contacts and medical. We have prepper stuff. we're fine. And plus, if all that went away, we can still work it out because we're smart and resourceful and all the rest of it, and we're good people and we have friends, blah, 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 blah. So what do we care? Like, bring it on. We'll deal with it. Bring it on. So at some point, you just fall back on you. What do you have? What do you have? You know? So just work on yourself. But yeah, I mean, so I guess you prefer the ET version of the FBI agents, the real one. So does Spielberg. He regretted that, and said he would never do that again. You know, I was 5 years old when Star Wars came out, and when you go back and you look at Star Wars, I mean, like, people get shot with lasers and they catch on fire, and Darth Vader choked a guy to death, and then the guy's uncle and aunt, their bloodied corpses were burning outside their homestead in puddles of their own skull fluid, and then Obi-Wan chopped off a guy's arm, and there's so much. He shot a guy under the table, and a whole planet of people got vaporized, and they were crushing people in a fucking thing, and like, for Christ's sake, we were all fine. We were loving it. There was no maladjusted shit. So Draco's seen everything. Draco saw like The Exorcist when he was like 7. He was just like, I'm like, isn't that crazy? Look at the makeup. Look at the eye. He was like, oh, wow. But Draco's never had a nightmare that I know about. Actually, it's not true. He was about 6 or 7, and I never heard him had a nightmare. He never had a restless night. And I eventually asked him, I said, Draco, have you ever had a nightmare ever in your life? And he said, yeah, I think I had one. And what was it? I didn't know this. Never woke up screaming or crying, never came to see us in the middle of the night. What was it? And he said, oh, it was a thing, and I was falling, and I was trying to hold on to somebody's hand, and I was slipping, and I couldn't hold on to it, and I think I fell. It's the only nightmare I've ever heard him have in 10 years. I mean, I don't know. They're fine. I just be loving and supportive. It all works out. Got to tap out, and that's okay. It's not tapping out. You're tired or something. It would be cool to make it a regular and semi-forecasted event. If we have mic drop, it would do that. I mean, this, I got to do a thing here. And we're not in Los Angeles that often, and I don't have a setup in Florida yet, although we should probably do that. Some downsides for sure. Do you end up having to try to find people who know things outside of topic you're most comfortable with so they can learn that stuff too? I mean, there's not that much outside. There's from time to time, sure. Like he's doing marine biology with a marine biologist. I don't know marine biology, but also part of what we learn is in this day and age with information being in, if we don't know, guess what? We're going to go know. We're going to go learn. And this idea that you don't have to know everything, but you can get to the knowledge, and plus, we have a pretty diverse set of inputs here anyway. So, but if it's something outside of our wheelhouse, we absolutely bring in people, and they're like, all right, let's. So, when it comes to all sorts of skills that my business partner has, that's where Draco is learning to weld and to do fiberglassing and to do mold making and silicone. He's learning from a guy who's been doing it 30 years and is fucking great at it and can make anything. So, we have a diverse set of inputs. But when it comes to any of the academic topics, we're pretty well covered. Just because like she handles math and science, and I handle logic and philosophy and music, and I do the creative writing stuff, and we work it out together. The sciences, she does more science stuff, so that stuff's easy. English and all that, I handle that. That's easy. That stuff's easy. Han not only shot first, he shot Greedo in the balls. Not homeschooling related, have you ever considered applying your restoration efforts to any other pictures? Yeah. I mean, yes. Yes. I mean, it would work on other pictures. I would love to do, somebody asked me about this, and yeah. Like, I would love to do it to My Left Foot, because I loved that movie, and it was fantastic, and it looks like shit. But you might not need to. The negative might exist. You really only have to do a restoration like that in cases where the best case scenario, the negative, doesn't really exist. Space modulators. I do believe that is I do believe that is a Bugs Bunny reference. What's that guy's name? But yeah, he's, I mean, when he sees stuff experientially, when he goes to other places, he's seeing people that do jobs that we don't have and sees stuff. I mean, it's not hard. It's fun. It takes time. But then again, there's also time where it's like, okay, now do this assignment. I'm going to do this and you do that. And we'll meet back here in 30 minutes or whatever. But it's so great because if you get something, you move on. But, yeah, I mean, but it's also not, it doesn't, it shouldn't be a surprise. If every single thing was all tutoring, of course kids are going to pick it up. Marvin the Martian, that's it. Marvin the Martian, that's the one, the space modulator. The multiplex demodulator, I think that's another thing. If you're not on Red Bench, probably go to, I saw something about deregulation. What was that? Or is the Star Wars unique in risk of degradation? Yeah, well, Star Wars isn't unique. It's just that its negative is a mess. Mike, you let him watch The Exorcist at 7. If he was raised Catholic, that movie might have affected him more differently. Well, so when it comes to, I was raised a Catholic. I was a Catholic altar boy, for fuck's sake. And he has Christians in his extended family, although we've studied other religions too. And however, Exorcist is a movie. And so when we watch movies, lots of the time we're talking about the techniques and the art of making a movie. So when we watch John Wick now, we're like, okay, let's look at what we have from a shot standpoint, from a character standpoint. Let's look at the color grading. And one of the things I remember when we were watching The Exorcist was we were talking about how difficult it is to create, and how laudable it is to create this moment, and none of it's real. This is just this girl, and they put contacts in her eyes, and they had the stuff on her mouth, and all these people had to come in. Now, my son, his mother's an actress, and she constantly shoots movies for the Hallmark Channel. He's always flying up to Canada and with her on set. So he's grown up on movie sets his whole life. He's seen it. He was a zombie in Z Nation, and cried on camera, in fact. So Draco's grown. So when we're watching this, we also have the context of, you can see there's a camera guy right there, and he just called cut, and they've got to try to get the girl, and they got to make sure it's this, and this actor can't blow his line, and now she spit up on the thing. They got to get another one and clean it off. So in cases like that, if there's ever a feeling where it's like, I think he just might hold you. There's always a place that we can look at and just go, Look at how amazing this craft is. This is why I work in movies, and why Laura Beth works in movies, and why your mother works in movies. Because for this moment, it almost looks real. And they put in the sound design, and Draco's done a lot of sound design with me. He's done Foley and voices and stuff. And so I'm like, listen, they tuned it down. And for this moment, it's like it's real. It almost seems like it's real. And that's talent. That's really amazing. It's like, this is what it would be like if it was and so there's always a context for him to look at. In terms of the church and all the lore of the church, we've talked about why religion exists and what people get out of it. And we've talked about the allegory versus the literal interpretation of stuff. And we've talked about some of the very specific stories and the importance of tradition and all sorts of everything. We've talked about everything. And continue to. But then again, there's nobody going. It was like nobody ever watched policed language. Like we never. Cursing, he can use any word he wants. We have fuck. It doesn't mean anything, because in the end, it's like, these are all great, interesting words. If you use them too much, they lose their power. Also, don't use them out in public because it's mean. It's like, don't say fuck to old ladies and don't piss in light sockets. Got it? Got it. Okay. If your kid understands no, then you don't do this in public. Yeah, you don't stick your finger down your pants in public. Also, don't say fuck to old ladies. It's not hard. It's like, your kid either obeys you or he doesn't. Either understands polite or doesn't polite. So this is language you can use in the house. This is not polite to use in public, but these are great words. Try this word out. Yeah, it's like nobody demonizes it. And so sometimes it's fucking hysterical. The stuff comes out of his mouth. I remember he was like 5 and he was in the back seat and we were stuck in LA traffic and he goes, "This traffic is bullshit." I was laughing so hard I had to pull the car over. I feel bad for every parent that hasn't had his kid declare LA traffic bullshit from the back seat. But then also, Draco's language skills are way, way, way above kids his age because you get the other side of it. He hears people who can speak and we have a wider vocabulary. And so it's like all the normal stuff. Well, that's not appropriate. Why not? Says who? Like, what's your fear? If your fear that your kid uses swear words and that's all he'll do when he's out, that's on you. You have no control over your kid and you can't teach him. You have no discipline. They don't know right from wrong, because if your kid knows wrong, you say, "Okay, I'm gonna give you this, but don't say it to the waiter." Okay, end of story. It's like that. It's not whatever. I'm kind of traumatized from that film. Yeah, I mean, Exorcist. But again, when we watch films, a lot of times, if it's a thing, we're looking at the film, the making, the craft, the people. Makes me think of that article where the guy tried fake pork from Impossible Foods. He was Muslim and knew it wasn't real, but still felt bad about it. Yeah, another T-shirt idea. Don't say fuck to old ladies. It's really not. It's really that simple. And when parents say, when parents have a problem with it, all they're admitting is that they're their own incompetence and failures as parents. It's like the idea that if a kid learns swear words, he'll never have any other way to express himself. I'm sorry. Some of the greatest writers in history have been masterful, prolific, users of the invective. So that's not a. Movies are like that too. You can still understand the magic, but still get swept in it. Yeah. Even knowing every trick in Star Wars, don't you still get lost in it from time to time? Sure. And both of those things are the complete education. So he gets both of them. Like, he's a kid with a free imagination. So he'll be like, "I'm a Jedi." And then there's other times like you can see The Wire. You know what I mean? It's both. You just give it both. It's all good. Exorcist still scares the shit out of me, movie magic or not. Yeah. I mean, that's what's great about it. And it's such a great, because it's not real. I mean, as far as we know, and it's just so masterfully put together. And it's an exhibition of craft, just like Star Wars is. It's an exhibition of craft. When it all comes together, it's like, oh shit, it's awesome. All those voices and stuff. It's fucking great. That's right. It's yeah. So I mean, Draco is largely, Draco is largely, he's whatever pop parenting philosophies we reject all of them. You could drop Draco into 1970 and he'd be fine. He'd be just like the other kids. You know what I mean? He's backwards compatible. He's a 1970s, 80s kid, but 2020's compatible. And that's like Event Horizon. I don't think I've seen that one. My context was watching in the dark with my brother and then leaving me alone. Yeah, well, yeah, you could do that. We were watching it together and the lights were on. Yeah, I think dark. Here, I'm just going to put this on. I think Trick would be in therapy to this day. Yeah. But if your child is healthy and well adjusted and has, whatever. Draco's only real thing is he's very, very, very hard on himself, past the point that's useful. We're not like that, so we're not. But we have to remind him from time to time, like, dude, you're not supposed to know this in 3 seconds. Relax. Getting all mad at yourself is not going to make it come faster. In fact, it's going to make it come slower. And it's not going to be fast because it's hard. That's why you're going to be so proud when it's done. Relax. It's the only thing we have to kind of watch him on. because he'll just beat himself up. What's wrong with me? What do you mean what's wrong with you? You just learned this 5 seconds ago. Nothing's wrong with you. Don't say that. It's like, I don't understand why it's taking me so long. It's not taking you so long. This most takes adults a week. You've gotten an hour already. Dude, you're all screwed up. You're picking this up so fast you expect you could get everything like that, but you can't. That's why I'm making it harder on you, because you pick up everything like this. And it's all right. That's his little thing. We all got shit. We all got issues. I just played the 2 chords. I did? What did I play? I don't know what I played. It's been entertaining. I have to leave now. Good. Or not good, but I'm glad you were here. I'll see Event Horizon, yeah. Here's a movie. Good luck, son. See you in the morning. That would be like how to destroy your child. Lock the door. That's it. You have to lock the door. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what I played, so I don't know what I played. You figured out the Hell's Bells from Exorcist. What is it? I can almost hear it. All right, isn't that what it is? It's like that scene in A Clockwork Orange. Here you go, son. Have some toothpicks for your eyes. Yeah, right. Just strap him up. Ludwig van. How about this one? You guys know that one? Which one is that? First person who gets it wins the respect of everyone in the chat roll. I don't know what the bass is to that tune. I don't remember. I just pulled that out of my ass. Nightmare on Elm Street. There you go. That's the one. Nope, it's Nightmare on Elm Street. That's Freddy's theme. Anyway, how long have we been doing this? We've been doing this. It feels like we've been doing this a while for no particularly good reason, except it's Friday, you know. It's all 7 hours. Right. I knew that as much from Nightmare on My Street by the French Prince as I did from the Nightmare. Is that what did he use it? By the Fresh Prince. We know who the Fresh Prince is. Good 7 hour stretch for all of us. And I don't know if whatever happened, there was stuff going on, or they just called it or ducked out. But I'm glad that we held it together during our impassioned discussions about what was it? It was like politics. I think there was some religion in there. Politics, COVID, We did well. Everybody did well. Should be proud of yourselves. See, we can do. We can all get along. And we talked about homeschooling. We talked about all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I don't think we could do 7 hours regularly. I just, I don't think we could do that. But a regular thing, yeah, might be a thing. Although, I would, I like having Laura Beth around. It's way more fun when she's around. I have to get her to come around more. She's been doing stuff, but it's way better when she's around. So next time we'll make sure she's around more. Yeah, I was talking about you. I was saying it was more fun when you were around. And
I do try to keep things lively.
you do keep things lively. But it's been like 7 hours. I think we're...
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. So I was thinking maybe something else. I love you. All right. Everybody have a great Friday? It's Friday, right?
Friday day.
Friday day.
It's
night.
Friday.
And
What is it? Friday. You ain't got no job. And you ain't got shit to do.
we will. Oh, you know what? There might do a little thing tomorrow, Draco, because he's one wanted to do. So there might be a little thing tomorrow if Draco wants to play a little bit and do a little piano something. So maybe tomorrow, but no promises. Oh, and it would be late afternoon. So anyway, we'll see. But if not, have a great weekend, and we'll see you when we see you.
Bye-bye.
Peace out.